Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Um, Nothing. I was just arguing with some idiot Aussies and then listening to John Galt. Now going live
Yeah, I was just trolling people in the comments.
here, or
No, in Dilligaff. I was just
oh,
trolling people. When
what
they
was
would say
that?
something stupid, I would say something like, "Don't start with me. I'm above your pay grade." And then they would call me low IQ, and I said, "Democrats fix everything." They're like, no Democrat has ever solved anything." I was like, "Yeah, well, what about Barack Hussein in capital letters, Obama?" They just get so mad about like things that are true, and they complain and talk about things that they made up in their heads that they're upset about. Like all the shit that they're angry about is made up in their heads.
I agree.
And they call us the ones with mental health problems. No, we are the ones who get mental health help when we have problems, so we make sure we're not delusional. You, on the other hand, remain delusional because it's easy and you're a weak piece of shit.
Well, some of us get help, not all of us.
Most of us.
Some of us.
The ones who believe in science.
I didn't say I don't believe in it. I just said it's not for me.
But that's the thing. I guess I misspeak. I misspeak because you don't have to believe in science. You don't have to believe in science. You have to trust it. You have to trust the process and trust results and repeatable results. You don't believe in it. You don't have to, it doesn't care whether or not you believe in it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing about these like MAGA influencers and wellness people who all like hate science and hate public health. You know, they always start their videos, "This is what scientists are keeping from you." Have you
Yeah.
ever met a science? Have you ever met a scientist? They are dying for you to know what they know. They will sit there and explain it to you in 100 different ways. All they care about is getting you to understand science and the thing that they care about so much more. There is no scientist in the world who wants to keep a secret.
This is true.
But no, MAGA over here thinks that we're keeping cancer drugs a secret. Like, no, you just cut funding to the NIH, you moron.
6 people in here. It's ridiculous. You know, I don't know what TikTok did to me, but
What TikTok did to you?
yeah.
Why?
Well, 'cause I used to have big rooms, now I don't.
You getting
And
shadow banned?
I don't know, I'm kind of worried about that. I know that there have been multiple occasions where people have had to go to the end of their list to even find my live. So I don't know, it's a possibility, but whatever.
Well,
I
it's
don't
also
watch.
the summertime.
That's true too.
I saw this MAGA creator post today where they were like in the woods, like enjoying the national park, saying, "You can love this and Trump." Like,
What?
are you fucking stupid? The guy who completely cut funding to the national parks, where all the park rangers who keep those places clean and safe now don't have jobs, and that he's selling all of those public lands for fracking to the highest bidder. That guy?
Yeah, that guy that cares about the environment, right? As long as
Yeah.
it's can be bought and
The
sold.
the one who repealed the endangerment clause so that you can build a highway through Yosemite and nobody has to care about all the animals that are die from inhaling noxious gases. That guy? Fucking, again, fucking morons.
My first question I asked when I went in there was to Jade, and I said specifically, you say you won't vote for Democrats, but what makes you vote for Republicans? I just want to know what your stances are, why you choose to vote for Republicans. And she said, because of immigration and because of the economy. And I said, well, the economy always sucks under Republicans, and Donald Trump is failing in immigration. So where do we go from here? And she said, well, hold on a sec. I got some shit to do. and then she leaves. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, look, people want to say that the 30-year doesn't matter, right? But your
Yeah,
30-year is going to increase interest rates by going up anyway, right? The market is basically telling Warsh that if you don't bring interest rates up, we will. That 30-year interest rate, that helps set rates for things like mortgages, for things like setting up a small business, for all of those investments, right? That's like the rate will get set by investors asking for more yield on the 30-year, right? It will, like the bond market will correct for the lack of an interest rate hike.
yeah.
And like I explained to you yesterday, you and Ella, like this is a like the 30-year typically doesn't move very much. But the risk now is getting more, or the opportunity cost is getting really dire. And I mean, I guess I understand like the idea behind like Warsh saying that the market needs to look at the market and not at what the Federal Reserve is doing, and they're looking at each other and not looking at the economy. Like, I kind of understand that.
Yeah.
But in this moment right now, with what's going on with like, all of these fucking AI VC firms that borrowed money to buy stock, and then they're using their stock in order to borrow more money, or they're using that stock as collateral for loans, right? Those stocks are now depreciating in value and the banks are coming knocking. And so they either have to find cash to cover the depreciation of those stocks, or they have to sell. And what does that do? If you start selling, somebody else starts selling, they start seeing the drop, they start selling. And it causes us a panic. And that already happened twice with
Uh,
still
yeah,
no end in sight for revenues.
that's lack of control over the economy and allowing people to I don't know, do things on impulse and fear, which
Well,
which makes the
it's
world a
hype.
scary place. So
Yeah, I mean the AI thing is partly like just not regulating, right? People thinking that there's a free for all for compute, right? Thinking, okay, we're going to get the compute without actually looking at the whole picture. We have an updated transmission, right? Like that's the problem. And then there's all these other environmental factors that came in, and you can't move fast and break things, and nobody knows what the actual use cases are, right? Whereas like, and this is where I will say China is doing something better, is because they find a problem and then a use case for the AI. They're not building AI to solve the world's problems in this very abstract, nebulous way like we're doing over here. They are finding a specific problem, solving it, and doing long-term VC, the way we used to do things back in like the 60s and 70s, right? When we like didn't care, like it mattered what your revenue stream was going to be before a VC invested in you. Now they just say, oh, you used to work at OpenAI and your co-founder used to work at Google. Here's $1 billion. Okay. That's not good. That's not a good thing.
um,
What
so
is this
not
guy saying? I don't even understand.
I'm
Risk with a
sorry.
federal parachute. Risk supported by tax dollars. We did before NAFTA policy. What the fuck? What are you saying?
Guarantees by I think they're probably saying guarantees by the federal government allow people to take more risk, which allows us to have bubbles that wouldn't possibly have existed before that. Maybe, possibly.
Maybe, but since when does the federal government support risk in the stock market? Other than
Donald
recently
Trump.
with Donald Trump, yeah. I
I
guess, I
would
mean,
say
he took
he's
a
making a lot of
10%
money off
stake.
that, right?
He took it, well, the government took a 10% stake in Intel, and we're getting 15% of the profits of Nvidia sold outside of the country in China. We're taking a profit off of that. But China really isn't buying Nvidia chips because it figured out its own dark UV, or no, what is it? The DUV lithography. It just figured that out on its own. Now it doesn't have to do it. The Nvidia chips we have are more advanced than that, but for their purposes, they don't need it right now because they have made their software so much more efficient that they've been able to build on less efficient chips, or like with less memory and fewer transistors.
Wait, the lithography means that they get to what, print better,
Yeah, the
print better.
lines on the chips. So
Yeah,
when we make those grooves where the electrons pass through,
yeah.
right? That's a very, very, very delicate process because it's happening on like a micro level, it's very small. So
So
you're
does that
using like
allow it
these
to,
really
so that
precise
allows it to move
lasers.
faster then, and possibly
Yeah,
even with more information?
yeah, and they've been using very like old chips for a very long time, and they've been able to do quite a bit with that. And now that they can do their own lithography, they'll probably make their own chips. And when China makes something, they typically find a way to do it cheaper because they also have like shit tons of equipment over there, a ton of engineers, right? Like everyone, if you're in China and you're trying to go to university, if you don't become an engineer, you're dead. That's it. That's the only place. That's like the thing in China and India, right? That's why we take engineers from China and India, but we actually don't take their best of the best anymore. They stay over there because they can make more money and do more work over there. We're getting their second tier now, but like we just don't have as many people here doing engineering jobs like that. We don't have a lot of people passing math anymore, and most of them are Republicans complaining about immigration.
That's always fun.
Chinese engineers are not slave labor, dude.
How do you feel about Donovan's? I know you were in here when he was talking about it. How do you feel about Donovan's assertion that we need more to draw more brains in, so we need the H-1B visas, but we don't need what did he call it? Uh,
He's
low
stupid.
skilled low skilled
He's
workers.
stupid. His whole premise is incorrect. His premise is that jobs are finite in this country. We're going to need some high skilled workers from outside of here because we don't have enough people going into those positions. And we're going to need a lot of low skilled workers because most Americans don't want to work those jobs. It's not a matter of one or the other. We need both. And we also need to make sure we're still having job creation. Like the premise itself is incorrect, right? And again, we would hire native workers if they were available. It's cheaper to hire a native worker in the long term, right? But we don't have enough of them,
Yeah.
right? And so immigration is filling in a hole. It's the quote unquote labor market correcting itself. The premise is just incorrect. And again, there's no evidence to suggest that low skilled immigration has an effect on native work placements or native wages.
Agreed. Totally heuristics.
Disagree. Disagree.
No,
All
no,
right, hold
no.
on.
It's true
Joe
because
Box, can I hold on? Joe Box, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Kamala, 44, California, proud Democrat, and I think heuristic is
All right,
right.
hold on. C. Trey, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Trump and 45 California.
All right, thank you. And you
Yeah,
think heuristics right because of something?
yeah. No, I was just saying. Here in Los Angeles, our area, we now have robots that deliver DoorDash stuff, and in that specific application, I'm for AI. But AI being used evilly by corporations to lowball wages, that is where I disagree with. But you're right, there is a labor shortage, and we need skilled people in some applications and maybe unskilled in other applications. But I think AI is just a tool and not to be necessarily feared. That's just my two
Yeah,
cents.
I mean, there's
It's a
lots of
tool.
nefarious uses for AI, like surveillance pricing, for example, right?
Right.
Charging some people more based off of like purchase histories, charging some people less based on their purchase histories. Like this, instead of doing fair market value, right? Like price no longer means anything because it's just being based on one person to another. That kind of stuff I
Yes.
think is pretty nefarious, right?
It's exploitative is what it is. Because now they're talking about dynamic pricing in some supermarkets where on the time of day they'll charge you $15 for an item, and then at a different time of day they'll charge you $10 for the same item. And I'm like, that is some evil Skynet stuff. Like, oh my God, what's the world coming
Yeah,
to? It's
it's
greed. It's
bad.
not, oh, the immigrants are coming and taking our job. No, it's pure greed because actually California oil companies like Chevron are now in court because they used AI to manipulate the gas prices. It's not our 60 cents tax that's a huge contributor. It's the manipulation and greed of these companies for our increase in gas prices 4 months ago. So thank God it went down a little bit, but it was $6.40 here
Okay.
4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
You
also
mind
a
if I talk to Mojo for 30 seconds and then you guys can hog the mic?
I just wanted to say one thing quick. There was also a situation in which somebody was taking a photo of them and they were sent a ticket. And at that time, that guy was actually out of state and he had to come to court. And he was like, since when is it that I'm guilty until proven innocent, right? AI is kind of making it so like all of a sudden you're guilty. And it turned out that the AI had read the plate wrong, but he had already received the ticket. He had already been charged. And now he had to come prove that he was innocent. Right? Like, so these are the kind of these gray areas where people are using AI where we're like, this is kind of not how things function. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to look at in terms of legislation around AI before we just keep letting it run roughshod. Go ahead, Sile.
So, Mark, Mojo Mark, let me just take 30 seconds. I disagree with all of this. My proof is the Hugo Chavez speech that he made. We got a lot of Americans that are willing to do it. How are you going to tell somebody they're overqualified at the same time that you're saying that you don't have the people? It's ridiculous. So we get drowned out by people who are constantly hogging the mic, not on stage, but just in general. People who hog the mic and tell us we don't have people who are willing to pick fruit for $25 an hour. We got a lot of people who are willing to do it. The problem is we created NAFTA to break up the unions. Hey, that's evidence number 2. WTO by Clinton, evidence number 3. TPS by Bush and Cheney, evidence number 4. People don't have evidence for the thing they say, Mojo Mark. They're just sitting up here saying stuff. And the last point is, even going back to the Fed using tax dollars to rescue Wall Street, people who were playing the game and lost just so they can stabilize the darn market. So Mojo Mark, it's that when we start talking about where's the evidence for these opinions, that's where the problem comes. There's no evidence for these opinions.
Do you have a question?
I have plenty of evidence for what I just said. I have several studies that I can show you that have been done, longitudinal and panel studies that have been done that show that there is no evidence of Native workers not being hired and there is no evidence of Native wages being affected. There is tons and tons and tons of economic data that supports what I'm talking about. You're using a speech by somebody from another country to justify something over here. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, yes, and I agree. Like, NAFTA did some things to hurt workers in the United States, but Trump has done more things to hurt unions than any other president since Reagan. So, like, your solutions again for the problems that you're suggesting, you're obviously don't see any real solutions because you voted for Trump, somebody who's making all of those things worse.
I want to correct myself, Mojo. I misspoke. Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez was out here. He wasn't in another country. So these studies are done by teenagers. These darn these darn
Teenagers.
Colleges. I didn't interrupt you, Mel. These people who just got to college. Most studies are done by college people. I mean, University of Virginia's Pew Research.
Are you trying to say that we can't trust studies?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying studies is not the evidence that a policy is. Policies are the superior
Studies,
evidence. Ma'am,
no,
ma'am, can I
no.
speak to Mark
Studies,
for a sec? Ma'am,
Yeah.
can I speak to Mark for a second? Just because you shout me down doesn't mean you're right. I'm polite to you. I let you get your full thought out. So, Mark, the policies are superior because they move the culture. I can stop you from podcasting if I pass a policy in Congress. That's the study is not superior to that. So what I'm giving you, Mark, are the policies that change the culture, which force these things to happen.
Okay, I'm
how
going
do
to
we
tell
know
you.
when,
Wait,
how do
wait,
we
hold
know?
on, HR. A policy is an action. Study is the effect of that action on society. So, in order to understand how a policy affects the people that exist in the society or the people that are affected by it, you have to do a study. They're
Thank you.
They're two totally different things.
Yeah. And it's not teenagers doing studies, okay? It's 30 plus year olds with PhDs doing studies, right? Like literally the study makes us know whether or not the policy fucking worked, which is why I bring them up, which is why I do them, which is why I'm a researcher in economics, is because I want to know what policies work and what policies do not work.
So the only thing I'll say to you, Mark, yes, studies show, and you just said the same thing I said, Mark, just in a different way. Studies do show that, but you do have to have competing studies. You can't just take one or two studies. You have to have competing studies in order
If
for,
you have
in
two
order.
studies, there would be competing studies.
Yes, you can. You can. I mean, you can make it that simple, but really you should have more than just two. But let's just use your thing, two studies. Many times people are going off one study that somebody wrote as a paper. So this is why I always ask people, who authored that study?
Do
What's
you
the
know what a
name of the paper?
meta-analysis is?
Ma'am, I'm not trying to argue with you. I know you're trying to overtalk me.
Do you
I'm
I'm
not
just
trying to
saying,
argue.
do
do
you
you
not
know
like
what a
women? Wait, hold
meta-analysis
on.
So it has nothing to do with women. She's a human being trying to overtalk me so that she can be the only one speaking. This has nothing to do with women. So in conclusion, and I'm gonna be quiet after this,
Okay.
you still prove my point, Mark. It is an action. The action has causation. The study reflects what the action has done. The action is the real problem. We got a lot of people here willing to work. And again, my evidence. How can you tell somebody they're overqualified at the same time you claiming that you need people? This is what happens here in America. We got low wage people because certain people in Congress wanted it to be low wage. They didn't want the unions. They didn't want what we already had when we were rocking and rolling at our best. I land.
A meta-analysis is, do you understand what that is? Because a lot of the studies I'm associating are meta-analyses, as in they're taking hundreds of studies, hundreds of them, and then they do an analysis of all of them and come to a conclusion, right? This takes decades to do sometimes, depending on what kind of meta-analyses that they're doing. Sometimes it takes an entire PhD to do it. I'm not saying these things because I want them to be true. I'm saying them because they are true based on the majority of data that has been collected on these specific things. Like, I understand what you are saying, but again, if you believe that unions should be strong, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. So there is a cognitive dissonance that you are displaying.
Yeah, I don't know where this conversation's going anyway. I'm not sure what your point was.
Somebody brought up a study, and then someone else objected to the study and studies in general. That's how we got here.
Yeah, I think that if you can't, I think studies, sure, you're going to have to look at the questions that are asked. I don't think the person that puts the study forth really matters a whole lot, but the questions that are asked if it's a survey of sorts. If it's a study and it's a meta-analysis, it's just looking at the overview of all sorts of different studies and all sorts of different methodologies. So I think you'd have to look at the methodology. You'd have to look at the questions that were asked. You'd have to maybe compare those together. I don't think that whether they're done by an 18-year-old or an 80-year-old, I don't know that that necessarily makes a difference.
Right. So some studies are garbage, some studies are good. The devil's in the details. That's not why I came up, though. I came up because I heard someone say, evil pricing, something to that effect. I think that was you, Joe. Wasn't that you?
It's surveillance pricing.
Well, they
Surveillance
call it
pricing.
dynamic pricing. There's a possibility of changing to digital signage in supermarkets and changing prices in the afternoon based on pure demand. Like that is evil in my mind. I don't care
Is
what
it?
you say.
You
So I
know,
read it in some
I
article
went
like Business
to,
Week.
yeah, when I was younger, much younger, I used to go to festivals all the time. And I could anticipate, especially for the bigger festivals that were more remote. For example, there was a huge festival on the Seminole Indian Reservation one time. And I knew damn well that on the third day of that 3-day festival, that they would be out of just about every type of essential that you could possibly imagine. I focused on things like water and tobacco. And I saw like a 400 or 500% markup, and I sold out within hours.
Well, I'm talking supermarkets mostly.
Is that evil?
No, Brendan, this isn't talking about supply issues. Like what you're talking about is how normal pricing works. We're talking about surveillance pricing, as in your data has been brokered to a company to show what kind of things what your price sensitivity is. And
Exactly.
so then your price sensitivity, not a supply and demand thing. So we're not actually looking at value for the thing anymore. We're looking at what is your limit, your personal limit based on how much you buy or what you spend in giving you a price. So now you're making it so that prices don't actually hold value, right? They're just what the price tolerance is per person based on your data being brokered to other companies.
Yeah, and then that's the choice between do I afford the electric bill this month or the water bill when you push me to the absolute breaking point, and then people get hurt because they get heat exhaustion in the summertime because they can't afford the light bill. So we need some regulation on these oligopolies, with prices because it's gonna hurt people. It's just, we used to have competition in this country. We don't have it no more. They merged all the supermarkets. They merged all the companies from the 80s, and it's a problem. Anyway, yes, you're right. You're totally right, heuristic.
I agree.
And the problem is you have Republicans who are bought and sold.
You said what you're gonna say. There's a couple other people that probably want to say something too. Did you want to respond?
No, they're fine.
Okay. Well, and I acknowledge as a Democrat that, Republicans are bad and establishment Democrats specifically are also bought and paid for. They're both two parties of the same coin, just in different, just bought by different corporations. So money out of politics is always the number one issue in my mind to get rid of. To change so that people have voices again and not corporations effectively having two votes through the system is my view. So.
Yeah, I totally agree. The mergers were the big problem. I remember AOL, people talked about that. And even what she said about the tolerance, I agree with that as well.
I'm a radical. Whatever. I don't want to offend nobody. Just like, hey, you believe in Republicans, you believe in Democrats, fine. But I'm like, if I heard a Republican say, raise the minimum wage, bring back unionization, bring back socialized medicine, and do all these things, then I would vote for a Republican in a heartbeat. But until they do a 180-degree turn of all that they've been saying, I ain't voting Republican. I haven't voted Republican since 2001. I want to give them an honest shot, but they keep screwing it up over and over and over again. It sickens me. So, yeah, I vote Democrat only because it's my only choice I got in the national side. Sometimes I vote third party on the local level, and that does make a difference. But Democrats are the lesser of the evils relative to other things. So, yeah.
As for me, I read policy. I don't believe in Republicans, to be honest. And backstab Democrats, I don't get these Debbie Wasserman Schultz type people. But with all that said, read policy.
I do read policy, and I go for the.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you didn't. No policy is perfect, but I compare people's policies. That's how I do. I'm an independent.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Eds, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 62 Harris.
All right, thank you.
Oh, cool.
Policy is going to vary from person to person. I don't know that it's worth reading policy until it gets passed. there's going to be a lot of changes in a policy. On top of that, your politicians aren't going to be
Mojo,
reading.
what?
What?
Did you say it's not worth reading policy until it's passed?
Yeah.
No. You need to read policies before you vote.
Thanks, Nancy.
What? Before you vote? I don't vote on
Yeah.
policy.
You don't vote on people's policies? Since when?
I vote blue no matter who. So.
Right, but generally speaking, you should still, like, when you're doing primaries, right? Like, of course you should read policies because
There
there are
are
going to be
thousands of
differences.
bills that are put forth in Congress every
No, I'm
year.
talking about
And
primaries. Like when we do primaries, I read the 4 or 5 different Democrats. I read their policies because one Democrat is going to be an AIPAC supported fucking neo-lib and one Democrat isn't. And so I need to
okay,
read the
there's
policies
no
to know
reason to
which
be
one.
scared. There's no reason to be scared of APAC. And when I
Oh,
say
don't.
policies,
Oh,
when I say
don't.
policies, when I
Stop with
say
that.
policies, when I say policies, I mean that these are bills that are being put forth in front of Congress as a policy. If you're just talking about what somebody believes in or what they want to run on or what they plan on doing or want to try and do, sure, yeah, I'm going to want to know what those things are. But as far as policies go, as far as law goes, yeah, no, not worth
Right,
reading.
but then but then if you don't read policy until after it's passed, then how can you in fact affect change if you don't like a policy, right? Like if I read a policy that's going into Congress, I'm going to call my congressman and be like, hey, I fucking hate this because I read it and I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, but I have Lauren Boebert, so she's not going to care what I say anyway.
I call Ben Klein. I call Ben Klein on the regular. His people hate me.
Yeah, I email all the time too. And the local ones affect you more than anything else. We have measures brought up here about sales tax increases, but if the sales tax is for a noble cause, then it makes sense. So you have to read the devil in the details about each individual measure that's brought up on your voting poll, at least here in California. So, how do roads get funded? How does a new school bond get funded? Should we approve it or not? There's so many things you have to really thoroughly research to be an informed voter. So
Holy crap, we live in a world where we have to work 2 jobs just to fucking pay our bills. And you guys want everybody to take time out to read all the fucking policies that
If you don't
everybody's
want to do
passing
it, that's
too? What's fucking
if you don't want to
ridiculous.
do it, that's on you. If you don't want to do it, that's on you. But here
so
in California, here in California,
Yes.
we teach the children in the hood, the children up top in the mountains. Hey, read this stuff. Everybody reads this stuff
Yes,
here in
spend
Cali.
every waking
So the
moment
problem
reading every
is
policy
Oh, yeah,
that
like,
anybody ever
it's
puts
late.
forth.
It's
That's
very
fucking great
lazy.
idea.
It's very lazy leadership to not read. How do you know if pork has been attached to
Are
the
you
bill
calling
that
me
you love
lazy,
so much?
sir?
Oh my
Little
God,
bit.
bro! You
Little
trying
bit.
so hard. Look, how do you know if pork got added to the bill that you love so much? How do you know who really authored that bill and how
We
it's
should
put
all
a
stop
tag
eating
on?
pork, actually.
No, so it's like it's just lazy leadership to not read these things.
You guys are too serious.
I'm laughing at you over here. I also
I
just
know.
called you a Muslim in the comments. I mean,
Muslim.
yeah, you said that we shouldn't eat
Fuck all
pork.
religions. Oh, we
I
shouldn't
know.
eat pork. We shouldn't eat meat at all.
I don't eat pork. Well, I eat fish, so I still do eat meat.
I'm about to make some candy right now.
Where are you at?
Candy? Wait, like really?
Meat
You're
candy,
making-
also
Oh,
known as
candy.
bacon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Where are you at, Heuristic?
I'm in New England. I'm in blue New England.
Oh, okay. Do they force? I mean, do you have mail-in ballots or do you have the boxes? Because when I lived in Pennsylvania, they forced you to use the digital boxes, and there was so much hacking going on. Thank God in California we have write-in ballots, and you drop it off in a mailbox, and it's done.
Yeah, we have mail-in, and
Good,
yeah,
good.
mail-in
I have
ballot.
more faith in that.
I'm up here as a student, so I still vote in Virginia because I live in like a red area. That's where my parents are.
Okay.
I can only keep doing that until I finish my PhD, and then I'm going to be forced to change my driver's license to.
Got it.
Did you just call a computer a digital box?
No,
I don't know what else to. I don't know what else to call it. I mean, a voting machine that's computerized instead of paper forms. So there was hacking going on in Pennsylvania 7 years ago. I remember it was a really bad issue. Oh yeah, there was hacking going on
By some of the same
I remember
people,
that.
by some of the same people that wrote the script. That's the sad part about it.
Wait,
Yeah,
But
Pennsylvania has
what do you
issues.
mean
Yeah.
hacking?
They changed the votes of people who voted one
Were
way
they
and for
connected to
another.
the internet? Are you saying they were connected to the internet?
I don't know how it happened, but it was a big news story in Pennsylvania. They somehow hacked people's votes in the voting booth. And I used to vote in Cheltenham, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia, and I worried about my vote. Whereas here in California, the instant I vote on the paper ballot and it's tallied, I get a text message and they say, "Hey, you voted this way, enjoy your day." So
and we got to shout out Jerry Brown and Arnold Schwarzenegger for making that happen. Those two people, when they were in power, they forced that to happen. So shout out to both of them.
I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's great.
Yeah, now that
But
he's
I'm like a big
now
action
that he's
movie fan. So
now that he's a vegan, he's great.
is he a vegan now?
He is.
That's adorable.
He did a whole documentary on how meat destroys the physical prowess of athletes.
Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. I have to work today at some point because we are going to be seeing some different interest rates. I mean, I know the Fed didn't announce them, but the 30-year going up is still going to make them go up. That's going to cause some panic.
Not the overnight rate, but
No,
10
but
years
the
and
30-year does raise interest rates when the yield goes up, right? It
Yeah,
kind of
like the
automatically
10-year.
does that.
the T-bond or the T-bill?
the 30-year, listen, the 30-year going up so dramatically doesn't typically happen. When we see that happen in monetary policy, what we're seeing is long-term investment is now very uncertain. We're demanding more money to hold on to debt, right, for long periods of time, which will end up dictating things like mortgage rates, and it'll end up dictating things like small business loans. It'll end up dictating those kinds of interest rates because the debt is just becoming more expensive. Right. So because I really think that I mean, like I said, we were all kind of expecting Warsh to hold steady, but the market got really rattled and it kind of shouldn't have. And I think that the fact that it did is really like a judgment on Warsh himself, people not trusting that he will actually be hard on inflation. The inflation risk is high. The last time a new Fed chair got dissent from 3 people in the Fed governorship is in the 1970s, right? Like this doesn't happen a lot. 3 people is a lot. So
I think you should blame APEC.
Oh my God, stop.
He's not wrong. APAC is evil.
He's being facetious. So
Well, I mean, APAC is the source of many problems. I don't know. I just can't stand those jerks. Oh my God.
yeah.
The Israel lobby. My God.
Well, I think that Citizen United is the biggest problem.
Well, that's another one. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
That's
In
another-
a sense it is, and in a sense it's not. Some parts of Citizens United are good and some parts of Citizens United are bad. Overturning the whole thing is not the win you think that it's going to be. It's very specific parts of it that need to be overturned. Some parts of it protect people and some parts of it protect companies. And so you just have to be careful about what parts you want. Because if you read the whole thing, some of it was held in part and some of it wasn't, and some of the parts that were held are also protective for people's privacy, right? Like privacy is becoming something very, very quickly running away from us. Roe is about privacy at its very fundamental level. Same with the Obergefell, same with a lot of the things that this Supreme Court is talking about overturning is really about privacy. Right? Like they're on their face, they're about one thing, but at the deeper level, they're about privacy, and Citizens United is no different. And so you have to be careful with that because there are some parts that need to be overturned. I think we turn campaigns into being publicly funded. I think that's the best way to do it. You check a box when you pay your taxes, that money gets split evenly between whoever's running, and that's how you do elections. I think that's the best way to do it.
Ironically,
How do
I
you
was
stop?
gonna say
How do
the
you
same-
stop
same
people?
thing.
How do you stop individuals from running commercials?
Frank
What?
Choice. Sorry.
How
You
do you
can-
stop
I mean-
individuals from running commercials?
I mean, that's the thing. If you have the other thing is like, I just don't think that you should have to do commercials. I think there should be debates that are put on. I think that you should have to do canvassing and phone calls. People can volunteer
Okay,
their
but how do
time
you
for you.
stop people from running commercials?
Okay.
You just make it illegal to run political commercials.
Well, what's a political commercial?
A commercial that endorses a specific candidate.
Okay, as long as it doesn't endorse the candidate and I just bitch about trans people, then is it okay?
What
Yeah,
would be
I guess. But if you don't, but not having a
Mike,
candidate.
Well, what do you
but
know? Because
can't-
Elon Musk spent $300 million on that crap.
what if
Yeah,
you
I
have
guess.
That's not the
I don't
same
know,
thing.
dude.
That's
I
not
just
the
think
same thing
that
she's talking about.
I'm just
That's not the
talking
same.
about the way that campaigns can function. The only money a campaign can spend can only be given by public funds. I think that's the best and most fair way to do it. I also think that you start to eliminate the people who want office because they just want to make money or because they just want to do the thing for a company so that when they get out, they can go work for that company with a big fat consulting deal. I want those people fucking out. I don't want you to be able to make money off of the offices anymore.
Okay, that's all
No
fine
more
and dandy. You solve nothing by saying what you're saying, though.
No,
Absolutely.
she did make a great point. She's talking
See?
about elections, and you switched,
Yeah.
you moved the
No,
goalpost.
that is
to
elections.
poli-
Elon,
no, you moved the goalpost to political commercials. She's not
Yes.
talking about that. She's talking about elections
yes,
only.
I think the largest reason that Donald Trump won in the last election was because Elon Musk spent $300 million running commercials about trans people. I think that's why Donald Trump won. This has
Look,
nothing to
we
do with
can't-
any solution that she's giving right now.
Agreed. I'm saying I'm not going to be able to stop private citizens from doing fuck shit. I'm not going to be able to stop that. But I can stop campaigns from receiving money from super PACs, from PACs, and even small dollar donations and large dollar donations. I'm saying you get a specific amount of money given to you from public funds, and that's all your campaign can spend. Now, if individual people want to do things, that's fine. I can't stop that. I can't stop that. You're right.
Then you just make
But
it
I
harder
can-
for
but I
Democrats to get
can-
elected.
But I can limit how campaigns are run and how much people are getting paid through campaigns and how campaigns end up affecting and how campaigns end up basically being like sponsorships for what people do in Congress. That I can stop.
But you make it harder for Democrats to get elected by doing that.
No, Democrats just have to step up. Democrats just
No,
have to do something better.
Democrats will still have massive supporters that have wealth. Like I told you, most of the people who work in my industry are neoliberal Democrats who prefer electing Democrats. Even over Republicans, even as Democrats move left, they still prefer us over Republicans because they like certainty. They will still
gonna-
be able to get elected. I
they
think
gonna
that's just
spend-
too stupid of a generalization. Yeah, they fucking spend money.
Are they going to spend $300 million on commercials?
Yes,
Okay.
No, they're not.
yes.
So-
you just not under her theory.
Only
under her
Republicans do
theory,
that crap.
they would be
Here's the
under
thing.
her theory. You would be forced, as the other party, even the Green Party, the Coffee Party, and the Forward Party, you would be forced to adapt. So they will spend it. It's just
Here's
that
the other thing. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, man.
I was just saying, here's the other thing. If you can't give money to a campaign, like Elon Musk can't endorse somebody with his money, he can spend money and hope and pray that that guy does what he wants, but that guy is no longer beholden to doing what he wants because he never got money for his campaign to get elected. He can go ahead and spend all the money he wants on those commercials, but that person is no longer beholden to him because of campaign financing. He's not beholden to anyone except the people who pay towards the public funding, right? So putting up those commercials loses its incentive because he's not only paid $300 for that commercial, $300 million for those commercials. He's also given money to that campaign. So he knows that guy has to do what he wants when he goes in there. Now he doesn't know if that guy's going to do it or not because he's not beholden to him. He couldn't give him money for the campaign. Do you see what I'm saying? Incentive structure completely
No,
shifts.
you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
And,
No,
because
you're
Elon
just
Musk,
saying I'm wrong without proving why I'm
well,
wrong.
I'm trying to
Mojo.
prove how you're wrong, if you'd let me. You're just wrong because Elon Musk didn't give any money to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump still did what he wanted.
Oh, he absolutely did. Oh, he absolutely gave money to Donald Trump's campaign.
With 300 million.
No, he didn't.
No. I'm saying he gave a direct $7,000 donation to his campaign, the largest allotted amount.
Oh, the individual amount. Okay,
Yeah, he
that's
did. He
fine. I don't
did.
know how that
He
would
did give
change.
that. Yeah,
But
he
why?
that's still
Okay, so why does he get all the shit that Donald Trump gave him above and beyond anybody else that gave that same $7,000? Because he
because
spent $300 million on commercials.
yeah, but now but again, that's his prerogative, right? And again, I just don't think that the incentive structure is there to continue to do that if you can't donate directly to the campaigns. I also think it wouldn't be that fucking hard to say that there is a limit for each campaign that can have money spent on its commercials. That has to be disclosed information. If you're an individual citizen spending money on commercials that affect policy, that has to be transparent, and there's a fucking cap.
Or commercials illegal again? How does that even
I'm
work?
not making them illegal.
She's not making them illegal.
I'm saying that there should be a cap and there should be transparency.
With
So the
You can't
regards
question
stop
to
back
a
on,
citizen. You can't stop a citizen or even a foreign person from using a third party citizen
right.
and doing a commercial. So that's why it's nobody's speaking to what she's actually saying. We're moving the goalpost to something
right.
that can't really be stopped. You can't stop a person from making a commercial living in Germany. So she's not talking about that.
No, and the fact is that you can actually have, like she was talking about, public financing. Just remember that that's how campaigns were a long time ago. There was never any money going to campaigns. It was basically where you went out and made your spill about your candidacy, and then went all around. It was like a grassroots effort to do this, and you didn't have funding money into campaigns. Other portion of that would be, since you've got airways that's licensed, that you could have where public financed, public access to the airways. Have individuals with the same amount of time be able to give their campaign a boost on airways. Everybody that. This would open up a door for third, four, five different parties to be part of the system too, because then you don't have to have millions and millions of dollars backing you.
You guys are just making the system worse.
No, it actually makes it better.
Are you being mad at
Yeah.
Mojo right now?
I am not. But you
No.
guys are you're wrong. You can't stop people from running commercials. And if you can't stop people from running commercials, you have to allow people to get together to be able to run commercials so that they can compete against somebody like Elon Musk. You just have to be able to allow that. The campaign's fine. I don't care how the campaign's funded. That's a relatively small amount of money as compared to what's spent on outside advertising and shit like that.
Yeah, I would just like to point something out. In 2007, Barack Obama indicated that he would consider accepting public financing for the 2008 general election if the Republican nominee agreed to do the same. He proposed a plan requiring both major party candidates to agree on a fundraising truce and stay within the public financing system. However, by June 2008, Obama opted out of the public financing system, citing its flaws and the need to compete with opponents who had mastered the existing system. So what's interesting about that is that Barack Obama absolutely blew John McCain out of the water when it came to the financing of the campaign. So, I mean, you guys can continuously talk about using public financing, but when your leaders get to positions of power, they... And I remember that personally because I was very encouraged about Barack Obama. And that was, I remember the very first time I clocked a lie from him.
What happened to
Yeah,
him?
just because Obama said it doesn't mean I agree. I think that was probably wrong. He had one of the largest donations from Wall Street, and then he didn't prosecute anybody from the 2008 financial crisis. I still hold him to account to that. I still think that's one of the biggest mistakes that he made. And that's why I do think that campaigns need to become more boring. They need to become more centered around policy. They need to be about like actually solving the issues that we're facing as opposed to having culture wars. Like, I think that we need to change material conditions. And I think that by by putting some fucking limits around commercials and campaign finance laws and how we run campaigns here. I mean, this is like $1 billion industry in the United States, and that's insane. No other countries run their elections like this. And they seem to be doing okay. There's lots of democracies that are doing just fucking fine, and they don't run their campaigns like this. And look, these might not be the best solutions, but I think we need to start looking at how that system is working, because it is broken.
It's broken because
You lost?
No, it's just clearly broken.
okay.
It doesn't, I'm saying like the system doesn't actually respond to the majority of people. It's responding to the very, very rich, because the very, very rich have a huge control over what happens in elections.
Are you eating in my earphones right now?
Am I eating? No.
No, not you.
I'm sorry, it's a pineapple cake. It's delicious, and I couldn't help myself.
Well, just remember, since United was, it took away from the McCain-Feingold legislation, and that was really helping us in terms of controlled money coming into and dark money coming into campaigns. But since United removed that, we need to go back to dealing with that, because there is so much dark money going into these campaigns that basically these candidates are bought and paid for through these funding mechanisms.
Yeah, if 90% of people want a piece of legislation to pass, it has about a 30% chance of passing. If 90% of people in the top 10% of wealth want something passed, there's a 95% chance that it passes.
And somebody was bringing up the fact of policies. May I remind people that policies are not legislation. Policies are made after there is law. Legislation prompts that, whether it's regulations or actual measures that are approved by Congress, and then that's where your policies come in, is where you actually start to implement how the law is going to be implemented.
Yeah, policies and rules usually.
Right. So it's not policies that, when people talk about a candidacy and their policies, yes, that is their policies based on the actual legislation or based on the measure that they are referring to, or something that they would like to get passed. But policies are not created through legislation. Policies are created by an actual law or regulations, and then you put your policies in place of how to make that law or regulations better.
I consistently think it's strange, the relationship that you guys have with money. Like, the way I look at it, money is like magic. You can do whatever you want with it. You can do good things, you can do bad things. In and of itself, it's not a good or a bad thing. But if someone has just millions of dollars sitting around and they have maybe a civic duty to further one side of the political aisle or the other, they should be allowed to do so. Then it all comes down with the messaging that they're putting out. I mean, heuristic, you could say, you can regulate political messages with regards to whether or not they're true or not. You could possibly and probably fight misinformation in that way. But to say that if a person has resources that they can't attempt to, express that civic duty, that doesn't sound right to me.
Because it's not civic duty. They're just trying to make sure that their company, their little sector of something gets a leg up or an advantage, or they don't have to pay their workers well. Or they want to be able to union bust, or that's not civic duty. That is just trying to take advantage of a system. And again, I just don't think that companies with a clear conflict of interest should have that much say in the bodies that have to regulate and make sure that they're treating people fairly.
Well, now it sounds like your objection is self-interest. I mean, if you want to use your resources to influence leadership to create more favorable conditions for your particular business, again, that would be capitalism. And we have regulatory bodies in place to make sure that we don't have things like monopolies
no, but that's not working, is it? The amount of fucking mergers and acquisitions that have happened under Trump is staggering. The FTC has been cut off at the balls. We don't have laws anymore that do that. Conglomerates run everything.
Cut off at the knees.
Cut off at the balls. At the balls, Brendan. At the balls.
Let me also remind you that when it comes down to...
He just crossed his legs. I like saw it.
I did.
When it comes down to that, too, is that in the Constitution, this is the reason why the founders made damn sure that they had indicated that they do not want you profiteering from your position. In fact, that's part of the ethics of your position, is that you're not supposed to be profiteering from your position. And you cannot be putting a policy out there or legislation out there that is going to make it to where you profit from your position.
Because isn't a tenet of capitalism competition, right? And that's what Lena Khan was trying to do. She was trying to make sure that competition still helped keep prices down, that there was fair play in the market. And then we got rid of her. They got rid of her. And she was doing the thing that makes capitalism the shining bright star of the Republican Party, right? Is that competition exists. But now we have conglomerates like PG&E that they have so many brands within them that they set the prices, that a lot of these companies talk to each other about making sure prices are high enough, or they can set prices at a higher price tolerance, right? They are the ones helping shape regulation and legislation to decrease competition, to make it difficult for the small guy to get in there. So those are not capitalistic values, right?
Remember
This
the console
is
wars?
crony capitalism.
So a classic example of this would be like the mergers of oil companies. This is a classic example that was created like in the 80s, where they allowed Exxon Mobil and Texaco to merge. They allowed Shell and Texaco to merge. Basically what it came down to is that from the surface, it looked like it was going to be a good thing for the consumers. No, it was never going to be a good thing for the consumers, because what it did was then they controlled the refineries. That's where they make their profit.
Vertical integration.
There's all kinds of interesting phenomenon that we're observing because of how complex our not just government but markets have gotten. The console wars is another great example. Are either of you familiar with the console wars?
Like
a gaming
Nintendo.
console?
Are you talking about Nintendo and Sega and shit?
Yes. This is important. Why is this important? Well, similar to the objection that you just made a moment ago, what the big companies were doing with regards to the console wars is every single one of these companies, whether it was Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft, were selling their consoles at a huge loss. And then what they were doing is they were making the money up on games and on DLC and things like that. And what it effectively did was made it very difficult for startups to be able to come in and sell new consoles because they couldn't compete with the prices that the big companies were selling them at. So you object to that type of those type of market conditions for business?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems I have with Amazon, right? Is that it can lowball something for so long because it can just tolerate it for so much longer that now we have the enshittification of things, right? People can only make things that cost very little to make.
The what?
Right? The enshittification.
Oh, Jesus.
The enshittification of shit. Yeah. Because, and that's why planned obsolescence is becoming worse. That's why buying appliances now is not a cry once, buy once kind of thing anymore, right? Because things break down easier because they have to be able to sell to you more often. Right? Because other companies can sell you a cheap thing and have a loss for such a long time, somebody who wants to make something really well and have you buy it, you're never going to get that market. And so Lena Khan came in trying to break up those things and trying to change some of those rules so that we can have more space in the market for competition, right? But again, like the Republicans don't actually want that. They want monopolies. They want companies to have crony capitalism. They want to treat labor poorly. They think those are okay things because a few people get rich, and they think that if a few people are rich, it'll trickle down into the rest of the economy, and there is no evidence that that ever happens.
Right, and the pushback on that too is that there was those console wars. There was actually a class action lawsuit, and attorney generals actually were going after that because of the manipulation of the markets. So when they were antitrust laws being violated.
How were antitrust laws violated?
Because they were actually using market manipulation in terms of manipulating the price and having a higher price than price gouging. That's why there was a class action lawsuit.
I just told you that the big three companies were taking a huge loss on the sale of their consoles.
Right, but what did they do afterwards? They raised the prices of the actual gaming. Price manipulation.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things going on now in that industry too, right? Isn't it like you can get a game for like cheaper now, but like there's all like these in game purchases.
In-game purchases. Yes.
Yeah.
It's called buying the high ground.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, and so many video games are like targeted for kids, man. Just teaches them really young that you have to just I don't know, like subscription everything now. My friend recently bought like a new fridge, and she has to buy a subscription for that fridge now.
That's hilarious.
Isn't that weird? Like there's like a thing, like she's like a screen on the fridge and stuff, and she has to pay like a subscription to use the features on the screen of the fridge.
There were other examples of that. I believe the most famous was, BMW's heated seat subscription.
Oh my God, you're fucking joking.
I'm not.
God damn, the Germans are doing this to us. We're fucked. We're so fucked.
Tesla did the same thing. They gave you the battery that would actually last longer, but you had to pay an extra fee in order for them to unlock the battery that would last longer.
That's insane. That's so stupid. This is why I miss Blu-ray. At least when I bought a movie back then, I owned it.
Yep, now they're not putting hard drives in consoles because they want it all to be in the cloud. They can also make edits too, should the need arise.
Bobcat, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Do you know you're on the panel? Do you have a microphone? Why is nobody coming up to the panel? It's so weird.
Well, you have two intimidating individuals on the panel right now, Mojo.
Who, me?
What? No. What? You're not intimidating.
That's so funny.
Well, just like your car alarm, your phone mechanism within your car, all these require subscriptions now. You know, just basically it's just in around to pay more in the long run for your mechanisms within your car. So when you buy a car, you're actually paying a lot more than what the sales price is.
Yeah, there's a lot of this going on right now. I don't disagree with you about the nature of monopolies and that they need to be curtailed. I mean, and I've said on this panel many times, I'm clocking things that most do not. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I'm in a veiled trade, so I am watching attempts at monopolies be applied across the market. For example, Ford recently truncated third parties' ability to deploy their software with regards to keys. So basically anything after 2022, as far as a Ford key goes, and keep in mind, they're almost all push to start. They have skyrocketed from $500 to close to $1,000 per key for any Ford after 2022, especially the pickup trucks and SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Can you imagine a consumer having to pay over or close to $1,000 for a key?
Yeah, I mean, Brendan, you might actually know about this too. So I wanted to get like new locks on my like doors in my condo, and I was looking at the like keypad ones, and those also come with like subscriptions. Like any keypad locks or even like fob key locks come with subscriptions now. Like you have to like buy a thing and you have to keep buying it. Like basically you pay a subscription the rest of your life to have these kinds of locks. And like, what happens if that lock malfunctions? Can you even call a locksmith for something like that?
Yeah, there's warranty issues to be considered, but I think what's happening is that the capitalist interests that are approached with regards to making a technology that is this convenient want to have front end and back end profit potential. So if you don't like the fact that there's some technology that forces you to pay a subscription, I guarantee you there's going to be something on the market that does not.
Yeah, but can you call a locksmith if something like that malfunctions?
Well,
Like,
generally
how do
Yes.
you
speaking,
get
when
into
you
the
have
house?
that
Yes, you
issue,
can.
I was going to say,
Okay.
generally speaking, when you have that issue, is that they already have within when you have the lock installed, it already has a backup to where you have to call a certain company to come out and fix it. It's a security issue and a privacy issue. So basically, those have to be in line when you have those kind of issues with locks.
Maybe I'll just get a bigger deadbolt.
Right. Well, when it comes to your keys, it's even worse because, I mean, when you examine the calculus that they're attempting to use, I don't know if you guys know this, in 2014, a study came out that said that less than 10% of Americans have more than $400 in their checking account to absorb an emergency, whether that emergency is medical or some other type of logistic disaster. But the reason that they did this and the reason they increased the cost is because they calculated that if a person lost or their key was stolen, that they'd have a choice whether or not to pay their rent or mortgage or pay their car note in the face of this additional expense. They realized that if they made the keys so expensive that that choice would normally fall on their rent or mortgage, and that if they missed their payment, that precipitously increases the likelihood that that manufacturer could repossess the car and sell it over and over and over again.
Do you know what the number one reason for someone filing for bankruptcy is?
I would say medical emergency.
Touche. Exactly. And one of the reasons why when you file for bankruptcy, you know that you can't sponge off medical. So basically, it's the medical lobbyists that put that in effect because you used to be able to do that decades and decades ago. Back when you had, I don't know if you guys know it, but back before '73, that basically healthcare was nonprofit from 1930 to 1973.
Yeah, I think Brendan is a universal healthcare guy, though, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm hoping that when the dust settles, in the fight between the DSA and the classic Republicans, that the negotiation leans towards universal healthcare.
Well, I work in healthcare, so basically what it comes down to is that we almost have it for universal, but the problem is that people want to talk about how much more it's going to cost for universal healthcare. Well, if you eliminate one of the entities, as in terms of either Medicare for all, have it Medicare for all, or have Medicaid for all, then you actually have universal healthcare, and it will be much cheaper because then you have controlled cost. Right now, when people are uninsured, go into a hospital, guess who pays that? The taxpayers.
Yeah, I mean the arguments for universal healthcare, what in whichever way we decide to do it, which I think will be uniquely American, just like, Germany did it different than France, France did it different than the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom does it differently than the Scandinavian countries. Like I think we will have to find our footing with it, but I don't think there is a better move. Like I don't think we should do half measures anymore. I think we just need to figure out which way to do that in the United States, whether that's single payer, whether that is just like, an NIH style, like I don't know what it is, but I know that we have the infrastructure. And the thing is, physicians are, we're losing physicians and we're losing people going into healthcare because they don't want to deal with insurance. Like people just are getting burnt out. Some of our best physicians are getting burnt out from fighting with insurance companies about everything. Shit, my insurance company denied my naltrexone yesterday for no fucking reason until they, like my doctor had to send a prior auth for no fucking reason. Already had a 90-day supply before this, and it's fucking naltrexone.
Or the mere fact that they are basically there's an incentive for them to put your profiteering before your health. So basically, they're suggesting that you need this or you need that, as opposed to actually needing it. And that's where the problem is that we have a system where it's for profit, and it allows for manipulation of the system to where it's profit driven, and you are getting services that you don't actually need, or that there's an alternative, cheaper alternative that's not being explored because of the profit being driven from that. So if we want to correct this, we need to correct it fully by having regulations and having oversight to where we don't have insurance companies profiteering and basically committing fraud to make that profit. But we need to have some kind of controlled cost, because it's not going to matter what you do for universal health care if the costs continue to go up. So you're going to have a mechanism of which to bridge that gap and control cost. And like you mentioned, over in Europe and stuff like that, the problem is that you can have universal health care, but you don't have to totally have socialized medicine in that sense. You can have
The German system is private, right? Like the German system is private, but everybody has to be covered. But like one of the things too about having the government give people healthcare is that it takes a larger role in preventative healthcare, right? Housing is preventative medicine, right? People who have housing are less likely to be exposed to disease. They're more likely to heal. They're more likely to take care of their mental health. They're less likely to die of an overdose. They're less likely to need emergency care, right? Like housing also becomes important, because if your government doesn't want to foot the bill for a big fat medical problem, they're going to make sure people have housing, because that's something they can actually take care of and prevent problems, right? Their public health infrastructure becomes more secure, right? It becomes better. It becomes more well paid. It becomes something that we actually genuinely pay attention to. Misinformation and disinformation campaigns about things become a bigger threat to the government, because now they have to foot the bill when a bunch of people break out with measles, right? It creates an environment and a space in which the government takes a real interest in people being healthy, because they don't want to pay for people to be really sick.
And one of the things having to do with the Affordable Care Act was that it did across the board from communities across the nation, was that there was community clinics for preventive care. So this way, individuals would not be going to the emergency room for just routine care. They would be going to these clinics, saving the taxpayers a lot of money in the process and driving down the cost of actually going to the hospital for major events. So it did exactly do that. Unfortunately, because of the Republicans, and once they got control, they started to try to dismantle the Affordable Care Act. keep on saying that they had something more affordable, better. Never did. So what did that do? It put jitters in the market. Your premium started going up. The overall cost started going up, and it never made it as affordable as it should have been.
Yeah, and specialty doctors are becoming more expensive because of supply, right?
Right.
Like in labor in health labor economics, right? We see the labor sector of healthcare basically always grows, regardless of what's happening in the economy. And for the first time in almost 50 years, we actually saw a decrease in healthcare workers in terms of like labor numbers, which is a big sign that like people are burnt the fuck out from the system. As in, we actually saw a reversal, like people leaving it and not enough people filling those positions, especially those higher end positions, those specialty doctors, right? The reason that they cost so much is because there's so few of them, right? Especially things like endocrinologists. Things like psychiatry too has become one of those specialties that has a lower amount, but I don't know. I kind of like have some issues with psychiatry in general, but there's a lot of specialties that are not being filled. Even like things like fetal medicine specialists, right? Fertility specialists. These are things that are just not happening because the red tape that these guys have to go through, they're spending more time on the phone with insurance companies than they are spending with patients, and care and our outcomes are shittier for it. So there's just so many things that could be fixed.
Is that
Mama?
my community garden has had a measurable effect on fertility. I'm not even kidding.
Oh my God. Is this that proxy guy?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you want to talk to the proxy guy? Or no? I just realized that too.
Are y'all the intimidating ones?
No, you're a weirdo, dude.
No, I was going to say that what it comes down to is that Obama, and it was piggybacked on Biden too, is that they actually had grants for scholarships for doctors for people to go into medicine and go into becoming a doctor, because there was a big shortage of doctors in
rural areas, right? Like the GPs in rural areas.
Exactly. So they did the right thing. They made it give an incentive for these individuals to get to schooling and go into these particular areas, because it's location specified. So you just can't get the scholarship and just go wherever you want. It's specifically for these locations. And then go figure. When Trump got in office, he got rid of that.
Yeah, that's how you end up with Dr. like Ahmed in the middle of Mississippi.
Exactly. But it's true. It just basically helped as intrinsic, as we saw a great influx in rural areas, great influx of doctors becoming specialists in these areas. But because of the scholarships and grants being removed from that because of Trump, basically you have no real incentive to go to these areas. Again, the policy.
Are you here? Gormy?
Yes.
Yeah? How do you feel about women just being grabbed by the pussy today?
Holy shit, coming in hot, Mojo. Fuck.
You know,
if he changed his mind yet.
I was just thinking about Johnny Jihad out there in the middle of rural America trying to be a doctor, but
Johnny Jihad.
or something like that, whatever HR said.
I said Dr. Ahmed. Like I didn't say
Dr. Ahmed, sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ, Gormy.
Okay, sorry. My memory slipped me. Sorry. How do I feel? I mean, I'm, I don't like it. I'm obviously very close with a lot of women in my life. I love them, but I wish that there wasn't women out there that kind of like that kind of stuff.
Come again?
Wow.
What the actual fuck, Gormy?
Yeah,
There is something fucking wrong with you, man. I hope you don't have fucking daughters.
I think you're dating the wrong people then.
Well, I just
there's
thought
like
I'd
a-
ask, see if he changed his mind. No, he still thinks women suck and are stupid and just want random men to come up and grab him.
I think there's I'll make it clear. I'll clarify my statement for today. I think there's a group of women in this country that some people call them groupies. This has existed probably since like the 50s or wherever, probably longer than that, probably since the beginning of time. There's a group of women that will do anything or let anything happen to be like a part of fame, to be celebrities. Like for instance, Morgan Wallen, the country singer, like women will throw themselves at him, right? And it's like, oh my God. And some women out there would take pride in the fact that they slept with him or something like that. Like, I don't think that's a far off statement. Like,
No. But what you're confusing is that statement that he made, right, is his assumption of that. He's not getting consent. It's not some girl who's like, who like has come up to him and has given undue consent. A true yes. He assumes because he has power, and these people work for him, or he's giving them some kind of opportunity, that gives him the right to their body, to grab him by the pussy. That is not what we're talking. We're not talking about a girl who consents because she loves him for his fame or what have you, and she's going to talk about it openly and is happy that it happened. We're talking about people who assume that. Men in power who assume that because a woman loves his music, that he can grab her by the pussy, or someone thinks he's famous, or he can grab. No. We're not talking about consent here. We're talking about someone who clearly does not wait for consent.
Right. He clearly stated that. In fact, in the interview, he said that without their permission, quote unquote, without their permission.
I thought he was going to say something else, but HR, what you're leaving out is he was saying when you're rich, when you're famous, they will let you do it, right? And they'll let you even like grab them by the whatever. So, what I'm saying is...
No, you're confusing that with power. You're confusing a young girl standing in somebody who has a shit ton more power than her in a dynamic where she is already at a disadvantage, letting it go that he does that because she doesn't have a fucking move. That's what is going on there. They don't want it to happen. He assumes it because of his power, because he knows that they don't have a fucking chance in hell for anything bad to happen to him. That she will be asked, what were you wearing? That she will be asked, well, were you flirting with him? That she will be asked everything, but did you say yes or no?
You mean like
And when she says no, and when she says fucking no, he's gonna do it anyway because he's not gonna get in trouble. And you perpetuate that shit with these comments, Gormy. You make it so unfucking safe out there for women.
You're way off basis, and I'm gonna let you talk.
No, I'm not.
I'm a respectful person. Say what you got to say and get it all off your chest. But no, they're awfully off basis. They're not doing it because of power, and watch me how much power I have over them. They're doing it because look how easy they are. They're willing to like give up their innocence, and like when I say that, not like they're willing to give you their whole body. They're willing to sleep with you and do all that. Just because you're rich, just because you're rich and successful, and a lot of women are like that. No, and I'm not talking about the ones that are innocent and talking about them.
A lot of women are like that. A lot of women.
You are so off base, and your perspective literally makes it unsafe for young women out there. You perpetuate the things that allow men to continue to do that. I didn't curse, and I'm speaking with a very, very monotone way. I'm saying this kind of rhetoric makes it seem like it's up to women to protect themselves from men just by being a woman who in the vicinity of somebody with power. Right? And it is about power. If you just don't see that, that's again like a skill issue, Gormy. Like it absolutely is. If you don't understand that there are power dynamics in sex, you're a fucking moron.
So in other words, if a woman walks by him and smiles, I guess that's an invitation.
Good one, Eds.
Yeah. That's
In other words.
In other words, you seem to think that it's not a
me
power
just keep
trip.
it simple,
Yeah, it is a
bro.
power trip.
Yeah, it's
That's
got nothing to
why
do
a
with
lot of
power.
men-
What
that's
it's just
why
the
he
whole
has
culture
so
of
many
women.
sexual assault allegations is because
Yeah, I know, but-
that they were groupies, right? They decided, well, it's
let me
come together.
yeah, let me get to her point real quick. I would say HR. There's just a culture that's a lot different, and it's like OnlyFans is an example. Where today you could literally, if you're on the verge of being homeless and you're a girl, you could literally just go on the internet and be successful.
How many men are
By
on
doing that.
OnlyFans versus
Like, this
how
is
many
the
women?
culture we live in now.
Gormy, no.
Women will brag
It's
about
not a
sleeping
supply.
with
It's
this
not a
guy, that
supply
guy.
issue. It's not a supply issue. It's a demand issue. There are like 253 million men on fucking OnlyFans who are willing to pay money. There's only about 10 million women on there. They're just responding to a fucking gap in the market, aren't they? Why don't you talk about culture of men and how they infantilize women, how they sexualize everyday acts of women, how they make women uncomfortable all over the fucking world, how women can't do a single fucking thing without a man sexualizing them for it. How the fucking Epstein files are littered with people saying things like, I can't stand it anymore. This little girl on Madison Avenue was so cute and with her blonde hair. These are the fucking people you're standing up for right now, and you're blaming women and the culture around women and girls. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not cussing and I'm just monotone. You can't have a conversation.
Yeah, I get to be mad about this. I get to be mad about this because I'm a woman in this world who is constantly. No, I'm not. I'm a woman in this world who has been sexually assaulted.
Well,
I'm a girl in this world who was sexually assaulted. So I know that it wasn't my fucking fault for being a kid.
This is
or
a
for
personal
being
thing to
woman.
you. That's the thing.
No, it's a personal thing to 1 in 4 women in this world.
Right. And the mere fact that you're trying to
No, hold on, bro. Like, you can't just piggyback, bro. Listen, like, you can't just like. In other words, like, anyways,
You didn't respond. You didn't respond.
I'm trying to, but I'm like trying to let her finish and be respectful, bro. I am a MAGA.
You're trying to be
so.
respectful? Really? That's what's going on here?
Yeah, let her, because what it's turned into is like anybody that doesn't agree with the left, for instance, or Democrats.
Yeah,
and
this is a
hardcore
wild
leftists.
take. That's why I keep asking you
Not a
about
wild
it, because
take.
it's such a wild take to think that women somehow just want to have some guy come up and grab them by the whatever.
The type of girl that like seeks out rich and famous men, yeah, they do. They would.
The type of girl, how do you know that type of girl even exists?
Because if you're younger, you can go on like, for instance, here's a good example. You can go on a streaming platform which majority of people watch, like Kick and stuff forth like that, and they can watch like the culture of like dating women and approaching women and
So
sleeping
you're
with
saying
women. and
red
stuff
pill
like that.
spaces are telling you
yeah,
what
that's
women,
things
women
like that.
want? Really?
No. I'm saying if you're a youth, you can go in there and watch these streamers do this live. Like, it's the most popular thing on the internet, one of them. And they're playing it all over YouTube, all the top
And you think that's
algorithms.
real? You think that's real?
I don't know if it's real. That's not my concern if it's real or fake at all. I don't
You
concern
seem
myself
to think
with it
that
at
there are
all.
women out there like this.
But this is
And
the culture
You know
we're
what?
learning
Here, I'll
in.
tell you what. I'm not even sure that you're wrong. There might be women out there like that. But the fact that you think that they all think like that, or you think that there are women that think it's okay, means that you can just walk up to a woman and do that because this is the woman that you got that signal from that it was okay. And you're going to pass that on to your kids or other men that you talk to, men in your Bible study, that when you say this kind of shit, that say, oh, well, I thought it was okay because they like men like me because I'm this and this and this, whatever. I mean, the rhetoric is where it goes wrong, and you're passing that on to other people in the community. Just say it's
Uh,
not okay.
no.
That's all you have to say,
Well,
man.
definitely it's not okay. Nobody said it
Well,
is
then
okay,
good. You
but
could
it's
just, honestly, you could just leave it at that instead of trying to turn it around on women and say, there are some women that like that.
yeah, because what he said is when you're
Because
rich and
we're
famous, they will
obviously
let you do
not.
that. I think
We're
that's true.
we're obviously not talking about women who consent. We're talking about
That
the
is true.
culture within male culture, within male rape culture that ends up assaulting women. That's what we're talking about. This rhetoric doesn't apply to the women who are consenting. They are fucking adults. Let them consent. Fine. We're talking about the fact that your rhetoric allows for the women who don't consent to be raped, dude.
Which rhetoric?
The rhetoric that
Which
he's
rhetoric
talking
did
about
he
now,
offer?
that
Which
women,
rhetoric did
that
he offer
throwing out
that
women out there
suggests
who
their
are,
consent to grape?
that there's just women out there who like that. There's just that there isn't a power dynamic between sex. It's just because women are gold diggers. This is the shit. This is the shit that
laying it
red
all
pills
Perish
out.
the
men
thought.
that red pills men into believing that women are something to be taken for themselves without fucking consent. Again, we're not talking about women who do consent.
Yeah,
Hey, didn't Eugene
except
Carroll
the
even
only
say the
place that
same
real
thing?
grape culture exists is within Islam.
Yeah, that's
God,
also true.
what is it with
All
you
right,
and your
I'm fucking
fucking
done. There are so
xenophobia?
many goddamn rapists within Christianity. Like, fuck off.
Right, but it's generally prosecuted in Christianity. It's not pro, there she goes.
No,
No,
it's
it's not.
generally not
They're just moved
prosecuted.
to a different church.
It's wild that you guys think this is okay. It's wild that you think that Andrew Tate, because this is exactly what you're supporting right now is Andrew Tate, that Andrew Tate is what young men should take after. That's just wild.
Nobody's saying that. You guys make a lot of
But you
assumptions. I'm
are.
not even a
As a matter of fact,
grouper.
you
I
said you
don't
can
like
watch
Andrew
this
Tate.
online. As a matter of fact, you
No, I
said you
did
can go on
not.
Kick and you can see them do this online.
A
And this
lot of
is Andrew
young men
Tate that
do
was
that.
doing this online, and now he's in jail for fucking raping a 15-year-old or some
Mojo.
shit.
Mojo. I said the youth and a lot of young men, a lot of them do go on Kick at the moment and watch, they watch like that Maxing guy or whatever. I don't know his name. I don't say I do, and I don't watch Andrew Tate and support all that, but a lot of the young men in this country do support the red pill movement because it is like getting to the point where women have they can do whatever they want.
As
And then
as
it's
a
always
Christian,
to blame the
as a
men for
as a
anything.
Christian and a conservative, if you're ever asked this question, you should always say that men should make sure that they have consent to do what they do. That's it. I mean, these are simple
Sure, but you said a
solutions.
lot of other
You don't
crazy stuff.
who?
You did, Mojo. Like, I support all this and I watch all this and
You
like,
said you did. I'm only
but I'm
going on
saying
based on what you said.
once again, the young men in America, majority of them that go on the internet and are familiar with like TikTok and all this, and like going through TikTok and Snapchat, they like 2019 age, they're into like watching a top streamer on Kick, like looks maxing and picking up girls and
I don't know
chicks and
who
all
those
that.
fucking
How do
people
you know
are.
this?
So, yeah, I don't know who those people are, man. So I'm just going based on what you say. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right. And again, how do you know this? If you don't do it yourself, how do you know it?
Because I'm a real person. I don't just like only have friends on TikTok. You know what I mean? And people I know on TikTok. I have people that work for me. I have friends in church. I have people that
You have people
nephews.
that
I
work for
mean,
you.
You saying
You
that
have
this
people
is
that work for you and friends in church that go to these fucking sites.
right?
go to sites.
So,
Yeah. I mean, sometimes there's Christian streamers on Kick. I believe for sure.
What? So
Yeah.
Christian streamers are doing looks maxing and going out and picking up women on
No,
the street.
probably not them particularly. They're probably just
What the
worshiping
fuck,
Jesus. That's
dude?
it.
You were so
Those are other
underground.
channels, I'm sure.
You have
Why are
dug
you acting
yourself
like
this
you're so
huge hole.
oblivious right now?
Well, your
so
rhetoric is disgusting. Your rhetoric is leading to violence, and your rhetoric is what is wrong with this country. You gotta stop, man. You gotta fucking stop.
I'm
Okay.
literally like traditional saving this country.
Yeah, can you point to a particular piece of rhetoric that you object to that Go Army shared?
That if you're rich and famous, they just let you.
That was a quote. That wasn't rhetoric.
That was rhetoric.
That was a quote from Donald Trump.
That was just
Donald Trump
rhetoric.
said.
And yes,
How
and
is
when you
that
pass
quote? And
and when you pass that on to other people, it becomes rhetoric. And when you let young men know that if you're rich and famous, they just let you. So then a young man's going to go out and buy a fucking Lamborghini, or he's going to go rent a Lamborghini, and then he's going to go do it, and he's going to end up raping somebody because you said it was okay, because he knew you, because you're a business owner in the local community, and you said it was okay. So now it's okay for him to do it.
So there's a
This
success
is
to great
rhetoric.
pipeline.
No, I'm just saying this is rhetoric. Stop saying that shit. Stop saying it. Stop repeating Donald Trump's words.
Well,
Stop
the
it.
and
problem
Stop
with
saying
that,
that it's okay for
oh,
him to say those things.
no one's
since
saying,
Mojo, we
okay.
get accused of never bringing facts or statistics. Just in Houston alone, the Houston Chronicle found that roughly 380 Southern Baptist leaders and volunteers faced abuse allegations involving over 700 victims since 1998, and with about 220 resulting in a plea or conviction, leaving a significant portion unconvicted or quietly handled via resignation.
Or Trump's spiritual advisor that was arrested for having sex with a 13-year-old.
What does that have? What does any of that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, it does. It
It's
talks
Christian.
about his mentality.
Well,
About
then,
Trump's brutality?
Mojo, I want to tell you something. So what I'm doing about all this, I think I'm really like the only one doing something and making change. So like what I'm teaching my daughters is like, first of all, in this house, we will worship the Lord. So that's first and foremost. Like my children, I
Yeah,
try to
but
give
your
them
Lord
good
thinks
spirits.
women belong in the kitchen, for Christ's sake. You're
Yeah,
telling them
that's not
that they're
true at
less
all.
than
That's
men.
not true at all. It's not true at all. You keep saying that, but whatever. But so we teach. So I try to give them the best preparation in life. You never know what's going to happen, but I try to give them the best preparation to make good decisions, like be good people. I try to teach them where you're not like interested in a man's success or money. You're interested in what his heart is, where his real value lies. So those values I try, and I try to do it by example too. Like you guys are all I'm not saying divorce or anything like that, but I try to show them an example of a loving father and mother and a happy family, like joking and laughing and all kind of craziness. So that's the way we change the culture from girls like being lonely, have no example of dads, and then they just 18 and they're on OnlyFans, and then they got 100 men hooked, and they're taking away our like our men scared to get off the video game culture and get out there and work, bro. They're just like making them. It's just a big mess, bro. So I'm doing my part, So keep saying I want women in the kitchen and I hate women. It's like I value women more than all you guys.
That's wild that you think that. Absolutely wild.
Dad or daughter's right there. You should listen to him.
Like I forced my
No,
daughter
he's
to get up and go
teaching.
to
I'm
church
sorry,
and
he's
stuff.
teaching his daughters god awful fucking things.
No, I don't.
To value themselves and have high self-esteem. So this way they don't feel that the ultimate expressions of a woman's existence is to service a man. It sounds like he's
Okay,
doing
let me
that.
let me guess. Let me guess here. Go Army. You believe that women should go to college but they should go to college to meet a man. They can certainly finish their degree if they want to, but their ultimate goal in life should be to find a man to marry that makes enough money to support them and the kids that they are supposed to have. Is that correct? Does that sound right?
Well, your ultimate goal should be to finish your college degree, then and during that experience, hopefully start dating during that experience and find a good husband in college too. And hopefully he's a good man that she loves, and he makes enough to support her. And then she doesn't have to work after that. That would be ideal, and just have a bunch of grandkids.
That sounds exactly
she's
like
always
what I
around the
just-
house.
That
the
sounds
grandparents.
exactly like what I just said. So this is what he's teaching his daughters. I don't care what his fucking rhetoric is about his daughters. This is what he's teaching his daughters. Yeah, you can go to school if you want to. Sure, that's fine. As long as you're finding a man while you're in school to make sure that that man can take care of you and that you become a baby making machine and making sandwiches for your husband.
That's not true. I see it as like if the husband is great, they love each other. Who am I to say who's working, not working? But as long as they have true love, and that's a benefit for me as a grandparent, because obviously I'm going to want to live close to them, and they're going to have she's always going to be home all the time, right? Running kids around and doing all that. So I'm going to be retired at that point. So she's always going to be close. We're going to have that's the ideal situation. Yeah, life happens and don't always work out. And that's why she hopefully finishes a degree in college and so forth. But yeah, I would love to have her home with grandparents chilling all the time and helping running errands for sure.
And now he's teaching his daughters that there are girls out there that just let rich men, grab them. And while you're in college, make sure you find a rich man and let him grab you.
I guarantee them girls ain't going to church. I promise you, they don't have like Jesus and their faith and their family first and foremost in their hearts. So, where they need that time to be doing stuff like that.
And yet, how many girls have been assaulted by Christian pastors and then don't want to tell their parents?
How many people have been drinking and driving and we all
parents?
have vehicles still? Just because doesn't mean the vehicle is a bad thing.
Listen, I came up because you dismissed a woman
My bad.
who was telling you of her own experience being essayed, both as a child and then later in life. And that's why she left. You didn't listen, Go Army. I'm not here to debate you about this as a woman who's also been essayed and didn't tell anyone for 5 fucking years. So I'm sorry if I'm cursing or if HR cursed. And yeah, it's personal because you don't know what could happen to your children or your daughter when she goes to her first frat party. This is disgusting.
That's a great place to find a husband. What are you talking about?
It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to go back to the 1950s where the women only went through 1 year of college because they were looking for a husband.
That's what he wants.
And how many of those families had sexual abuse or physical abuse, and yet they were Christian families?
Mojo, you want to hear like my communist socialist take? All women. Hold on. What? Do pizza. Oh, nah. We'll order it now.
Whenever I hear someone bring up socialism, I'd like to have them define what that is. Because a lot of times they don't know what the hell that is.
Here's my hot take. If you're married and you have kids and you're a stay-at-home mom, you should and you file your taxes. You like a Trump account. Trump accounts are great. We should take it a step further. We should give families like the moms and the families a monthly amount. Like UBI, we should give them a UBI, a monthly amount, only those like that qualified like that. So that way it encourages them to say, hey, here's a little money to help you start your business from home and doing whatever you want to do eventually. And you can also have some money to like have some kids and keep having kids. Like we can start having big families again, loving families. And it's not so much stress on the dad out there hustling, And,
so a welfare state, just enough to keep them home, right?
I'm not just going to reward people that choose a path of like their selves over
Oh, so it's not anybody that has a baby. It's just anybody who's married.
I just want to know, does it work both ways? Like if she is better, has a better job than he does, can he stay at home and also get that same money to start a home-based business?
No. It should be only for women.
Why?
Because he can't have any kids. He can't have kids. He can't produce any more children.
But she does. And she's working as well, so let him stay at home and start some home-based business as well. I don't know why that would be any different.
That's like getting deep in it, but maybe there's some exemptions, maybe something. I don't know, but
because
just saying in general.
Disagree. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I just think it should go both ways. I think that if the dad is a stay-at-home dad, I think you should go ahead and give them the same opportunity as well.
I mean, the kind of point of it, though, is to like encourage women to say, "Hey, America's low on declining population, have some kids."
Encourage women to stay at home. That's where my problem lies. You want to encourage women to stay home. You want to encourage men to have their women stay home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I
better
think
for
that's true.
kids. All kids that are raised with stay-at-home
I
parents,
I
stay-at-home moms,
disagree.
better.
As a matter of fact, single fathers have kids that are much better off than single mothers.
Well, definitely, I know that for a fact, for sure, for sure. I'm talking about though. That's not what I'm talking about here. We're talking about what were we
You're
talking
saying
about?
that women should stay at home and raise the kids. I'm saying that the kids would probably be better off if it's the dad staying at home raising the kids.
Right.
Yeah. At least somebody staying home. I guess you could make the case. I said there could be some exemptions. This is all like hypothetical liberal stuff, bro. But
Yeah, I
I'm
don't.
just saying, like,
Like I
it's a
said, I
great
don't
idea
necessarily
to
disagree with your
incentivize.
idea. I'm okay with taking care of the kids. Yes, take care of the kids, and if it means that somebody has more kids and to get the extra benefits, I think we should be okay with that too. That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, that's right. Hammer and sickle. Let's go.
I don't consider that Marxism, but I do think
Oh,
that
okay.
it would be acceptable in our society, maybe even beneficial.
Yeah, and it's kind of just like, man, it wasn't that long ago where you could look back at your grandparents, like, at least my time, you could look back at your grandparents and like see these like black and white photos and then going to war and all this stuff, and they have like 8 brothers, 9 sisters, and like everything was this, and it's not
I
just
don't
because
know
like
that I
things were
like that
cheap.
idea.
Well,
Go
maybe
Army.
that's a lot, but you know what I'm saying. But
Go Army. I married the
now it's like
only boy.
one, you know.
Go Army. I married the only boy in the family, the youngest too, in an Italian Irish family. And when I told his mother, who was an amazing mother-in-law, even though she and I didn't get along, that I didn't want to have children, she had no issues with that. None. Not one. Neither
She
did his
didn't like
father.
you.
It didn't matter if they liked me or not. If I had produced a child, they would have loved it. But they were okay with their son not procreating either.
They didn't like you that much. I don't know. I don't know.
No,
It's kind of evil, but
my father-in-law never said a harsh or negative word to me. Not once. Not once. And he had his own prejudices he had to get over. I didn't tell him we were Puerto Rican for months when I first met him. So, he never said another word about Puerto Ricans, about me, about anything. Again, you said you learn from the people that you know, the church, your nephews, your community, and yet you continue to disregard the women here. It's appalling. And Brendan, your son took the virginity of 2 girls and is now dating a 3rd virgin. And you are just fine with that. And
who's
you
doing
bragged
that?
about it here. Brendan, his son.
Wait, what?
Stop. Wait.
What is
stop.
going on right now?
Yeah.
I'm talking
I
about
don't know what
men
this is.
raising
That's
boys
stop.
because Brendan's brought it up. That's the only reason I'm mentioning it.
I don't think this is true, though. I don't think he brought that. I don't.
Well, then
remember
he
hearing
said
that.
something different. Is his oldest son not dating an Afghan girl now?
Correct.
I told you, Mojo. So raising
What?
your boys, raising men.
Buddy, any culture, any race? Yeah, that's
I'm not saying anything about the culture at all. Not one God blessed thing about their culture. I'm talking about if you're going to raise boys, that they should be as pure as the girls they're dating.
Can I ask you a personal question, Fee? Not bad or anything like that. Do you think your grandfather knew that maybe it was always
My grandfather or my father-in-law?
Father-in-law. Do you think it was ever maybe like he thought maybe like you guys just couldn't have kids, and he didn't want to like? It's kind of rude, maybe you guys were trying and never could, and it's just kind of like.
Do you think we wouldn't have told him?
I don't know. I mean, were you open? That's my question. Are you open with them? Like, it's our choice not to have kids. Like, I don't want to have a child. So that's maybe what I would always assume. Be a good
I would
person
have
to
that
say.
conversation with them. I'm talking about predatory behavior. We are talking about it. HR is talking about it. There are so many women who have tried to get through to you, and you continue to stiff arm them. because some women you assume are like that.
Wait, if you're bringing up predatory behavior, why would you bring up my son?
I don't know. I think that
Interesting.
if you are here bragging about the fact that men should have pure women, and you have told us about your son and his girlfriends,
The
then I
preference.
think you
I
should
don't.
hold. I think you should hold the same standards if you're raising boys. That's my only point. Not
I
to
don't.
target you.
I don't think he ever. I don't think
He
Brendan's
did. How
saying
the?
that. It's
How would I
no.
know that?
I don't think that Brendan's saying that you have to be pure. I don't remember him saying anything like that for sure.
Brendan?
Correct. Well, I mean, that's certainly a preference
Very
for some.
good morning.
I
That's
don't think.
his personal
I don't,
preference,
no,
Mojo.
no, that's not what I'm saying. That is not his personal preference. I'm saying that in some cases it is a personal preference. That particular characteristic does not enter into the calculations. It's not a matter of conquest. It's a matter of compatibility within individuals with which you would like to share your life with. Someone who is stimulating in ways other than just sexually. Because I can tell you from experience that she could be obnoxiously attractive, but if you roll over in the morning and crazy shit comes out of her mouth, then that's over with.
What's crazy shit, Brendan?
No one's illegal on stolen land.
God damn it! Fucking eating in my goddamn ear.
You guys, I'm going to have to drop. I've got to deliver my meds out tonight. Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it. And for all the women that have been sexually assaulted, I feel bad, and hopefully that you're on the road to recover from that issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
How well adjusted of you. Sorry about that, Mojo. I have an
See the
interesting
sarcasm?
anecdote. Okay. What was sarcasm?
Never mind. I just,
Okay.
I don't.
I have an interesting anecdotal. One of my second master locksmiths I met for the first time at his home. We were making a key for a 1992 Nissan. It was a lot of fun. His name is Lance. Anyhow, during the breaks, I met his wife. Lovely lady, very sweet. She asked me during the second break, hey, do you like Guns N' Roses? I'm like, do I like Guns N' Roses? No, I love Guns N' Roses. Anyhow, she gets so excited. She runs in the house, runs out with two huge photo albums. Okay. And this is fascinating. Ticket stubs, backstage passes, the whole 9 yards, and pictures of her with every single member of Guns N' Roses. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? No? She was a proud and frequent groupie of Guns N' Roses. And I thought, again, it was fascinating. I mean, she even had pictures of Axl Rose before he got his new teeth, before Appetite for Destruction came out. So turns out she was a groupie for Guns N' Roses before they even hit it big. Is this an isolated phenomenon, or is this a common thing in our society?
Good morning, Mojo.
Good morning. Sorry, I started a conversation that ended up fucked up again. Just trying to see if I can get Go Army to like change his stance
On what?
on
Got changed
women,
Mojo's stance.
women in general.
Oh, listen, I already told you that's not happening.
I know. I'm trying to.
I think I proved I'm the only one like truly loves women. Like, I even love women more than women. Okay.
What a crazy person he is, isn't he? You're nuts. Absolutely insane.
Are you saying that you love them enough to let them do whatever their hearts desire? Is that what you're saying, Gordon?
Some of them thought maybe that is their way to love, their pathway to love, and you know what I'm saying, and success and fame and themselves.
There you go. Exactly. So what they're suggesting to you, Go Army, is you let them do whatever they want to do, when in fact that's not good parenting. If you're going to be a good parent, then you have to teach them. You have to admonish them for mistakes that they make before they make them. And keep in mind that will be perceived as what? Fascism on the part of the parent for not letting the child do whatever it is that they want.
What
No,
are you
there
even
should be.
What are you even talking about?
What Go Army is trying to say is that parenting
You're not.
comes
You have
with
no
like.
idea. You've said something completely and totally different than what he said. What the fuck?
Yeah, I probably missed a whole lot of this conversation, but what in the hell, like literally hell, is going on here?
Close, pretty close.
They were running out of things to talk about, so I just asked Go Army if he still thought it was okay to grab women by the pussy. That's what
Oh
happened.
God,
That's what happened.
it's never okay unless you have actual spoken consent.
What about written consent?
Sure, if you can get that, that'd be great. Go ahead
Yeah,
and do
I
that.
mean, why the fuck not?
What about if celebrities make them sign like in what is it, NDAs and things like that to that nature?
That's
An
not
NDA, no.
consent.
An NDA
That's
is the
just a
exact opposite.
non-disclosure.
That's what I think
Yeah.
about. That's what I think about when I see like I get on. I don't anymore, but when you think of like Dan Blazerian, like, and he has all those women.
I don't know who the fuck
I
that
don't
is.
even know who
You
that
know
is.
who all these people are. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
You're a married
Yeah,
man
I'm
and
pretty
you know
hip.
all
I'm pretty
these
hip
red
with
pill
the culture.
spaces.
Yeah, pretty hip with
Yeah.
the
For
culture.
such
Well,
a, for such a pure Christian, you sure know all the dark spaces around.
we gotta
Fucking
teach our
aye.
we gotta teach our youth male in this country. We gotta get them back. We gotta get them back to Christ. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, by going and learning
He
about it
sounds like
yourself.
hoodlum. No offense, but he sounds like hoodlum light.
I don't.
So he has
I
to
don't
be in
know
those
that.
spaces so he can understand
I take offense to that.
those spaces. Of course you would.
You should.
But why are you
It's
in
not
those
a compliment.
spaces?
I mean, what are you trying to do, Feet? Go to a space where it's just everybody, 100% of people agree with you, or are you trying to look for?
No, but I
for
don't
You don't go to
affirmation.
spaces where they think
To
rape is
learn from
okay.
them.
You shouldn't go to spaces where they think rape is
Yeah, nobody
okay.
thinks that's okay. That's nonsense.
That's not true.
When you say that it's okay to just grab him by the pussy, that is assault. If you do not have actual consent.
Yeah, I don't remember saying that was okay. I just said it does happen. And there are
No,
women
you
that
just
let it happen.
victim blamed. You said that, like, if you're rich enough, they'll just let you, which is exactly what Trump was implying as well, right?
Some women will, yeah.
If you do not have actual consent, it is still sexual assault.
Well, some women will let you do that if you're rich enough.
Which
and you're in the
women?
right
Which
environment.
women let you do that?
Yeah.
And how do you know?
Generally, the ones like here it is. Generally, the ones like they think this is how it goes. Like celebrity comes into town for maybe a sporting event or like a just a party or event or whatever, and then they're getting blown up and hit up on messaging on social media and Instagram by all these like women just trying to get with this and that. Trying to be. Oh my gosh, this would be the story to tell if I could get with this person.
And how do you know these
So
things?
then when that
Like,
happens,
were you there? Did you see it? Did they
Excuse
tell
me.
you? Like,
Excuse
how do you know these things?
yes, ma'am. Yes. Excuse me. So then what happens is they tell them, yeah, come through, come out. And then when they come out, they make them sign like NDAs, and it's just like, and then the women are like, they don't say no, but they like it. They're like, oh, he chose me. He,
Okay.
and then like I got to
All
do
right.
this.
Here's my question. Is there
Is this
ever
a
a woman?
fantasy of yours?
Is there ever a woman that would allow you to do that?
Woman, nah, that's exactly my point. Man, it's way different, right?
Wait, no. Is there ever a woman out there that would allow you to do that? Just
Maybe
walk up
like
and
I'm
grab
married,
her.
maybe my wife.
Okay,
Right.
anybody
Honestly,
other than your
like,
wife? Anybody other than your wife? Come on.
Oh no. I mean, I'm not like I don't do all that. I'm not in those environments. But if I
I
was
didn't
like
ask
a
you if you did.
millionaire,
I said, is there a woman out there that would allow you to do that?
I'm sure there is. That's what
I'm
Tinder's
sure there
for.
is. If I went out, yeah, I'm sure there's a women out there for everybody. But if I went out
Okay,
there,
so
to,
it's not
if I
just
was,
rich and it's not just rich and famous people. All women are
no,
accepting
I
of
ain't say
this,
that.
and you think it's okay, and they think it's okay.
Nah,
Right?
false statement. I rebuke that statement. In the Lord name of Jesus, I rebuke that statement.
That's fucking wild.
it's interesting that
use
he
our
knows,
Lord's name
like,
in
this.
vain. Don't use his name in vain, and you just did, and you know that if you're
Absolutely
Jewish.
not. That statement
Why
was
do we
insane.
care?
I hope that statement never finds me or anything. I'll pray for that. are you talking about? Statement was accurately inflammatory and so come on now, let's be real.
It's interesting because he
Holding
seems
you
to
to
know
that
that
standard.
story so well. Okay, I'm just not gonna. Am I too quiet
Sorry,
today? I
Ella.
don't know what's going on.
No, I'll shut up.
No, people tend to just talk over you. Sorry, Ella.
It's okay.
I'm just curious. Oh, sorry, Ella.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious where Go Army gets this knowledge because it seems to be a very detailed and in-depth story. So, like, did you witness it? Were you part of it, or is it like something that you've thought through and has become a fantasy of yours? Because I don't know any other reason why you would have this level of detail.
Ella, just say you're not in touch with what's going on.
Or he followed the Diddy trial.
I'm sorry now. So you're victim blaming in the Diddy trial? That's
Trial
lovely.
is a very good example. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a prime.
Right. So we're going to
actors.
victim blame now. The two of you are just unbelievable.
That's what they always gonna do. Go back to victim. They're gonna be always victims, bro. Always.
Yeah, you always put the blame on the women because the men never do anything wrong, right? That is victim
Obviously,
blaming.
they went to jail. A lot of them. So.
Yeah. So no, it's not a good example if the men ended up going to jail for the things they
I would
did.
say is the women almost like that let it happen and were wrongdoing along with him. Like
Let
for instance,
it
got
happen.
far less punishment.
The men would not have gone to jail if the
whole
women
Epstein trial.
actually
How
let
come
it
she didn't get
happen.
nothing?
The men would not have gone to jail if the women actually let it happen.
Women entitlement.
Hey, Go Army.
The men would not have gone to jail if the women actually let it happen.
Hey, Go Army.
They
watch
didn't
this.
let it
Wait,
happen. They
Donovan,
were
stop.
forced.
Hey, Ella.
Did you say that all again, Ella?
Go ahead. What? Please respond to what she just said.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brendan.
No, you. The question or the statement was to you. Please respond to that.
The Epstein, they were all. Well, I would say, I would just say compared to the sentence he was gonna get and everything like that, she got off pretty easy, didn't she? And why is it
She
because
was the
she's a
victim.
Who are you talking about? She was the victim.
What's the lady that was married to Mr. Schmeck?
Are you talking about Maxwell now? Wait, you were just talking
Yeah.
about Diddy. What the fuck?
Okay, we were talking about Diddy. And in that case, the men went to jail and no women let anything happen, even though you said it was a great example.
I mean, all them women getting
because-
into those Diddy things. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. I've talked enough.
No, I think, and I'll kind of steelman where I think you were going with that because it's kind of obvious. Were there victims with regards to Diddy's dealings? Yes, of course they were. But the Diddy trial also illustrated that there is an entire economy based around flesh. And you guys can deny this as much as you want, but there were absolutely willing individuals that are in a profession. You may have heard of it. It's one of the oldest professions. And these things happen. And in some cases, it's supposed to be empowering. And then when we come on these panels and we talk about it, you want to excoriate us for simply acknowledging the fact that they exist. So I'm gonna land right here, Ellen. I'm gonna ask you a question. How do you feel about the movie Pretty Woman? Was Richard Gere a bad guy in that movie, Ella?
I don't know that movie, so I can't tell you. But what I can tell you, I don't really watch
classic.
movies. Anyone that knows, and yeah, well, I don't really watch movies. Never have. It's not
Right.
something that I.
What it did, it
terribly
romanticized
enjoy.
prostitution for an entire generation, Ella.
The thing is, sex workers are great. I come from a country,
there
and
we
I lived in a country where sex work is fine. It is legal.
It's absolutely
But
satanic.
just because someone is let me finish the statement. Just because someone is a sex worker does not mean that does not give someone the entitlement to abuse them. You still have to follow boundaries, and you still have to stay within the law.
Yeah, no one's
So
saying
you
that
can.
that's all right.
Okay.
That's
But
exactly.
that is, as far as I understand, that is what happened in the Diddy trial, is it not?
Right. The Diddy trial absolutely did show that. But what I am illustrating is the fact that the Diddy trial also showed that there is an entire economy behind the peddling of flesh. And most of the left
Because of
finds
men.
because of men. Wait,
Oh my
is it simply because of the demand? Or is there any shared responsibility for people that are ready, willing, and able to supply? It's
She
kind
didn't
of nonsense,
sound ready,
ladies. What
willing,
you're
and
trying to
able when she
do,
was being
what you're
kicked
trying to
around
do
in
is
front of that
dodge
elevator.
accountability. Is what you're trying to
No,
do.
I'm not. What you're trying to do is dodge accountability. Raise better sons. Stop preaching to the women that have been assaulted that it was their fault. We have to be bloody and beaten in order to get a conviction.
Oh,
God
there are
Yeah,
people.
he'll
bless
be in
us
jail till
all.
2028.
I am so happy. He should have been in jail for a lot longer.
Me too.
Do you think Donald Trump was wrong in what he did with E.G. Carroll?
I still think Eugene Carroll's a liar, and that's why
Okay, see,
Reed Hoffman paid so much.
this is also a problem. So you expect them to report, you expect them to be responsible to hold up their end of the bargain when it comes to the justice system, and you're going to excoriate them if they don't. Yet here you are not believing them when they do.
Well, no, I don't believe her because I've seen the evidence. I've watched the entire case,
Yeah,
and it
so
was
once
clearly a
again, here
political
you are
prosecution.
not believing them when they do. Come
Yeah,
on.
we see
Don't
the
forget
difference
her.
is I'm not a
Don't forget
sheep,
her interview
Mojo.
too, Brendan, where
No, I
she
think
also
you
talked about
are a
some
sheep.
women thinking
I
the
think you
G
are
word
nothing more than a
is
sheep because
Mexican.
all you do is repeat fucking Donald Trump talking points and everything that every Trumper out there says. That's all you do. You have no original
Well, it's
thought in
not
your
true.
head. You have no original thoughts in your
I've
head.
said constantly that there's clearly a negative emotional charge for Donald Trump being a womanizer, and I would
You
prefer that we
still
not
have
have a
no original
womanizer in
thoughts
the
in your head.
highest office in the land.
You still
However,
have no original thoughts in your
the
head.
choice that we were presented with, well, if I don't have any original thoughts, Mojo, why do you use them so often?
I don't use your thoughts at
You
all
don't?
for any reason
Are
at
you
all.
sure? Your
I
feminized
don't.
brain does tend to lead towards
I
my
think it's a
talking points,
ridiculous
Mojo.
statement, so I say it because it's a ridiculous statement and it's funny.
Very fashionable.
No, it's
Yeah.
not that, Brendan. It's we need opposition. We need to hear what's out there. I don't expect to ever change you. Go Army, maybe. Because he was open to maybe fathers can stay home. Let's say the wife wants to be an attorney, a really good one, and works for justice. I don't know. Or becomes a politician. Or whatever it
My
is
wife,
that would
No,
make Go
no
Army
money,
happy.
no money. Ban them, no money.
my wife enjoys being a trad wife. Is there a negative emotional charge for that in your mind?
No, I've been a trad wife during certain points in my life. I've also been someone that earned as much money as my husband did. And then when I got a raise, he got a raise. And we both worked. It's
Yeah, and I
crazy.
think that's actually the point, right? Is that the woman chose to be your trad wife. In many cases, that's not what men are saying, right? We often encounter men specifically on this app that say all women should always be trad wives. And
How do you
that's what we are
suppose?
railing against.
How do you suppose feminists approach trad wives? How do you suppose that? How do you suppose that exchange goes
I've
down?
been
Is it her
feminist
choice?
since the age of 15, and I think that if a woman chooses to be that, that is fine.
I agree.
That's generally how feminists approach that. They say women can choose to do whatever they want to do as long as they're not
I would
forced to do it.
advise her, sorry, Mojo. I would advise her if she has a degree to find a way to use it, either in a volunteer, so she could build a resume, just in case he decides to leave her. Because that happens a lot too, especially in the
Okay.
South.
Mm.
See,
I
it
want to
doesn't
interrupt
So,
discriminate.
one sec. I want to interrupt.
It doesn't discriminate.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 sec. Everybody, please tap the screen, share the live out. Please do the heartbeats, 13K. So please tap the screen, get it up as far as you can. The heartbeats, I'm at 183 total. It'd be great if you guys could help me out with that as well. Gift the panel, help me fill my gift goals. And Ella, I don't know if you've done this before or not, but there's a mission where you have to get on the pterodactyl, which is what I'm doing right now.
Womp womp.
Oh,
Mojo is
I
also on
didn't know
YouTube.
that.
Make sure you go onto YouTube, like, share, and subscribe.
He's also a streamer on Kick as well. Everybody check that out.
I have never put anything on Kick, but I do have an account on Kick.
He's also has an account on 4chan. Everybody check out his 4chan page as well.
That was pretty funny, Mojo.
So,
Yes, you can
anyways,
hear all of us giggling.
I
Oh,
came
I
up
thought it was
here
funny.
specifically because Donovan, was Richard Gere the pimp? Was he committing the crime in that
No,
movie?
no. Richard Gere was the John in that equation.
Okay. So he wasn't doing the actual crime of subjugating a woman to peddling her flesh, as you so put it.
No, he
No,
was
that bitch got paid.
he
She
was
got her
buying.
money and she got her wardrobe.
Interesting. How do you feel about that movie, Messi?
See how Messi said she got paid?
You
That's
did.
exactly what I'm talking about.
That's empowerment. But Richard Gere, for his efforts,
Exactly.
Richard Gere for his
So
efforts is relegated to a nasty human being for making all of her dreams come true.
How's that different from a
not
trad wife?
yeah.
Well, because
She stays home and you provide everything for her. I'm sure she has a budget, does she not? Or do you have like a limit on how much she can spend on her credit card?
Julia
well, it was,
Roberts said, I
her
got
fault
my
was his
money.
credit card. It was
Oh,
his
his
credit card.
credit card. Yeah,
Yeah.
so she doesn't build her own credit rating. So she really doesn't have a choice, does she? If she wants to leave or is in an abusive relationship.
Hey, didn't they stay together at the end of the movie? Am I
They
mistaken?
did. No, they did.
I don't know about the movie, but like Donovan, you speak of the empowerment behind it, but that's exactly the idea behind feminism, right? Is to give women the power and the freedom to do what they need to do and want to do for themselves. And if one woman chooses to be a trad wife and they are lucky enough to be with a man that does not cheat on them, that treats them well, and that does not leave them without any money or anywhere to go, that's great. Being a trad wife is a sort of submission that I don't think should be forced or should be expected. If someone trusts another person, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a trad wife, right? Like even gay relationships, there can still be a person that stays at home and submits in the relationship. But those are things that need to be done with trust and with care.
You mistake
And
my
not
purpose.
because
They got no kids,
not because it is expected.
You mistake my
I think
purpose.
that's the big difference.
What I am simply doing is illustrating once again that your narratives don't fit together, and that in an attempt to dodge accountability, you would like to lay a negative emotional charge on the John while completely absolving the prostitute of any and all responsibility. That is what I
There
am.
is no negative charge on the John if the John does not do anything wrong to the sex worker, right? It becomes a negative when the John thinks that because he's paying for something, he can get whatever he wants, even if it crosses the sex worker's boundaries.
You miss the actual part there that the prostitute is a victim. I don't think you're understanding this, Brendan. Those would be actually two victims, and the
Interesting.
perpetrator of the crime would be the pimp.
Interesting. How do you feminists feel about the idea that every single prostitute is a victim?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. And on top of that,
I
she didn't
don't
have a. She
understand
didn't have a.
that.
I
She didn't
don't
have a.
think that.
She didn't have
I'm
a
sorry,
pimp.
Mojo.
She was like an individual in the movie, I think. So it was her own
Street
decision.
walker.
Yeah, it was her own decision. So was she breaking the
No,
law? You think, Robot?
she had a pimp, but the premise of the movie is Richard Gere is rich enough that the pimp is afraid of him and does not try to regain his
That was
property.
never in the movie. She worked for
That is not
herself.
in the
What are you
movie.
talking
I don't know
about?
what the
It was in
fuck
the
you're
original
talking about.
script. No, it was in the original script. They cut a few things out.
I don't know that I
So
believe that either, but
no, I
in
do.
the actual, okay, I don't know that I believe that either, but in the actual movie, that didn't happen. She was living with a
Agreed.
friend of hers, and they were both prostitutes, and they ran their own businesses. They did their own
She had an
thing. They didn't have
LLC.
pimps.
No, they didn't. They had it among
You
themselves, but
cannot run a business on Smex work here in America. It
Oh,
is illegal in
holy
all 50
fuck!
states.
The Mustang Ranch disagrees.
Well,
again,
Yes,
it's
it was
regulated
one
there.
county out of all 50 states, and it was not based in
There are
outside of Las
escort
Vegas.
there are escort companies that exist all around the country, probably in every state, if I imagine correctly.
And they're not legal, Mojo.
But
Escort? Escort
Having
companies, yes, they
They
are.
are, but what
Legal,
they sell isn't. Come on.
Ah,
legal,
you
Get
guys are
brought
gonna
down.
make
le-
me. You're gonna
legal
make me do it,
escort
aren't you?
companies, legal escort companies do not typically sell sex. They sell the escort. They sell the pretty lady
No.
at the arm of a rich man that has to go to an event.
Yes,
That's escort.
but the escort at that particular point can decide what she wants to do with her own time, right?
I suppose I don't know exactly how that part would work, but the escort companies don't sell the sex. They sell the lady at the arm for the event.
That is correct.
I feel like I need to introduce you to another charming colloquialism. You're gonna object though. Here it goes. Jack Shack. Are any of you familiar with that term?
Nope.
Okay. Do I need to elaborate?
Nope.
Wonderful.
I don't know
Because
why
they're
you're
in every
bringing.
city.
What is your
They're in every
point?
city in this country. Just so you understand.
That would
What?
be a private establishment that is allowing self exposure or nudity within their private establishment.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. Is he talking
Jesus
about
Christ.
Strip
S&M
club?
sat?
Is it a
Are you talking
strip
about?
club?
Oh, I'm talking about massage parlors. They're all over the country.
Ew.
Oh, you're talking about happy endings. Those aren't legal.
Correct.
Yeah, those aren't legal.
I'm aware, but they're very common. And I mean very common.
You know
Do
from
you know
There's
this
so
from
experience?
much about this.
experience? Like, what is happening that you
You
are
got like
so
a Groupon card, the
informed?
10 to 1's free?
No, you okay, you guys know what I do for a living, right? Right.
Sure.
Mm.
I
Are you
provide
saying that
security
they
for all
locked their
kinds of
massage
business.
oil in the locker and you had to go get it
Rubs the
out?
lotion on the
No, I'm
skin.
saying usually these places ask for access control. Do you know what access control is?
Usually a coded entry process.
Or a buzzer, right? Electric strikes, remote access. Yes. I see these kind of things all the time. I see things you guys do not understand on a regular basis.
Right.
I'm
Just
aware
a
of their
little.
existence. They are illegal and they
Okay,
masquerade as a legal business.
I'm curious. I guess I'm curious to the feminists. I'm okay with sex work. If that's what you choose to do as
Yes.
a woman or as
Yep.
a man, you should be able to do it. Man or
Agreed.
woman, doesn't matter. If you want to sell pictures of your feet, go right ahead. Doesn't bother me at all. I
Yeah.
don't think,
W
I don't,
OnlyFans, you know?
okay. Okay. I'm just thinking that seems fine to me. I don't see why it's different.
Disclaimer.
Oh, yeah, W OnlyFans. Like, I think this idea of feminism, it to me, and this is how I've viewed it and have spoken with other women about it for as long as I can remember. The idea is to bring equity for women and to empower women and to not have to constantly change what we do, how we do, or what we are allowed to do based on what the patriarchy puts in place. Right? That's feminism. That does not mean that we want to curtail women in what they want to do. And I think if there are feminists out there that say like, oh, women should never be trad wives, then I don't think they're actually for women, because there are indeed women who would choose to be a trad wife, and that's okay too.
Right. Yeah, except what we're talking about is the idea that men of means attract women in ways that would normally, in normal sets of circumstances, be absolutely unconscionable. That there are absolutely a large segment of the economy that is ready, willing, and able to exchange that type of attention for monetary compensation, correct?
So do men. I've been
Yes or
offered
no?
on many occasions because
I
I
see I'm
happen
going
to
somewhere
be
with this,
I
Ellen.
happen to be a
Okay.
woman, and I happen to be fairly well off, and I get propositions by younger men regularly.
You're missing the point. The point I'm trying to make is that what you guys object to what Donald Trump said is in fact a statement of fact. And you would rather than address the fact that he is 100% right, like to lay in a negative emotional charge at his feet for stating the obvious.
With someone who's been adjudicated for sexual assault, I think we don't really have a choice
Nice
but to
pivot.
see it as a negative. No, I think
Except
the context matters, right? Like he is not a rich man that happens to have women at his beck and call because they choose to be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be as many women having an issue with the things he has done. Like you
Well, because
have
Trump
to
isn't
keep.
just wildly rich; he's also famous, and he's been one of the most famous people on the planet
Oh,
for going on 50
please. There are
years.
many famous men who do not have these accusations. So what's the point?
Well, it's the fact that he is famous and the fact that he was running for government for
Every
is the
other movie
reason
star
why
out there
this
and
fencing expedition was launched against him.
many big time musical artists, like there are hundreds, if not thousands, of famous men out there who do not have these kinds of accusations.
Let me get this straight. You think that Donald Trump is being the Richard Gere? He's just going out there to help women. He's not, forcing himself on anybody. He's not,
No,
I don't know,
he doesn't need
like
to, but he's clearly a
penetrating any of these
womanizer.
women against their will.
No, he's clearly a womanizer. That was never in question. But what I'm saying is the type of charge that you would like to lay at his feet is inappropriate. And the reason that you do it is because it comes with a certain amount of political capital, right? Like you guys had to pervert the justice system to go after him because you couldn't do it any other way.
Well, you're saying that the justice system had to be perverted, yet he was adjudicated on the merits of
Oh, right.
digital
Oh, yeah, robot.
penetration
Oh, yeah.
against her will.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Robot. You see, because the justice system cannot be perverted. Oh, wait, except when it comes to Anthony Fauci, and that's why they gave him a pardon, right?
Nope, now you're
Right.
switching it.
No, I'm
Nope,
not
now
switching.
you're
I'm just
switching
telling
it.
you, once again, your narratives
switching
don't
it.
fit together.
One
Ever.
Your
is
narrative doesn't fit
You have
together,
to
actually.
stop
Wait,
and then
you
move on
have
to
to
another.
stop.
Okay. No, I'm just showing you. Your narratives don't fit together.
Well,
They
I
never
mean,
did.
I would absolutely have to agree with you, Donovan, if it wasn't for the fact that Donald Trump himself, after the indemnification from the Supreme Court, he pleaded the fifth 440 times.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You're missing the
Oh,
entire
cool.
point,
So
and that's
you
fine.
are only weaponizing the justice system against Anthony Fauci at this point because you
No,
were
I'm not the
saying
one that
the
was saying.
same
No,
thing.
you don't
No,
understand. I'm
you're
not the one
literally
that's
saying the
saying it's
same
not
thing.
possible. You guys are the ones saying it's not possible, while at the same time ignoring the fact that Fauci got a pardon, right? So which is it?
Crime? What
Can the
crime did he
justice
commit?
system not be perverted, or can it? Because you guys are wholly
I am
inconsistent on
literally
the
saying
issue.
that it cannot because otherwise
Oh,
Donald
okay.
Trump
Well,
would
if
be
it
thrown in
can't,
jail, right?
why did Fauci get a pardon?
While he's the sitting president, he would actually be thrown in jail if we were able to pervert the justice system.
Fact
He
is
should
you
be.
got a pardon because you're aware the justice system can be perverted because you had just got
Nope.
done doing it.
No, what
Holy
we're
shit,
aware
he's not
of is
recognizing
that
this at all.
no, what you're not recognizing is that Biden realized how he would be a target because Donald Trump didn't keep his mouth shut. And we've seen it with over 15, 20 people with made up charges. I mean, we saw the Secret Service notes about Comey, right?
Didn't keep his mouth shut. You sound like La Cosa Nostra. You guys tend to go
What?
back and forth between
The
sounding
FBI,
like a Scooby Doo villain and La Cosa Nostra. I think it's adorable.
you,
I mean, that is a wild
Brendan.
projection. You were saying that we view him as a Scooby-Doo villain. You're the one that's literally doing that with the DOJ as we speak.
No, I'm talking about your frequent use of the word meddling. It always gives me a giggle.
I mean, yeah, just using the word, but I mean, if we actually look at the parallel, Donald Trump himself was indemnified and given the clemency from the Supreme Court. He cannot commit those crimes while he's in office. Do we not recall this? And since then, he has pleaded the fifth 440 times. Can you not make that connection?
Where did I've been hearing this particular talking point more and more in the last few days. Where exactly did Trump plead the fifth again?
He pleaded the fifth throughout his trials, even though he was given that indemnification. I mean, I don't know what else we can really call
Which
it.
trials?
He cannot be tried for it because all of his trials. All of his
The
trials.
New York one. The New York one.
Okay, what year was that?
I don't remember, 21, 20, no, because he left
Okay.
office in 21,
There you go.
23?
And
No,
the
wait a
Epstein
minute.
files
I'm
Okay, so
sorry.
and
Then
so we
then don't
didn't
vote in a
have
criminal.
so we
Don't vote
didn't
in a
have
criminal.
executive privilege. Well, no, see, that's the
See,
point
don't.
I'm making is that the American people saw what happened. They weighed and measured the facts and they acted accordingly. You guys
Your
pretty much
minds are
lost the election
polluted. Your
behind
mind
the
is.
this is just
fact.
a wild pivot.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a
You're going
pivot.
back into the election when we're talking about Anthony Fauci and him claiming the fifth even after a pardon. And I am telling you, the Supreme Court literally said that Donald Trump cannot be prosecuted for any of those crimes while he was in office.
Yeah, we know.
That's what they
We know.
said. And
Yeah,
Donald Trump
yeah, I'm aware.
himself has claimed the Fifth Amendment. He has invoked it 440 times since that Supreme Court ruling. You have to have the same energy for both. Otherwise, if we actually were able to pervert the justice system, we would have already thrown Donald Trump in jail as a sitting
Well, you
president.
tried. And that's what I'm trying to tell you is that
He
you
wasn't a
tried
sitting
and the
president at that
American
moment.
electorate watched what you did and put Trump in office anyway.
Yeah, but we would still be able to throw him in jail if we were able to pervert the justice system.
Isn't that
That is what
exactly
I'm
what you
getting
guys are
at.
saying you're going to do if you win the midterms? Isn't that what
Holy
you've been
crap.
saying this entire time? Right?
What, acting as a
No.
check? Wait a minute.
Wow.
I personally, I don't think the Democrats should try to impeach him. I don't. I think they should investigate, document the crimes, and when there is a president in 2028, hand it over to a Justice Department to evaluate, or if he broke state laws, and arrest him and hold him accountable. He will issue pardons for all of his family. We know this. But taking bribes for pardons, protecting and not giving information about the Epstein file cases, those are all breaking the law, and he can be held accountable. And I just don't understand why you sanction laws that you like, but won't laws that you don't. And that's where the rule of government becomes a target. And then you think it's ironic I could say that. But name me one Democratic president that has ever been held or prosecuted for a crime. He could go after Biden, right?
Andrew Jackson.
Okay. Again, dealing with you is like dealing with a petulant child who
Why?
cannot get.
Because I can answer your
it's
questions
just,
and I'm not afraid to do
no,
so?
I mean, the answers are nonsensical.
You're saying Andrew Jackson wasn't impeached? What are you
I'm not,
saying?
I'm thinking Andrew Jackson was part of
impeached.
the
I'm
Whigs
talking
party.
about crimes
Democrats didn't
outside.
exist at that point.
Impeachments for
Indeed.
high
Friday.
crimes. Impeachments for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Well, okay, so Trump has had two of those. I think we should be able to, and if the Republicans has spine after January 6th, when Lindsey Graham got scared again at the airport and they saw the way the mob was going to go, backed off of removing him from office. It's incredible that you refuse to see that. Dude, they looked like bugs on an anthill trying to get into the Capitol. I watched that entire day with my mouth open.
Yes.
I could not believe what the hell was happening.
Well, those patriots believed 100%.
Patriots?
Though I'll continue. Those patriots believed 100%. They came from all over the country that their republic had been compromised.
And that gave them the right. Wait a minute. Are we a country of law and order or not?
We are.
Did we have a constitutional duty on January 6th or not?
We did.
When have we had Democrats or any other party mobbing Capitol Hill on January 6th?
Oh, could you be
Andrew
more
Jackson.
specific?
That was Andrew Jackson.
I'm sorry. I said Democrats. I was more specific. Go. Go.
When did we have Democrats storm on January 6th? What? Come on.
Yeah, on
in
any
2020.
January 6th.
Yeah, okay.
No, not on 2020. I said ever.
Right. What I'm
Never
talking about
is the answer.
is how
never
much
is
you
the
lean
answer.
towards specificity is what I'm
No,
talking about.
never. Never is the answer. So I just don't understand, Brendan. Right.
They
the
undermine
Democrats-
us every single day, not just
No.
January 6th.
Oh, and the Republicans have not? You can't answer it because you know
No.
the answer is never. So just take the
Okay.
loss, Brendan, but your
Okay. Yeah.
ego
Yeah.
can't handle it.
Democrats didn't riot on
So there
January
we
6th.
go.
You're welcome.
I'm
There
done.
you go.
I'm right. That's all I needed.
Good job, Pete.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Wait, Democrats rioted on Tuesdays? Did I miss something?
No, never. No, I asked him. He was, spurring
She asked
on the
me.
Patriots that
She
came
asked
over
me.
on January 6th. And I said, okay, name when Democrats have ever done the same thing. And his answer
January
was
6th.
bullshit.
No,
Or no.
my answer was no. That was my answer.
No,
Or
it
no.
wasn't.
I answered in the
We
negative.
can roll down we can roll the tape, Brendan. It's okay.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
have it.
you can if you
It's
like.
okay.
That's totally
What?
fine.
Okay.
Okay, but you're missing.
Your
You're
answer
missing
was,
the
but
okay.
Democrats.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that you're missing the point. You can't see the forest through the trees. You
Oh,
can't
okay.
see. You can't see the fact that the entire electorate saw what happened since 2020, and the kind of things that you guys engaged in. And I'm not
Such
just talking
as?
about. I'm not just talking about the COVID era fuckery, right? This abandonment of this whole idea that my body is my choice. Oh, so long as there's not an experimental medical vaccination in order that they have to sell.
You didn't
You
have to
guys are
take it.
you guys are fine with making that mandatory. Listen, most of us, especially recently, are very vindicated with the idea that we didn't. We're very
Okay.
Small
excited about
correction,
that.
though. Small
But it was
correction.
what you did.
The
Oh,
Republicans are not the entire electorate. But thank
yeah,
you.
thanks. Right,
They're
the winning side.
28% right
So
now.
what you did after that, most of the country is absolutely aghast at what you attempted to do
No,
and
they're
what you
not.
did during that time, which is why they act. Oh, they're not okay. But
Most
you
of
got
the
to understand,
country
Pete,
is
this is
over
why.
50%.
Fuck's
And
sake, this is why.
nothing of your numbers proves that. Prove
Christ.
it.
You're missing
Prove
the
it, Brendan.
point. You guys
No,
are still
you're
deploying the same
spouting
rhetoric,
facts,
and you
not in
lost.
evidence.
Do you
You're
think that
spouting
it will
evidence.
continue or not?
And what happens when
All
the
right.
midterms come? Are you
Oh
going
my
to accept
God.
that?
Well, you'll lose again. That's what's going to
Okay.
happen. Because you
Co-partner.
need narratives that fit together. You need to be
Okay.
consistent. And right now, there is no consistency.
Says a
You
man
guys
who
have the
try-
consistency of baby shit.
Oh, okay. And Donald Trump has been consistent when, and you
Donald Trump
still
has been
back
winning
him?
constantly,
Winning
consistently.
What has Trump
Holy
been
shit.
winning?
He has at his disposal every single lever of power. He's doing exactly what he wants, when he wants, and where
What's
he
his
wants,
approval
all over the
party?
planet.
What's his approval? What's his approval
Oh my
rating?
gosh. Oh, well,
What
you know
is
what?
his
approval
approval rating?
might affect whether or not he's going to win another fucking presidency. Is that right,
Wait,
Fee?
what? No, I don't believe he's going to run again in 2028. I think it would be insane.
I can't believe you just stepped in that so easily.
I don't understand. No, I didn't, because I don't think he's going to run.
Well, duh.
So, but the January
He's already
6th
won all the
conference-
battles he needed to win, is the point I'm trying to make. And you guys are
So
still
then you know
talking like
it's-
you guys are still talking like the election's in November. It's
It
over.
is.
There
Oh
there
my
are elections in November. But I mean, besides the point,
Talking about the presidential election, for fuck's sake.
You
What?
just admitted that is rage bait. Like you are rage baiting on the panel, Donovan.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm rage
taking
baiting
it.
anything.
I'm not
Simply
taking
stating
it.
fact. And you guys
You're
are
not.
fact averse.
That Donald Trump will run again.
No, I was clowning the fact that she's talking about approval ratings, and approval ratings
So you know that it's
are
rage bait.
completely irrelevant at this point.
No, they're
They're
not.
irrelevant.
That was your entire goal with the statement was to rage
God.
bait.
No, I'm clowning her because
Nope.
because opinions don't matter at this point because he's already won every battle he needs to win.
34
One moment,
court-
please. One moment, please. Bill Russell, do you... Hi, Bill Russell. Hold one moment, please. I don't think we introduced you yet. So would you give your age, state, and who you voted for, please? Also, you sound very far away. Now you can go.
What was that?
I think he was saying something about Trump, so I do think he was talking to us. We just couldn't hear him well.
He was a liberal. He was
I don't know who
asking
he
when.
is.
No, I could hear him. He was asking when Trump has done anything, blah blah blah, meaning positive.
Oh, I see. Well, Bill, request backup. Oh, there you are. And fix
Andy
your
hasn't.
audio.
Sorry.
Hello?
now. I can't hear anybody.
There you are.
Okay, you got me?
Yes. Can we have your age and who you
No.
voted for?
46, Nebraska, Harris.
Thank you. Did you have something to add?
Oh, yeah, I was just, Jonathan said that Trump's won every battle he could. He's never beat a man in an election.
Got him.
That is
That's a very compelling talking point. Thanks for that.
I never even thought about that. I'm actually thinking that's gonna affect my vote in the midterms. I think I'm gonna think about some things now.
Y'all just stay home, just like every other Republican is planning on it. We'll take care of it from here.
Yeah, please run the couch in 2028. Please run the couch. It'll be hilarious.
You're talking about JD Vance now?
Mm-hmm.
No, what's going to happen is that we're going to have debates, we're going to have primaries, and we're going to make sure that the best person for the job gets put up there. You guys should try that.
Okay.
Are you laughing at my modulation of instead of saying the best man will get up there, I said the best person? Is that what you're laughing at?
Because Trump participated so much in everything, right? He did all the debates.
Well, I think that, well, no, I mean, it was obvious that Trump was the heir apparent. He participated in all the primaries. He just didn't participate in the debates. But I think that you guys are missing the fact that even though your masters are going to try and feed you Hillary Clinton again, she's not going to be able to stop Ivanka Trump.
Ivanka doesn't want to run, and her husband doesn't want the exposure.
Who would vote for Ivanka? Like, come on.
All of MAGA.
And you wouldn't?
Plenty of feminists.
Are you saying you wouldn't vote for Ivanka if she's the candidate for the Republican Party?
Ooh, I see what you did there. In that case, I think when all else fails, as long as it's not a Democrat ever in charge, yeah, I'd be all right with that.
I figured that.
So you don't support the Constitution?
I don't even know what that is, bud. Okay.
He's not a natural born citizen.
Part of it's in your Bible.
Bill, are you painting or something? Would you be able to mute when you're not speaking?
Yeah, I'm cleaning up a garage.
Thank you.
Part of it's in your Bible, Gormy. I think the first few amendments or some shit.
It's actually got the Pledge of Allegiance. After that, it's got Declaration.
Recite the Pledge of Allegiance, ROTC.
Could you imagine seeing a commercial for a Trump Bible and saying, "Oh, I gotta get me one of those"?
Recite the pledge.
I don't do that unless it's actually for my country. I don't do that unless we're at like a sporting event or something like that.
You only do the anthem at sporting events. You don't pledge the allegiance.
Well, I mean, like
happens at public school
outside
education.
capacity. I'm not doing it for
You don't know it. It's okay.
You guys start charging me for requests. Is the thing.
You don't know it. Just admit it.
It's fine.
You don't love our country?
Recite the pledge at like intramural 6th grade basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll
He doesn't
recite
know.
the pledge right now. Like, what the fuck?
I pledge allegiance to the flag,
Allegiance to the flag.
under God. Yeah.
One nation under God.
No, finish it. Go.
Nation under God, indivisible, for country and for everybody, one justice
For liberty.
No.
And for liberty and justice.
You would not do well on your entrance into the States. Well, I guess
bet he
you only
couldn't
really
pass the
do
citizen test right
allegiance
now.
at the end. Well, we already tried that, and it didn't go so well.
Yes. Okay. Look, everybody's Googling it right now.
Hey, Gormy, America is land of the brave, home of the what?
For the indigenous at that point, I'm going to have to say.
I thought you were going to say home of the whopper. 'Cause
Anyways, let's get back to some real topics. Midterms aren't looking too good.
Honestly, at this point, Go Army, I don't know that I would ever consider you a stupid person. However, I don't know that there's a subject matter that you can add anything to when it comes to politics.
Outside of maybe healthcare, some Wall Street stuff, like some Constitution nonsense. Like I'm not a law, like I'm not a law attorney. So like I hate when people are like, this is what it means, this is this. Like I'll just pay somebody that can go there and argue it in front of a judge for me and let the judge decide what the law says. That's how I interpret what this American way of life is. So outside of that, I don't think anybody else really knows much more than me. I've learned around here. It's all kind of everybody lives in their bubbles, and I think I get it from interacting with like so many people on a daily basis from every walk of life. And that was going to be my question to Brendan and his businesses and things that or whatever. Does he get a like kind of an understanding of the country? And a better like judgment of it because he interacts with people from all different, whatever, versus like people that kind of only work in a certain place where it's like all liberal, especially attorneys like and law firms. They're all attorneys. So you're never really going to see an outside perspective. And that's why you're so blown away by my opinion,
Yeah, except I'm not blown away by your opinion. No. I think you are pretty much useless in any conversation that has to do with politics, in all honesty. Do you think I'm wrong about that?
Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
Yeah, why would I be wrong about that? What makes me wrong about that? I mean, what kind of use can you serve in a political discussion?
Yeah, for sure. So like what I represent myself when I come on this panel, I represent the blue collar worker. My neck is red personally. I don't think every blue collar worker's neck is red, but so I represent this small business part of America that's got a family, that's paying taxes, that sees, the generation after them, like my grandparents' generation, slowly just like go away all of our traditions, cultures, and we're adapting like everything from the world. Everything else is cool, but America is bad. So I represent the blue collar worker, a real level down to earth. I don't
You
play around.
understand that you understand that most blue collar workers are actually Democratic, right? They vote Democratic.
That's not true. And I would say the last bit of union workers actually went towards Trump. So
No, my ex-husband's a
true at
union
all.
worker and he votes Democrat every
See,
time.
that's why you're kind of
Solves
useless.
it. That's
why
the
you're
story
kind of
about
that's why you're kind of useless in these discussions because you don't really know anything.
Hmm.
I'm blue collar, union, and yeah,
So, like, for instance,
I vote mostly Democratic.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, for instance, you're just a worker, probably. You don't. So, for instance, my point of view on immigration, like I offer, here's how it hurt my business as a small business in America. Here's how it's hindering things, and here's how since this has happened, how everything in these small businesses is
That
flourishing.
really adds nothing.
And then what I get back, hold on,
Everybody
let me just finish real
understands.
quick.
Everybody understands how immigration works. So you're not really helping anybody understand
Yes.
anything when you give your personal.
Definitely. And then I go to.
Did
and then
everyone clock you're probably
You're
just a worker?
Mhm.
I hope everybody clocked that. Okay, good.
Yeah, I did. I
Yes.
clocked it. I wrote it down. I double wrote it and I underlined it. Just checking. So anyway, so I would argue then, and Mojo, most of the people that are coming up here, this is why I'm far more knowledgeable and why I have respect for people like Brendan. So like people that come up here, they're very smart for sure. And they're obsessed with being smart. I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than this. This conversation isn't that smart. These people are very smart, but they're all like very book smart. They're all educated from a point of view of looking at it on a computer screen, chat GDP, or sources on the
You
internet.
act as if
But they
you're
never
the only
go out and
person. You act as if you're
experience.
the
They
only
never
person who's
experience
ever run a
anything
fucking
like that.
business in this country. That's wild. You don't have any idea what anybody else's experiences are, and I guarantee you that the vast majority of the people on this panel actually know how to run a business and have done so longer
I
than
think
you
so.
have.
I don't think so at all. I don't think so. I
I'm,
think a
I'm
lot of
actually
people
willing
that
to
come on
make
this
a
Wrong.
panel have
wager
You are
that
adding nothing
social
to any
anxiety to start
conversation
with.
ever.
I'm actually willing to make a wager that Brendan probably makes more than Go Army, which is kind of telling here because it seems like you're like holding the candle per se for a lot of wealthy people, and you're not one of them.
It's your interpretation. I can't help you with that. But what I'm
I'll
saying
quote
is,
you.
you guys, the first thing you'll go is like, I say, hey, in my area, this is like how immigration is affected. And then the first reply will be like, well, in 1950, you know that the white person was doing this and this, blah, blah, blah. And then in this, so you know this. And it's like you guys argue because you never experience it. You live in your own bubble when it's like, I'm telling you a position. Like when they talk about these policies, I'm the person it's affecting, real life people. When you see it, it's not really affecting your life. You know, you kind of do your thing every day. Nothing much changes. You're not interacting with a lot of people. So it's not much is going to change. Like, I get it, but sorry, you're detached from reality. And I am reality and a couple of others, but you know.
How are we not reality when each of us is clearly a citizen here, works here, pays taxes here, has a social circle and a family in a community in which we engage every day? I don't know about everybody else on the panel, but I would assume that we all have a grasp on reality, and we all live in different places. So I'm not sure where you think you get away with presenting yourself as somehow more connected or better than us.
That's how you took it, that I'm better than you. You don't, I'm saying you don't argue positions from reality. You argue them from what you're reading and understanding about them. Ella, just because you got a piece of paper, just because you say U.S. citizen, just because you got a piece of paper, to me and to where we're from,
Just
that doesn't
because I
make
have
you
a
an
piece of
American.
paper.
You're not an American. You
Okay,
come
Just
you
because
rally
you were
against
born here
everything.
doesn't mean you understand how
She
the fucking
rallies
system
against
works.
everything that's American
Yeah,
culture.
just
She hates.
because you
She
were
goes
born
against
here
it.
doesn't mean that you
Wants
understand
it
how
where
the
she
system
came from.
works. I think it's pretty obvious that you don't understand how the system works. Just because you were born here gives you no extra knowledge above and beyond anybody else. And the people that have actually gone to school for this do understand it a hell of a lot better than you do.
I always wonder why
They
every
don't.
single
They have
day
no
we have to go
experience.
back to fascist talking points. Like, that's it. You just don't
Just
agree
talking.
with,
But
no, you
really, buddy.
just don't agree with Ella, so you immediately say she's not a citizen. Like, it's fucking wild.
Did I say she wasn't a citizen?
You did. You said in your purview that does not make her a citizen, even though she is a
That's not true. I
citizen.
said just because I said a piece of paper don't make you American, and it never will to me. Do you understand that? Just because you come here,
There it
Oh
is.
my God.
To you.
So
Just because
you're
you're a bigot.
against, yeah, so you're against immigration completely then, right? Because I am an immigrant that quote unquote did it the right way, but I'm just, that's still not good enough for you.
Yeah, it's not at all, because once you get in and once you're here, look at what you have as your background. Get in, losers. We're doing communism. That's like where you came from and what your side of
Forgot
Europe
to A.
experienced.
It says
Now you're
losers
coming
for
over here
doing
and you're
A.
doing that. To me, if it was a perfect country, you doing this right here, you wouldn't be allowed here. Especially coming, if you were born here is one thing,
Yeah.
but you being allowed to come here is a privilege. And for you to advocate for that, you should be thrown out and going back. You have to go back. You should have to go back.
What do you do on a daily basis for your community other than
American
trying to
at
make
all.
sure other than making sure your business makes money? Because I work for my community, not just for myself. And I put my wallet where my mouth is, and I put my hands where I claim to want to help. I volunteer with the DSA. I volunteer at the tiny home community. I volunteer at the local food bank in Ballard. I put my money where my mouth is here on the panel. Like, am I still not American enough for you when I try to support anything and everything that I can? That is
That's
in
fine.
America because I've lived here for 22
stuff.
years.
Because you support stuff means like what? What does that mean?
That
Like,
means
yeah,
that
I
I
have to
care.
work all
That
day
means that
because I
I
have to
care.
pay bills.
I wouldn't put forward the effort
She
if I didn't
works.
care.
She works all day. Don't dismiss her.
I work all day.
It's
I'm
sad
sorry,
you
can I
don't
help?
honor our Constitution.
I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
who's
that's what
talking?
makes us American. Fee is talking. It is so
Sorry.
sad you
Hold on, I'll
don't
be right
honor
back.
our rule of law.
Just because I believe that at some point we might, I don't know, change our ways in the US to be more inclusive and to be actually community oriented and make sure that everybody in the country is provided for does not make me an enemy to this country. I can criticize. I can
You have
criticize
a
and
banner that
still
says
love.
communism.
I can
Well,
criticize
hammer
and
and
still
sickle.
love. I can criticize and still love.
You see the hammer and sickle you're riding in with your friends?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
do.
Thank you. That's coming from somebody who's allowed to come here, and now you're advocating for
It's
that.
put up
Amen.
here as it's put up here
He
solely to
supports that
trigger
hammer and
people
sickle
like
too.
yourself. My
Crazy you down
ideology is
side support.
my ideology is anarcho-communism, 100% yes, but I do not speak on that on a daily basis here. I tend to have a pragmatic approach, and I always speak from a community-oriented, a support-oriented point of view.
She's American on purpose. She's American by choice, by design, by studying. You got it by just being
How
born
can you
here.
say by choice then follow that up by design?
Because our entire country is based on
Talking the talk.
immigration. No, I'm not. No, I'm
So
not.
I don't. It's we can move on. I don't want to turn this any further into a put Ella on a pedestal thing. You spoke, and not just about
Put
me,
you
but
on
you
a
spoke
pedestal.
to the entire panel of like you are the only person here that lives and votes in reality. When I was trying to make the point that every single one of us here is part of a community, and we are all here as an American person, and we are all here with the idea of wanting this place a better place. That's not just you.
Yeah,
Except
I don't agree with that. Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
except your idea of making it better would amount to the destruction of this country.
Have you ever
That's
asked
wild.
me what my idea would be? Because I want a
Kind of
very
what I was getting
uh,
at, Brendan. Yeah.
I
They don't
kind of
like
think
us, so once
I
they're in
kind of
charge,
think you all are destroying the country. I don't
That's
know what
fine.
to tell you.
Yeah, that's fine. Us conservatives, yeah, we want everything to be all different and new, right? Because that's what
You want
conservatism
want
is.
everything to be
So
destroyed. You want to go back in
no,
time.
no, we don't.
You want to devolve.
No,
You want to go to where the country was worse than it is right now. Even that's
no.
wild.
I think that what most of you are missing, and in a larger political perspective, would be the difference cognitively between an adult and a child, right? Like you can
Oh
have
yeah,
children
you're the
who are
child
more.
in this scenario, obviously.
Yeah, you can have a child who's more intelligent, has more recall than an adult,
Yeah,
but
again, you're
they're
the
still
child here.
bereft. They're still bereft of the ability to perceive the future. You guys, for some type of instant
Wait, you
gratification,
can't see the
would
future at
seek to
all. What are you
destroy
talking
the
about? You want to
economy that
conserve,
made
you
this
want to go
country
backwards
great.
in
Oh
time.
my.
I'm sorry, you don't want to preserve anything. You want to go backwards in time.
That is hilarious. He just called himself a fortune teller. He can see the future.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that adults generally have the ability to plan. I mean, there's a cliche. If you put a child in the backseat of a car and you tell him you're going to Disney World, it's going to be all, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there? It's a cliche. He can't conceptualize the future where an adult can. And this is what it seems to me politically to be the difference between the two major parties is you have one party that wants instant gratification and is completely immune of the ability to be able to perceive what those decisions will reap down the road. That we are more concerned about going forward into the next century and
Hold
into the
on a
next
second.
millennium, and you guys are just like free stuff now. Like you don't
Because
understand that that'll destroy the entire economy because you're
Brendan,
essentially children.
Wait,
Brendan,
you're looking
you're
to go into
saying
the
we
next millennium while literally backtracking all of society to the 1950s? Like, are you just playing Fallout and that's how you think life is going to be in 100 years? Like, seriously?
Yeah, I love how often you could talk and not say anything, Robot.
I
you
said
sound
quite a
scared of
bit.
everything. You
It's
sound
like
so
Brendan.
scared
It's like,
all the
hey, I got to get
time.
in here and say something, even though I have nothing to say. And then once it's my turn, I'm just like, anyways, Brendan, do you
For sure,
do you
for
hate
sure,
immigrants? Do you hate
for
immigrants?
sure. Go Army. There you
I
go.
don't have to ask him if he hates immigrants because I know that's factually not true. I've talked to Brendan more than once.
Unless they're Islamic.
Yeah,
Unless
for sure,
he said
absolutely.
something horrific to HR before, telling her that she believed in a grape culture because of being a Muslim.
Muslim. She's not a Muslim though.
How do
She's
you know?
because she said it many times up here. She's a
Hindu. She's a
yeah,
Hindu.
that's it. Yeah.
She's a what, Mark? I couldn't hear you over.
She's a
Hindu.
Go
She's
on.
Hindu.
Ah, got it. Thank you.
Shiva
Messi's
specifically.
the Muslim.
Messy.
Oh,
And you
Messi's
base
a
this on
Christian.
living there?
Yeah.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
sorry, Messi's a Christian.
You
He is not.
Did
a
you
Christian, though.
did you
Well,
literally miss that she constantly says that she has Palestinian Jesus held hostage in her heart?
yeah,
Do
she
you
can say
think
whatever she
Muslims
wants.
believe
But
in Jesus?
I
well, some
follow Jesus.
Palestinians do.
Muslims
Could
do
we
believe
could
in
we
Jesus.
let Messi speak for
a lot of famous
herself?
holy
Is that a
sites in
thing?
Palestine.
I do follow Jesus, Go Army. I have been saved and I have been baptized twice, submerged underwater. Two of my
Messi,
daughters have been saved. They've also
Didn't
been
take the first time, huh?
baptized. Yeah, I needed a little extra help.
hey, Messi. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I can't hear you clearly because that thing covering your face. Can you
Oh,
just?
yeah, okay. So yeah, no, I follow Jesus, but religion is a scam in my opinion, and I don't believe that I need to be sitting in I used to work for a church also. I worked in the children's ministry until I had my third child. We go to church, not as much as we should. I follow Jesus. Jesus would be my homie. Jesus wouldn't fuck with you if he were to come back today. I can promise you that. My Jesus,
Why would
my
you promise
Jesus
that?
wouldn't fuck with you. With
But
the
you can't just
things,
like make up your own
the,
Jesus.
my
Messi.
Jesus would not fuck with you.
You can't just go around saying we have our own Jesuses. Like, what are you
My
doing? You're not a
own
Christian. You have literally devil
personal
Pentagon things you
Jesus.
put up all the time in your
Oh,
background.
are you like the foundational Christian too? Are you Catholic?
No, I'm not. But I just wouldn't go around putting
So
up
you
devil
don't believe
Pentagons
in
and
the actual first Jesus?
satanic club stuff if I was claiming to be a Christian.
Oh, I was born and raised a Catholic, so am I better with Jesus than Go Army? That's crazy.
You would be, because that would be the first Jesus. Go Army believes in a Jesus that was re-envisioned for his faith.
Also, remember,
Yeah,
Jesus was
That's
yeah,
so
that's not
true.
true. That's not true at all, Fee. Tell him, my sister in Christ.
That
Tell him.
is historically true, Go Army. Upon Peter,
Talk
I
to
will
Sister
build
Christ. I
my
got it.
church. Upon Peter, I will build
Yes,
my
we know,
church, and the
we know.
Catholic Church. The Catholic Church has been consistent since Peter. Do I like them? No. Have they made mistakes? Absolutely not. But the last two popes have been amazing. The
In
last
600
two
years.
are amazing. So yeah,
Hey, do you
your
think the book
Jesus was
was? Do you think the
created for
book is
America.
holy? Okay. Do you think the book is holy, Fee?
I'm more like
Word of
Messi.
God. Do you think it's the word of God?
No, not anymore. I used to.
You're
I
not even a
used to.
Christian. Like, get out of here.
I didn't
This is
say I
ridiculous.
was. I'm just saying, Robot's right. I know so much about the Catholic Church, having grown
Robot,
up
do
right
you
next
believe the
door.
Bible is the word of God?
Okay, I
Like
was
a holy book?
speaking. I grew up next to a monastery. It was the best
Doesn't matter,
experience.
Fee.
Because I got to know the Catholic Church at a real granular level, watching these guys go from
What about the Great
entering in
Reformation,
to
Martin Luther?
becoming president. I'm sorry.
You don't think that was like what I'm getting
He
at? You
would
don't think that
never
was holy
abandon.
inspired?
Listen, if you
You don't
believe
think
in
it
the
was divine?
Bible, listen, if you believe in the Bible, then you have to believe in the Catholic Church.
Do not.
I'm
That's
sorry. Well, then you're saying Jesus didn't keep one of his promises.
Protestant.
Upon Peter,
Right.
I will build my church. I get that.
That doesn't mean you have to be a Catholic. Do you think
It's
that? Do you
in
believe?
your
Here's what it boils down
Bible.
to. Like, stop talking like a sixth grader. Listen, let's just get down to the point. We can skip all the people's cells and brains and all that kind of stuff. Do you believe that the great Protestant Reformation, Martin Luther, pinning those things? Do you believe that that was divine, like it's inspired by God, or not? You think it was all just
No.
man did what?
Technically, the religion would say it would
Technically, are you
speak
do or
through
you don't in your heart?
the
That's it. I don't
OG.
care what you think.
No, in my
In your
heart,
heart, do you
if I were
believe
going to
that?
go back to, in my heart, if I were going to go back to a religion, I would go back to Catholicism.
I didn't ask all that. I'm just
You
asking. Do
did.
you
You
think the
asked
Great
in my
Reformation?
heart.
Oh my
I,
gosh! Do you think
I,
that moment? Do you think it was inspired by God? That moment
no, I
where it
do
broke
not.
off the Protestant religion?
No,
Okay,
I do not.
you're Catholic then, so it doesn't matter.
Of course not. We're the OG.
I have a question.
Well, that's not true.
I mean, considering everyone here on the panel is so pious, I have this question, and this is something that's happening as we speak. There are currently 50,000 Moroccan invaders in Spain right now. Unless a lot of resources are brought to bear, a few thousand of them will probably starve in the next few days. Should Spain give aid to the invaders that currently just jumped the fence and are now occupying a city in their country? Yes or no?
What does their law say?
No, I'm asking you
What does the
personally.
law say?
No,
I
I'm
think we should
asking what
follow
does
the
the law
laws.
say?
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're going to hide behind that?
I am going to
I
honor
believe their
their
laws
laws.
say, yeah, I
Oh,
believe their law
oh.
says yes.
Oh, so what you're saying is, and this, I'm going to go ahead and out on a limb and say that this is generally a leftist position here for future reference. But you were saying that the country of Spain
To feed the hungry?
should
The
feed the
hungry.
people invading their sovereign territory. Is that right?
I'm going to go with Jesus's idea
This
of
is why
the.
you are going to
So,
continue to
hello.
lose. Election after
Well,
election, leftism is being
No,
rejected
Everywhere.
for the
Brendan, you're spreading
nonsense that it
misinformation. You're
is.
spreading.
Oh,
Hi,
am
Brendan.
I?
You're
Am I?
spreading Yes, you are absolutely because most,
Tell me
if
how
not
it's
all,
misinformation there, Ella.
because
He's
most, if
trying
not
to.
all, of those Moroccans have returned to Morocco. So no one's starving. Thank you.
So it's just a part-time invasion then, Ella. W. Good job.
They're just
An
it's a
invasion is
weekend
They
thing.
have
It's not even.
returned.
It's not even Morocco an was a. invasion.
I thought Morocco was hosting the World Cup. I thought that was a good country. Like, why do they got all these people coming from there? These Muslims.
Because
To
dad is
play
going to
football?
put them into a drought.
Even third world countries, it's nice countries like can host the World Cup. It's just men that want to go to a new place and invade somewhere. It's okay if you're a liberal white, liberal.
Did you? Sorry, Ella. Did you see the Spanish team during World Cup? Did you see them? Go Army.
I don't watch that.
Oh, so you're talking about they were all different colors because that's what Spain is.
Crazy. Oh, okay. All right.
And
Thank
Spain
you. Well,
has
anyways,
the
back
right
to
of
reality.
return. No.
This is why I say I have
See,
something
you
to
don't know
offer,
their
Mojo. Back
laws.
to reality.
If you're
This is what Brendan said happened.
So he's lying.
By the way, what are you talking
You
about?
don't
the
want
World
to
Cup
hear
team?
the
Nobody
truth.
cares. Nobody cares about the World Cup team, Fee. Let me put you on respect. These people they're like, how many people? Thousands of thousands.
Spain
coming over?
has the
They're
right of
deporting
return.
them back as we speak. Do you know that? They're all Muslim. That's another fact. And another fact here is Morocco is not a third world country. And another fact, it's hosting the World Cup next in 4
And that's
years.
what I brought
And
up.
all these men are coming from there, so they should. This is insane. You just
Morocco,
this is the
Spain, and Portugal. Which
empathetic
is,
sympathy. You guys are letting this happen. That's why.
again, you're
Called
not listening.
suicidal empathy.
That's it, Brandon. My bad. Yeah.
You know, Jesus was an immigrant himself and Palestinian.
Taking
You
advantage
wouldn't
of
let him
people
in the
like these
country.
people.
And by the way, I just want to argue one sense about Spain. If you are born on the Western Hemisphere and were formerly a Spanish colony, you have the right of return. That's who's given first priority, just like Italy used to do, but then stopped it because too many Americans were coming back in, because they realized here was an issue. So I don't get what you don't understand about their own laws, but I lived in Spain as a kid because of that right of return under Franco. So
I'm talking about the thousands of Islamic men that were like swimming through breaking through the border and then just coming over and
They have
overwhelming.
returned. Yeah, they have returned.
Returned. Oh, okay. And they're not coming from a bad area. They're coming from a country that's hosting the
coming-
World Cup and has all the world coming. They're coming
Okay,
from not a
so-
third world country. It's a nice area. They're
You're
coming
so
to
good at
basically just
misinterpreting.
take advantage of you. So, no,
Yeah.
you just throwing
So
up what if.
first
What
of
about
all,
this?
the
What
World
about
Cup,
that?
the World Cup will be hosted by Spain, Portugal, and Morocco together, not just Morocco. So let's get that straight. And that has nothing to do with this, right? The vast majority of those people went to that place for two reasons, a combination of two reasons. One, because of the legislation that would have given them amnesty in Spain, and two, because of really bad wildfires that are happening all over the place.
yes, Spain is.
If you're going to,
Okay, they came for wildfires.
If you-
yeah, look at all the grown men like, just come over because they can. What about all those
If you-
That's
women?
not what he said.
I
And
would-
third, Oh,
Yeah, go
Worry
sorry.
about the
Sammy.
Oh,
wildfires for
and
women and children. Well, they are Muslims,
and
so I
third,
thought
it was also a disputed land. So if you hold the same contempt for Morocco, then you should hold the same contempt for Russia invading Crimea in 2014.
He should
I
actually hold the
lose.
same contempt for Canada. Some
And
33,000
here's where it's
people
going to lead
fled the
to.
Canadian
America's stolen
wildfires
land,
into the
and we should give it
USA.
back to them.
Are you wanting to build a wall across the northern border of the USA now?
Love to. We'd love to do that from the get-go.
What about the airports then? Are you going to do that too
We're
at
going
the
to build
airports?
a wall over them.
I
We're
can
going to build a wall over them.
guarantee.
What do you think?
I think that's silly. And I think you're being silly because you don't have a position. And to Mojo's point before, you don't add any value. You bumped off of Brendan saying his Islamophobic shit and just took it and went for sure, for sure.
Yeah, are you a troll? Are you a real person or a bot or NPC?
She's a troll.
It sounds
Yeah,
to
she's
me
got to
like
be.
Nice.
it sounds to me like you're a troll.
You're just defending. I know, Mojo, you're a nice guy. Thousands of people are
No,
coming
you're
across the
just,
border.
I
We
mean,
all
you
see
really
it.
add
Grown man.
nothing to a conversation. Like nothing ever.
Yeah, clearly not. Clearly not. That's why you all so quickly want to join up and counter me and hear me. Yeah, I'm sure. I have nothing to say. Ask me about this. Ask me about that. Yeah, go Army. I have a question.
I was originally talking to Brendan before you piped up. I didn't come up here to talk to you. I talked to Brendan.
I think the point he was trying to make and the point I was trying to make has nothing to do with Islamophobia. Simply being educated and aware of what Islam offers to the world does not make me Islamophobic. It makes me educated.
Yeah, it
And
looks
you
like
have
The
lived
fact that
there
you would
when?
one of
the fact that you would rather ignore what Islam portends simply to signal your virtue doesn't make me any less correct.
When have you lived
Yeah.
in the Middle East?
Are you
Point I
actually
have.
educated?
Or
though?
even grew up or
Around a Muslim.
interacted on a daily basis with Muslim people. Yeah, like you seem to be only educated on the parts you want to hear that like makes somehow the Muslim community less than, but you're not educated on how community oriented they are and how supportive they are. Like every religion has bad parts. If we did the same to Christianity, like it wouldn't stand anymore either, right? Like you're picking and choosing what you want to be educated about.
No. I love
Yes,
neighborhoods.
yes.
Hey, Elo, tell us what El Abid is in Gaza. Would you do that for me, please?
No, I don't
Stop
know
it. Again,
exactly
you're
what that
cherry
is, but I
picking.
can
What?
I can
What do you
tell.
mean, Ella?
Yeah,
Ella, you're so educated. Tell us what El Abid
I
is.
never
Go
I
ahead
never
and look
claimed
it
to
up.
be so I never claimed to be so educated. You do. I claim to have
Yeah.
experience living and growing up among Muslim people.
Okay.
I got to live there for a year.
Because you're so
Gate to America.
neighborhood oriented. El Abid is the El Abid means slave, and that is the portion in Gaza where all the
No.
black Palestinians live. Oh no, look it up.
Stop it. Stop it. Yes, they have black
Yeah.
Palestinians, just like
Uh-huh.
Israel treated
Yeah, and they
the
all live in the same neighborhood.
Ethiopians.
Why do they all live in the same neighborhood, Feet?
Why did the Ethiopians in Israel do the same thing? Why were they forcibly sterilized?
Because
Because
Gazans and
without their
Muslims to a
consent.
larger extent are racist.
No. Okay. I've known Christian Palestinians. You have no idea what the Levant is really like. You've never hosted a student in your home. You've never dealt with someone who is a Muslim. My daughter, who is Muslim, who comes from Turkey, is an amazing young woman. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
She's seriously amazing. She's coming to the United States for a master's degree. And guess what? Her visa got approved. So stop with your BS.
Yeah, so it looks like
You think it's good? Nice
it looks like Spain is also speculating that Israel and the U.S. because of like spats between Spain and the U.S. because of how Spain had some disagreements with the U.S. U.S. and Israel are basically thought to be behind the crossings because
I've seen that too.
Israel has some colonization. Israel's been doing some colonization in Africa, so
I've seen
And they
those
want them to
yeah,
take all the...
basically. So like imagine this, like it serves it serves Israel, the U.S. because they can use this as propaganda. Like notice how all the Zios on his app started pushing this shit about this crossing. They've been making a big spat about it. It's so they can just push more shit like Donovan is trying to push.
And Moroccans, have you ever met one? Brendan, have you ever had dinner with one?
I have. He was is Muslim. He's Muslim.
Yes, I know he's Muslim. So was the one I sat and had dinner
Can I
with.
ask you a question?
Sure.
Is your daughter one of many wives, or is she the only wife?
She's not married. And her family would never. She speaks four languages fluently. Do you?
Cool. I mean, that's got nothing to do with it. That's great. Does she get
Yes, it does.
72? Does she get 72 male virgins now when she goes to paradise?
She thinks that's stupid. She thinks that's stupid.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
well, she
go
probably
on
have a
and-
hard time in Islam. I don't know.
She is Muslim.
Hey, Army,
Sure,
do you
yeah,
know
she's very-
about others just based on stereotypes?
Not a stereotype. These are words in the Quran.
Yes. And there are horrific words in our Bible. Horrific. Slavery was justified
Can we focus
in our
on the topic
Bible.
instead of
I'm
pivoting
not
to
the
some
one
other
that
religion?
switched it. Well, then
Every
tell
time
that
I
to go on.
I think it's
my
really
daughter knows
telling.
4 languages, but American
No,
Bible this.
again, to Ella's point,
she doesn't know what she's messing with
extremism.
Islam. Bro.
You know what? I lived in Saudi Arabia, which is the most conservative. Lived in Riyadh, which is the most conservative town.
Oh, America.
And had to deal with covering and had to deal with the Matawa and had to deal with a lot of their religious stuff. And yet seeing ICE on the streets has terrified me more than seeing the Muslim religious police on the streets. The call to prayer, which used to trigger me, is now doesn't anymore because good Muslims would never allow that nonsense to happen.
What you're describing is called Stockholm syndrome.
I did a little.
It's not
I did a little
Stockholm.
bit of. I did a little bit of reading. The statelessness and legal hardships of Afro-Palestinians following the 1967 war and the Israeli occupation of East Jerusalem. Afro-Palestinians in the Old City became subject to complex citizenship and residency laws. They do not hold Israeli citizenship. Instead, they carry temporary Jordanian passports and Israeli Jerusalem residency permits, which can be revoked if they leave the city for extended periods. So this isn't a Muslim decision. It is an Israeli decision for them to live in the neighborhoods that they do. Whoops.
Starting in what
Don't
year?
forget that Israel sterilized
67.
Ethiopian Jews.
Yeah. What happened in 2015 in Gaza?
I don't know how does that pertain
You mean the
to
one where
Afro-Palestinians already having been
Israel
like,
left
in those
Gaza
neighborhoods.
and left the administration entirely up to Hamas.
Except that they controlled the water.
The damage had already been done. The neighborhood already existed. Do you think that people are just going to up and leave and change their homes just because something changed?
Yeah, because I've never changed my neighborhood ever.
But as far
Have you,
as I can
Ella?
tell,
You live in the same neighborhood you were born in, Ella?
As far as I can tell, Afro-Palestinians are typically regularly integrated
The
in their
American,
society
holy
the same way as other Palestinians are. It's Israel that's doing the oppression, not anybody else.
Right. Yeah, complain about apartheid while
And don't
having
forget that-
literal apartheid.
And remember that Israel is the one that sterilized Ethiopian Jews.
Yes, they were. Brendan, we know about what
The other-
happened. Nobody here is justifying October 7th. But you can't say that they
I
had
will.
control, Gaza had control of Gaza.
Whoa.
Or Gazans
I
had
will
control of
justify
Gaza.
October 7th.
What was that?
That's wild, Mojo.
What did I just say?
Ooh, Mojo.
I said I'll justify October 7th.
Oh boy, I would
It
not.
was absolutely justifiable.
No.
Because an oppressed, imprisoned people have the right to fight their oppressors in any way possible.
Then
Yeah,
hit the,
you know,
what?
that-
On
that
9/11,
viral
I
wait a
had
minute,
no
please.
issues.
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on, Brendan. On 9/11, I had no issues with them hitting the Pentagon. That was a military target.
What's
Nope, that was a
Whoa.
military
Yeah, you
target.
guys are-
That might
So
be
if
the
you guys are all
someone is going
black
to
Americans.
That might be the
listen, this is someone who's
None of that
listen,
shit's coming from me.
again. They hit.
If anybody's listening, I have no feeling. at the top left corner. I love the country. I love the FBI. I love everybody. Thank you very much.
I didn't listen. I didn't say it was
I
justified,
have no affiliation
but
with
they
David
hit
Demontana, by
one
the way.
military and then they hit a whole bunch of civilians, including Tower 1 where my husband was there and lost 2 team members. He got out just as Tower 2 was coming down. It took hours to find out if he was still alive. So I don't say that in any way to be facetious.
Boy, I thought I was.
Hey,
I
Hitting
thought
a
I was going to
military
get
want to
target?
justify
excoriated.
putting that
I
Israeli
thought I was
German
going to get
citizen
excoriated,
on
and
the
now
hood of
I
the
don't.
car and
see
then
me
driving
just
her
like
through
saying,
Gaza
"Give me
That's
the
fine,
ball."
Mojo.
like a
It's
fucking
fine.
like a
Hitting
general or some shit?
my point
Well,
on
You
when they were
justify
October
that
dragging through
7th.
the
Can we get
town,
after
back?
she was
Brendan, yeah.
gang raped? You want to
Yes,
justify that?
Brendan. They agree with that. They stand for that.
No,
Brendan.
I
That's the first
didn't.
thing I thought about,
Totally
Brendan. The
That was
justified.
my
images of
whole
those,
point. Guys, can
the
I speak?
images of
That was
those
my
innocent girls
Wait,
going
hey,
through the town.
hey,
That kind of
Grammy,
stuff.
shut up, shut up.
that was my
I'm
whole
sorry. I'm
point.
sorry, but Fee just said hold my beer, so I'm holding her beer. Go ahead, Fee.
That was my whole point about the fact that on October 7th they hit civilians. I always thought it was horrific to hit civilians. I am not justifying that. They should have hit the IDF. That would have been justified. In my opinion. No, I know what I said. I know how I feel. And I've had 25 years to think about it. 25 years of being triggered on every 9/11. You know what, Go Army? I don't know how to get through to you. I don't know if you'll just
You
ever
think that what you just
listen
said
to
would get through
someone.
to anybody? Everybody's like trying to get away from you now. Like tits are
You
like
see,
wild
I don't
famous.
care.
Very,
It's my
you might get up on
opinion.
some kind of watch list saying
All right,
something.
let me
That's
ask you.
fine.
Wait, hold on, Go Army. Are military targets able to be attacked, targeted by another nation?
Wait, say that again? What do you mean?
Can other nations that are at war with another nation, can they attack military targets?
For sure, for sure. If they're like actively doing stuff, for sure. In
All
another
right,
country,
so
yeah,
so
absolutely.
this nation within a nation, whatever the hell they call themselves, they attacked a military target in the Pentagon. That's what she's saying.
You mean radical
There's nothing.
Islamists? The ones she defends that her daughter joined up on?
They were part of a larger organization
My-
that was trying to free the Middle East from Western influence.
Yeah.
Let
You
me know when
mean
y'all are
those,
ready. I got
those,
questions for
ex-
Mojo.
those extremists that came from Saudi Arabia that Trump is now trying to be best friends with? Those guys?
Down low in
Yeah.
Palestine,
Yeah, those
too.
guys, the guys that like behead
Those guys.
journalists and shit like that. Yeah, those
Yeah,
guys.
those are Muslims. Muslims, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
those are not Muslims.
Absolutely.
Those
You know
are
why? What did the
extremists.
Quran say? The Quran says, what do?
You don't
either
understand
disavow
one
your
thing about
Does
the
the
Quran.
Quran say that you can kill
I'll say-
172 little girls in a fucking school in
Oh,
Iran?
yeah, let me tell you what the
Does
Quran
the Quran
says.
say
Three
that?
things.
Does the Bible say that?
The Quran says 3 things. It says, you either, and this is in Islam, you either tell them to disavow their faith,
Not
Jesus,
true.
and take up Islam, or you make them pay the tax. What's the tax called? Everybody knows. Or the third option, you strike
You've
them
never
at the
even
neck.
read the Bible, and here
Hold
you
on,
are
you
trying
strike
to tell
them
us
at
what
the
the
neck.
Quran
And why
says.
do you
This is
see all
wild.
these people
It's
losing
wild,
their heads?
dude. You haven't
Because
even
that's
read the
what the
Bible.
Quran
You
tells
can't even
them.
quote from. You can't even quote from the fucking Bible, and here you are trying to tell us what the Quran says. That's wild.
True, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Although, here's the argument against this. I will say that in the Middle East, there's nobody that really does the tax, but there are people that do take the part, strike them at the neck, and that's where you see that
No.
off with the heads. Yes.
So ridiculous.
That's-
Is
Not
this
if
your
you're
Bible
people
study?
of the book.
Do you read the Quran
You're-
during
you
your
have no
Bible
clue,
study?
bro.
Is that what you do?
I mean, if you're a person of the book, Go Army, and
When
you are
Islam
a
comes around
devout
here, I can
person,
defend ourselves,
you
but you guys-
you don't have to do that. No, you don't understand
She's already
Islam.
lost. Her daughter joined. Is your daughter covered up? Walk around covered up, her own body
No,
covered up?
she's not. That's not a requirement in Turkey. She's Turkish. It's a
Turkish. Well, how's it Islam? So Turkey's a Muslim country?
it's a secular
Okay,
Muslim
come on.
country.
I
Yes.
didn't know that. Oh, that's right. It wasn't always like that, was it?
Arms can one be? That's-
Wow, you're
I didn't-
ignorant
This
as
country
How did Islam
wasn't
take
always
over?
this country wasn't always a majority Christian country either.
It started off majority Christian.
No, it did not.
No,
it did not. Not at
No,
all.
it did not.
Not at all.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the colonies, right?
Go
12
back
of
a
the
little
13
farther.
colonies.
Go back a little farther, pal.
You had to be a declaration of.
Go back a little farther,
to
pal.
even be
Hey,
part
pal.
of the
Hey,
United
pal.
States.
Hey,
Oh my God.
useless waste of space. Go Army. Go back a little farther.
That means
This
you're
was
crooked
not.
when you say
This
that.
was not a Christian nation. So I mean,
You can say
all of your
that.
arguments
You can
here
say
are
that, but I give
completely
you facts.
all of your arguments here are completely ridiculous.
Thank you for your
So
opinion.
instead of
Let's
I
going
go
think
back
back.
Robot.
My
500
opinion, it's a
years,
fact.
so instead of going back 500 years, can I ask Mojo on what you just said? It's been 5
That I can
minutes now.
justify October 7th?
Well, not specifically that, but they can use any means necessary.
Yeah.
So if they can acquire a nuke and detonate it in Israel, you would be okay with that.
I don't think anybody should be using nukes, but if that's the only way that they can free themselves from their oppressors, then sure.
That is fucking wild.
How is that wild? How is that wild?
The left for you, right there.
When is the West
Let Iran do
going
it.
to
They would let
start
Iran do it.
listening? No, I don't want to be nuked. I don't want
Army, you
everybody
would
to
let
be
Israel
nuked.
do it.
When?
Defending their borders after being attacked, yeah, for sure. Buffer zone, safe zone from being attacked, and
Y'all
what
are
they did to those
scared of so much you don't
innocent,
That
understand.
beautiful,
literally
innocent women they did to
justifies
that.
the attack on Iran. Because if the Iranians can make a nuke and then sell it to the Palestinians to then nuke Israel, you would just be for it.
Where
Who
the
said
fuck are
that?
they
Well,
gonna
the
put
attack on
it?
Iran,
Iran's
the
gay.
attack on Iran justifies them in attacking us. You get that, right?
Oh, sure. But I
They are
mean
perfectly
that's why
justified
we
in
now
attacking the United
justify
States
the
in any
Iranian
way they
war.
see fit.
But you're now justifying the Iranian war. So that they do not
The
obtain this
Iranian
nuke
war,
to
the Iranian
free
war didn't have
themselves
to.
from the
The
shackles.
Iranian war didn't have to happen. If we weren't oppressing them, then they would not have any justification in using a nuke, or selling a nuke, or giving a nuke to somebody else, or doing whatever the fuck they want to do. There would be no justification because they were not being oppressed. However, now they are being oppressed. So now they're justified in doing whatever fucking using whatever means necessary
Wait,
to free themselves of the Western world.
if they weren't oppressed before, what was stopping them from selling a nuke?
Absolutely nothing.
So then you're
Point.
then for it. They could just sell nuke to
They had the
Palestinians to.
capability to do that. They made 60% enriched uranium in 2021. They absolutely, within 3 weeks, could have made it into usable material that would be 90%. And they could have stuck it on a medium range warhead and they could have sold it. Yes, they could have done that, but they didn't.
I mean, this
Why
is wild.
is
This
Trump
is just justifying everything that we do
robot?
to Iran.
Why
Not at all.
Trump now defunding all of the counterterrorism groups
If this is the
within the
case,
government?
wait, hold on. If this is the case, Robot, then everybody is justified in attacking the U.S. Like every country on the face of the planet is justified in every single attack against every single American that exists on this planet.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that
No,
would
well,
be
I don't
your
care whether you
notion
agree. I'm
because you're
talking to
saying that
Brobot.
it's
And Brobot, according to your rationale, you're
not
justifying
mine.
the attack of every single American.
Again, you can't pivot this onto me.
I
You
can.
made the
I
claim
just
that
did.
an oppressed. No, you made the claim that an oppressed can use any means necessary.
Yes,
This
and
is not
Actually, you
my
are.
rationale.
and
This is yours.
following your line of thinking, then everybody has the right to attack the United States.
Yeah, so that would be your rationale.
That is your rationale according to the line of thinking that you just laid out.
Okay, I'll give you that it's my rationale then in that particular instance, but it is your posit. You're saying that they have any means necessary. That
Yeah,
means
yes.
in the
If you're being
rationale, you would be
oppressed,
able
you
to
have the right
attack.
to fight your oppressors in any
Wow,
way
why
that
do
you
I get
have at
talked
your
over?
capacity.
Can I finish the
Why do you keep
sentence?
asking the same thing
You're
over
saying
and
the
over
same
again?
thing.
Just
Yeah,
say it.
exactly. You
Yeah,
keep
dude,
saying the
like for
same
10
thing.
minutes now.
That is true, Brobot.
I get it, you're shocked, but I'm not. This is how they are. They're leftists, bro.
No. Stop
I'm a
it.
leftist dude. Like, what the fuck?
No, you're not. I don't
But
think I've
you're a
heard you have
moderate.
one
You're a moderate.
leftist
Holy shit.
ideology on this panel ever, actually. I can't think of one. Wait, I can. Do you support gay people?
Of course.
That's the only one I could think of.
He
Every
wants
single point
universal.
you've ever
He
had was
wants
fucking right
universal
wing.
health care too, but then again, so does Donovan.
Like, are you going to argue, Robot, that the slave uprisings were wrong? Are you going to argue that
No,
the ghetto uprisings were wrong? So then why do
no.
you make this exception for the Palestinian people?
What do you mean?
Why do you make this exception for the Palestinian people? You're saying that
What
the
exception
acts
have I
of
made?
are the acts of October 2nd, were they wrong?
You mean October 7th?
Sorry, October 7th, were they wrong?
I never gave a moral posit to October 7th.
So then what's your pushback on what Mojo said?
I gave him the scenario and his particular notion that the oppressed can use any means necessary if that meant they could achieve a nuke in any form or capacity, whether purchase or just build one, and nuking another sovereign nation, would he then be for it? He said yes.
Like we,
Yeah. Well, hold on. So do you think that, I mean, coming from the Grape of Nanjing, coming from what the Koreans went through with the occupation of Japan and the utter horrors that were placed upon them, they probably felt it was justified for the United States to use nukes against Japan after the attacks at Pearl Harbor.
Sure, but Mojo's also saying that he feels it would be justified to use the nuke.
I mean, yeah, the UN says this as well. This is a pretty popular thought. If don't oppress people, it's that fucking simple. You don't want to be attacked. Don't oppress people.
I agree with not oppressing people, but I do not agree. I do not agree with using nukes to solve the oppression.
No, you put up that posit. That's not what Mojo is saying. You're the one who came up and said that you came up with this
I asked him
imaginary
that
scenario that
scenario.
could never happen, by the way.
Wait, it could never happen that Palestine would get a nuke
No,
from anywhere?
no. 80% of Palestine is under rubble. 80%
I
under fucking
understand
rubble.
that.
Where
I
are they going to keep the
understand that.
fucking missile? Where are they going to keep the nuke?
They don't need a missile. It's a fucking nuke.
Where are they going to keep it?
Do you understand like range of like actual raising destruction that a nuclear
Yes.
weapon in today's manufacture has? Or even we don't even have to get into like after effects like nuclear fallout and radiation. I am talking about the simple destructive force of it. You
Who
could set it off in
cares?
Gaza and level all of Israel and half of
have you
Jordan.
seen
Gaza's
Gaza?
already leveled.
I'm talking about leveling all of Israel. You're talking about
And?
mass unaliving.
And
So
Yeah,
you're for
Gaza
it.
already had mass unalivements. Gaza's
So you
already
are
been
for it.
massed
Your
unalive.
morality says that this is okay if they were to use a nuke in that
Absolutely.
situation.
The aggressor
Holy
needs to
shit.
fight back. The aggressor needs to fight back. It needs to be fought back against. I don't know how this is a difficult concept to understand, that when you grow up with a boot on your neck, eventually you're going to try to cut the fucking foot off.
Those that seek revenge must remember to dig two graves.
This is
Yeah,
not
but they won't
revenge.
stop.
This is an active fucking it's an active oppression. They're not trying to revenge their parents. They're trying to revenge the things that are happening to them today.
You are simply condoning martyrdom in your own morality that this would be acceptable.
No, I don't think they should kill themselves, nor do I think they should use nukes. But I would say that they are perfectly justified in doing so by the way they were treated or have been treated and still are being treated.
You
Yeah,
understand that that's an oxymoron. You just said you don't want them to do it, but
I
they're
don't want
justified
them
in
to.
doing it.
Yes.
That's fucking cognitive dissonance.
No, it's not.
no, it's not. Same way I
No,
said
because
it
they're not.
Pentagon was.
No, because they're not stopping, Robot. They're not stopping. In fact,
Unaliving
they're
yourselves to kill
expanding
the
even
bully.
more. No, you're not
Unaliving
understanding
yourself
what
to
you're
kill the
saying. You're not
bully is
understanding what you're
cognitive
saying.
dissonance.
I'll tell
No,
you
they
I
are
what.
understand exactly
expanding.
what I'm saying.
I'll
You're not.
tell
You
you
keep
what.
interrupting me.
Generally speaking, I'd be willing to die to protect somebody I love, but I probably wouldn't be willing to kill to protect somebody I love. So unaliving myself is perfectly justified in my world in order to protect the people I love.
Okay, but you would
I
be
would,
killing everybody around you, including your neighbors, in
Fuck
this
them all
particular
if they're a
scenario.
threat to everybody I love.
but can we, like, what if you put the U.S. in the place of Gaza? If another country was oppressing the U.S. or American citizens in such a way, would you not want them to use any means necessary to protect themselves?
I would not be for using nukes in that given scenario. I
No
mean,
one is
I'm still on the
advocating for it, Robot. No one's
holy
advocating for
shit.
it. They're
Can you
just
actually
saying
just
they
engage with it?
understand it.
Then just
I am
engage with
engaging
the
with it.
actual hypothetical. I would not be. I'm still on the fence at whether we were justified in using it in World War II, like let alone using it as an offensive weapon to end like subjugation. I don't know if I'd really be for killing millions of people just because I felt that I was being mistreated, whether
No,
Well,
it
it's
was
not
it's not a
feeling.
sexual or
It's not
feeling.
a
not.
feeling. What the hell are you talking about a feeling? It's actual active death. Not only that, but Israel will not stop no matter how many times Iran has given them the chance to pull out of Lebanon, out of fucking Gaza, Syria, the West Bank. They keep expanding in the West Bank. They're not stopping. So I agree with you. Maybe it would definitely be unjustified if Israel was showing signs of good faith that they wanted to pull troops out of these places, but they're not. They're continually expanding no matter what everyone tells them to do.
I
Much like
want to
Russia, right?
answer.
Yes, much like Russia, and Ukraine would be justified to fight back by any means necessary because Russia is the invading force.
I would not be okay with Ukraine like detonating a nuke in Moscow. Like
So,
it's just fucking wild. You're gonna kill millions of innocents simply because you feel that you're subjugated. Like
Wait a
it's
minute.
fucking
It's not a
sick.
I
feeling.
wanna,
Okay.
I, I wanna engage with it for a second. So I think you're wrong by saying just because you're feeling like you're being subjugated. Like, the reality is that more than 60,000 people have been unalived, right? Like, you cannot forget that. However, I do think that if you want to only talk about retaliating with nukes, then I would probably have hesitation around it, because I do think that like nuclear weapons don't have a place in this world, period. So, like, if you're looking for someone to set a boundary around that, I could see that. I don't think that nuclear weapons are appropriate. But do I think that beyond, like, aside of that and by any means necessary, yeah, 100%. Like, 60,000 people plus is not just over feeling oppressed. Like, that is actually a lot more than that, right? So
Well, I mean, I guess you kind of hit the nail on the head then there, Ella, because at this particular point, I still do not believe in the whole by any means necessary, because the logical extent is, well, because 60,000 were brutally oppressed to unaliving, we can then use this as a justification to kill millions, literal millions, and people that aren't even impact or part of this will be unalived as well.
Do you think that we were justified in dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Yep.
As I said, I'm still on the fence about that, but I will give you the posit like, yes, we were justified to save lives,
Okay, then
to preempt the American
you are the
invasion.
hypocrite. Then you are the hypocrite.
Okay, then let's
I
go the other
agree
way. We were
with
not
Robot.
justified and we should have invaded.
I don't think we should have done either, but there's that.
Well, then that's the ridiculousness, because Japan was not going to stop.
They
And they
were.
did set foot on
They
American soil. They
they were.
invaded American soil.
They were going to stop.
No, they weren't. I
They
did this
were.
No, they
research,
weren't.
Mojo,
They
after the
were.
last
They
time.
were.
No, they were
They
not.
were. Hey, they were going to stop. They were out of oil. They were out of energy, and we had them embargoed and we had them surrounded. They were getting no more oil, no more energy. They were getting no more food. They wouldn't be able to eat, drink, or survive if we let them sit there long enough. They would have had to surrender.
The Japanese literally made it to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, set foot on American soil, and the
Once
Marines, which
again,
I believe
we
is
had
the
them surrounded. They would have had to have surrendered without a fucking nuke.
Holy shit.
Except
They
they weren't
literally
just
invaded
in
American
Japan.
mainland.
Okay, you're saying this, and then also Israel's done this, but like 10 times worse. So, which is it, bro? Like at the end of the day, at least Japan did actually try to negotiate with the US and the West multiple times.
That's an outright fucking lie.
It's not.
Even after we dropped the first nuke, Japan said, go fuck yourself. We will
No, they
take over
didn't.
America.
Yes,
No,
they
they
did.
absolutely did. That's why we dropped the second one.
They were dropped
Yeah.
within. Oh man, I'm so
The
you are so disgusting, bro.
Oh,
the
you know what? Don't do that.
Nomuro Kurusu talks happened in 41. Yeah, they did try to make concessions with the US because at that point they were having major supply issues and because it's an island, right? So Japan really I mean they tried a few times.
Those bombs were dropped 3 days apart. 3 days. They were not given a time to fucking negotiate.
I mean, literally after the first detonation, do you surrender now? No.
Okay.
Then we dropped the
They were not
second
given
one.
time to negotiate. They were not given time to think about it. They were not given time to actually deal with what just happened or even understand what just happened. They weren't sending fucking people into Hiroshima. They didn't know. You didn't give them any time. We dropped both those bombs on purpose. We went there with the intention of dropping both bombs, and we did drop both bombs, and there was no reason for us to do that.
I have no issue with that, especially since I researched it after we spoke the last time on this topic, Mojo.
Yeah, and I think you're wrong too.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you would just, I don't know, justify the Bataan Death March then.
I'm not going to justify anything
or
else.
Nanking.
I'm just fucking, what the
You
fuck is
you
wrong
are.
with you?
I am asking
Nanking
you
was
why
the
you were
invasion
justifying.
from Japan.
I know what it was.
Why do we get three people
Why
talking?
would we
into
justify Nanking? That makes no
So you're
sense.
You're saying wild, stupid ass things right now.
No, it's not. I asked you specifically because you said you would justify October 7th and also the phrase by any means necessary
Yes,
to
we've already
get rid
gone
of your
through this. You
oppressor.
don't have to go through it again. I have explained myself. Do you want
So
a
we're
different
talking about
explanation?
no, we are talking about you justifying
Don't ask me the
this
same
shit.
stupid question again.
It's only stupid because you're justifying mass fucking murder.
What the fuck?
You just said you would be okay with the slave riots. You said you understood
You
the
just said
slave
you were
riots.
okay with killing over 300,000 people. You just said you're okay with that. You're fucking wild, robot.
I am talking about nukes that fucking literally killed hundreds of thousands in a split second. Can we please stick on the fucking subject?
Yeah, you're okay
we
with
already
it.
did.
You're okay with hundreds of thousands of people dying at the hands of
No,
our
you
fucking
are.
government.
You are.
No, you are.
Like, this is
It's funny
fucking
because
wild. You literally
about
say it.
you're talking about a hypothetical, and we're talking about something that's already happened to the Gazans.
And we're talking about something that already happened in Japan too. And you justified that shit. I'm sorry, but you're okay with killing 300,000 people, and now you're feigning umbrage over this fucking stupid shit.
You did it again. You did it again.
What? Because you don't think I've ever
Fucking
used those fucking words before in my life?
Correct.
Shit.
Oh, just know I'm always listening, Mojo.
Donovan is trying to claim a 300-year-old
Now I'm not
phrase.
allowed to sound smart, otherwise I'm trying to imitate Donovan.
If you say conveyor belt of umbrage, I'm going to lose my shit. Didn't mean to interrupt there. Please continue.
I almost want to say it just to make you lose your shit.
Conveyor belt of umbrage.
You guys suck.
Who said that? Because I love that.
Who do you think?
Figured. No,
Probably
Donovan.
Walter Cronin or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't think it would ever get down to nukes. I don't think that anybody would be stupid enough to drop a nuke that close to yourself. And if they did, it would be a small suitcase-sized nuke that wouldn't affect Palestine in any way, shape, or form. You probably wouldn't kill a whole lot of people with that in that process. So I'd say it'd probably be okay. If it came to actually dropping warheads, the only country that we know that would do that is the United States.
Well, I mean, I'll give you that, but size no longer determines the lethality force of a nuke. A briefcase can easily level Manhattan just as much as like all of Gaza and Israel.
So,
I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry, no.
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 Okay, you tell us what size the warhead actually has to be in order to level all of New York City.
Let me look it up.
But
Brendan?
10 megatons.
Well, no, that's the power force. What is the physical volume size? Can it fit in a briefcase?
I think I've heard the number 6 to 7 times. I've heard the number that 6 to 7 times the amount of megatons that were used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki have been dropped on Palestine already.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that's TNT equivalent force. That is mini bombs.
I understand. 6 to 7 times the megatons that we dropped. And you say they're not justified in fighting back.
Wasn't
That's
the yield of Hiroshima?
No, they can absolutely fight back.
4 kilotons.
I am just saying, like, the
You just get to decide how.
No, the martyrdom of like erasing that entire sector of the world.
You're assuming
that's
you're
fucking
assuming
wild.
that they have to kill themselves in this process. I don't.
They
make
absolutely
that assumption.
would using that
I
level
don't
of
make that
destruction.
assumption. I don't make that assumption.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe they get a hold of a 1950s actually functioning Soviet warhead
I'm
fits on
sorry,
the back
but-
of a truck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you could use a fucking I don't know, a spittoon. I don't know what the hell, something small, a test tube size of uranium, to stick inside of a warhead that you're going to only hit with a force from the outside that's very small. So it only goes off of just a little bit and only takes out like one city block or something like that with a little bit of radiation that goes around it. I mean, we have the capability to do all these things. Shit, it could be a fucking dirty bomb for all I care.
You're describing a inefficient criticality.
Yeah, that's fine. This is not about efficiency. It's about getting the oppressor off your fucking back.
I'm just saying it basically doesn't work that way. If you want to talk about the lethality that came out of one of the ones that we dropped on Japan.
They were fucking monstrous. They were size of a goddamn VW bus or bigger. What the fuck? I'm talking about something small.
That's because you were trying to talk about size as equating to destructive force, which is
it
not the case.
generally is, because we're still talking about fission, not
the
fusion.
case. Yeah, the amount of material that went fissile when we dropped the bomb on Japan was about the size of a paperclip in volume.
Well, you weren't very specific, to be fair.
Huh?
That's why I'm saying a briefcase that has that ability, even if you only have the amount of a paperclip going fissile,
Well, then
will
use the
fucking
amount. Then
raise
use the
the
amount
entire
of a,
Middle
then
East.
use the amount of a quarter of a paperclip or a tenth of a paperclip. Whatever the fuck you have to do, I don't really care. Your fucking argument is irrelevant and pointless.
I think that you have some kind of weird understanding of science that we can forcibly make a specific amount go fissile. It is very, very obvious that we fucking cannot.
You just add less material.
It may not even fucking go off.
Okay. It may not even get through. They have a fucking Iron Dome that we pay for.
Once again, if it's in a briefcase, nobody's
I
going
didn't say a
through the air.
briefcase. You asked if they could drop a fucking nuke. I was just giving you alternatives as to what they could possibly do, and then things that I'd be okay with.
Okay, once again, I simply said using a nuke. I didn't give any delivery method.
No, I'm pretty
if they
sure you said
use
drop.
a nuke,
I'm pretty sure you said drop when you originally
Oh,
asked me the
are we
question.
going to play this back over me saying use or drop?
It's your
Well,
favorite game. You use it on me all the
Listen,
time.
if y'all
That is
get a
true. That is true,
galaxy and
Brandon.
one of you like loses their mind, I'm quitting. Okay.
I'm okay. I just think they would be justified, and I still think that Iran is justified in doing whatever the fuck they want to us too. This whole fucking notion that we have the capability of going and telling the Middle East, any country in the Middle East, how they should run their fucking countries is ridiculous. We should stop doing this shit right now.
I can
I
agree
don't
with
care
all
how
that, but the
much Donovan
justification.
hates fucking Islam.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Am I supposed to apologize for that?
No,
Good.
no. I just said you're the one who was just. You're probably the only one in the room justifying what's going on in the Middle East to a certain extent. Well, although I didn't even look. Is Go Army still in the room?
He is not.
No.
Okay. See, that's why I said he's kind of useless in a conversation, in an actual conversation.
I mean, he really is. He's just going to cheerlead whoever kind of sounds good at the moment.
I think it's sad. I don't think he's a stupid man. Just think he's
I know.
propagandized.
I don't even know if he's propagandized. I kind of feel like he doesn't take any of this seriously,
That's probably true
which
too.
is
Oh,
actually
I
more
think he
sad than being
does.
propagandized.
Yeah.
I appreciate most people's perspective, if nothing else, for the entertainment value.
He tracks conversations. He seems to follow. I just think that he's sheltered, and people cannot understand or take part in conversations beyond the point that their experience and their understanding exists, right? So I don't know.
I want to know
I reach
who's in
my
the
limit.
audience right. I want to know who's in the audience right now that took a clip of Robot asking me if I'm okay with them dropping a nuke, and me saying yes. And I wonder how long before that makes it on TikTok somewhere.
There will
Whoops.
be call out
Oh, I'm
lives.
sure it's already been posted.
Yeah. There will be call out lives, Mojo. Prepare
I know.
yourselves.
Oh,
There will.
Jesus.
I'm good. I need something. I need some motivation. I really do.
Well, you are welcome.
Growing the platform should be your motivation.
This would grow the platform. There is no such thing as bad press.
I mean, yes, the justifying of the use of a nuke to level the Middle East. I mean, that's going to earn you some accolades somewhere, or at least
It's gonna
exposure.
draw. Yeah, it's gonna draw attention.
I'm sure Penny's got somebody in here, and oh my God, did you hear what Mojo said about Israel?
Or me about the Pentagon.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, you might be in
Yeah, that
larger
was spicy.
crosshairs than I am.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. It's fine. I mean,
Yeah. I hear the logic behind what you said, Fee. I just think that the Pentagon is such a big place, and it has so many, like, what I would consider innocent civilians who are just employed and work there, right? Like, they're not, I don't know, like, to me,
it's a choice.
the logic behind it tracks, but in the reality of it doesn't for me.
Yeah, I agree with the logic.
I'm not saying I agreed with it. I didn't agree with any of it. I do understand it, though.
I do too. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
These violent delights have violent ends.
Is the Pentagon considered a military base of sorts?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the
it's
generals and shit are.
It's a central command facility.
Violent delights have violent. Was that Ray Bradbury? Who said that?
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare said it.
That was Shakespeare. Yep, that's right. I don't know where I got Bradbury. I think he reused it in Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah. A lot of people
God.
use this line.
That movie, holy crap, what a fucking blast from the past.
Yeah,
That was
Bubble,
such a good
bubble,
movie as a
bubble.
kid.
Let me just mute because I don't know. I can't hang.
No. Something
Oh,
Wicked This Way Comes. If you ever want to watch an old movie it's kind of a
does
kids
it have
movie.
a book? I prefer
It does.
books.
I'm
Yes,
pretty
it
sure
does
it's
have a
Okay,
book.
based on
all
a book.
right.
Yes. Yeah, you should listen to the book. It's good.
If it's not a book, then it will be in a play, which you can read the scripting of the play.
I used to
Oh, I
use that
don't
line.
mind plays.
I used
Sorry.
to use that line all the time. Something wicked this way comes. That was like at the forefront of my lexicon.
Whenever a trumper is in the request.
Yeah, something wicked this way
Ouch. That hurt.
comes. Hey, now I'm gonna start doing that.
I usually do precede my request with the devil emoji.
I learned that. Now when I see you post that, I know to look in the request or let Mojo know.
The devil emoji.
Yeah.
Every time.
Movie night at Mojo's. I'm not making the popcorn. Yeah, I bet. Well, yeah, I guess we could. We could have a movie night in DC and watch it there.
You know, something just popped in my head. You know, we have so many conversations about American culture and things like that. The one thing that I had never seen before when I moved here was a drive-in movie theater.
Yeah, that wasn't ever about watching the movie though.
No, probably not, but it's still really cool.
Okay, those of us with kids, yes, sometimes it is about the movie. But if you're under 30, then you're right.
You're not doing the drive-in movie theater right then, Brendan. Just have to tell you that.
Well, I remember the drive-ins. Every single one of them had like playgrounds at the foot of the screen. They had concessions. I mean, they were a place where kids could play and the parents could watch
Yep.
them and still do something fun that was semi-romantic.
And cheaper than taking them to a theme park. My family loved them. I still do. I have very fond memories of the drive-in as a child.
I do as well.
I'd always only seen it like on TV before, and then when I moved here, that was one of the first things I asked about, because I wanted to see it if it was real, because I thought it was really cool.
Nope, they've all been taken out by tornadoes.
We have two
That
in my
and
area.
Big American
Fucking
breakfast.
climate change. Yeah, fucking climate change messing with American culture. Jeez.
Yeah, we have two in my area. I don't know, but we're California, so.
I think there's still a couple left in Colorado too.
Yeah, there probably are.
So back to Go Army's perspective. You guys might not appreciate the perspective, but I think Mojo at least understands the utility of having as many diverse perspectives as possible. And that includes the perspective of MAGA.
Well, I think if MAGA exists, we should probably be talking to MAGA.
Right.
Until they no longer exist.
You know what's interesting, Mojo, is I actually heard Destiny last week tell a story about a college event that he went to with who is not the TPUSA guy, who is the older guy that was it Strayer University, I think is the name. Anyhow, the reason I bring it up is because of the language that Destiny used. He said that, it was Dennis Prager. He said that Dennis Prager is a very finely honed blade for the right. He actually used that exact language. I was like, oh, there it is. Keeping
it
one's
from you. What do you know?
Well, I guess, but keeping one's blade sharp is very important. I wouldn't be surprised if popular individuals stalk the streets of TikTok looking for ideas to bounce off of. You know what I mean? Kind of testing the waters for the rhetoric. I mean, I do it myself.
Sure. I have had Destiny use one of my arguments as well. I'm pretty sure he was listening at one of his VCs, and I was in the VC in his Discord arguing with somebody about abortion. And then he had a debate about abortion later that night, and he used my argument verbatim in that debate, which was an unusual argument, not something that most people use.
Yeah, just to put all of your mind at ease, I have never once in my entire life, nor will I ever reach out to Stephen Miller.
That's good.
W, Brendan. W.
Was somebody afraid that you were going to turn me in or something?
No, I meant allowing them to avail themselves of my political rhetoric is what I'm trying to say, or my political calculus.
Yeah. Well, you and Stephen Miller, the Nazi, would probably get along famously.
Ugh. Yeah, no.
Sure.
Well, I just know he's the worst of the worst to you guys.
He is pretty bad, yes.
Yeah, I don't.
Nosferatu.
Right. I don't appreciate everything that they do, obviously.
Nosferatu.
Nor would I, nor could I. But similar to the socialist, even though there's some places I agree with them, and I would appreciate if they accomplish some of their goals. I think largely their mission is detrimental to the United States at large as a whole.
Mojo, when you said Nosferatu, I had this like instant image in my head of like a blood-sucking Nessie, like I don't know if y'all know Nessie. I like the creature in the pond somewhere in is it Scotland? Yeah,
the Loch Ness monster.
Yes. So when you said Nosferatu, that's what popped in my head.
That's just because I pronounced it wrong. Yeah, right. No, Nosferatu.
It's Nosferatu. I have no idea. It's terrible.
Just reaffirming my profile on you, Brendan. Are you saying that the DSA is a detriment because they are looking to change like the edifice of the governmental structure? Which I only call it an edifice because, I mean, widely they have a point. The Senate is basically just an extension of the House. They're not really doing much that is, I don't know, special.
Yeah, their purpose was to hold the House back from making changes too quickly. Well, the Senate is actually serving its function. I just think that people are kind of done with that function. They don't want to be held back from change.
I'm not. I still like the way it functions. I just think we need to reform. I'd like to start with reform.
The question was for Brendan, and I see he's on Teacup now.
Oh, sorry, robot.
Claire's yelling at me. Hold on.
Yes. He's getting in trouble from both sides.
Yes, my husband's yelling at me right now. Why do I bother?
No, Brendan is definitely getting the same riot act on that end of the phone as he is on this one.
Oh, I know.
I would just like to share that I am very grateful of past me from last night that ordered Thai food because I get to eat it a second time today. That's great.
Oh, nice.
So W passed Ella. She's pretty great.
Oh my God.
Current one is too. Did you get in trouble, Brendan?
I'm just gonna blame perimenopause.
Wow.
Don't do that.
I bet she
It's
couldn't
not
hear
supposed
that.
to be your excuse. That's our
Correct.
excuse.
Again, not free will, not her own mind, the hormones, which she has no
Yes.
control over.
You guys
Got
are
it.
a slave to your hormones. Correct. Yes.
In some ways we are. I do agree with that. I saw a really
So
funny
are men.
Bubby actually shared a really funny meme with me that said, like, I saw an ad the other day for a menopause-friendly work environment, and I thought that just meant that DAC works and you get to slap your boss when you're annoyed, and I thought that was really
for
funny.
real. Just run her a hot bath. Well, maybe, no, never mind. If she's Perry, then she doesn't want to have a hot bath. I don't know, massage her feet.
Gross.
What's wrong with that?
It's better
You're
to feel my
gross.
feet.
You're gross.
Mm,
Mm.
agree.
It's the toe jam.
Celery lover and
What
maker
kind of
ribeye
people have
steak.
you been in touch with that they have toe jam? What?
Oh,
You act like toe jam is unusual or something.
Is it?
it
No.
is.
Oh, stop. If you wear socks, you get shit between your toes.
I'm looking right now. I don't have any. Do you have toe jam, Phil?
Do you wear
You
socks?
always wear socks. Honey, do you have toe
Oh,
jam?
thank you, HR.
He's saying nope. My husband's feet have never hit, I think, the ground. I shouldn't be saying any of that. But so he wears a lot. He wears his socks and no toe jam. But thank you.
Okay.
Anyone who was hungry is probably no longer.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Yeah, like I don't know about peanut sauce right now after the toe jam conversation.
And I'm getting blamed for it?
Yeah. You didn't have to like go ask your husband and shit. What the hell was
He's
that?
sitting right here. And he would think that's funny.
Okay.
And he did.
I don't know HR.
To each their own.
Something about feet. Like we're all ADHD as fuck up here. You know that.
Yeah, we moved like 3
Well,
topics in the last 5 minutes.
I had posed a question to Donovan, and he's currently getting yelled at. So we're in toe jam.
Oh, no, I want to hear Brendan explain it because I know she can hear us. So let's go, Brendan. Come on.
Would you mind repeating the question, brother?
Yeah, I forgot to.
I missed it.
Wait. What makes you think she can hear you?
Well, she can certainly hear you. We all know
We said
she's
hi.
commented in the background before.
We said she's cool.
They said hi, Claire.
And she's cool.
Yeah. W. Mrs. Brendan Rose. Keep him in
W
mind.
her.
Use
And
a
God bless her.
every now and then.
All right, that's fine. She can hear you for the next 10 minutes or so, but I want to remind all of you that she is holding a knife. So please
good.
be nice.
No,
This is
no
great.
knives.
I feel like
Just chancla.
that's wild.
Just those flip flops. Just chancla. It's good enough.
Oh, I guess I'll repeat the question now. So, Brendan, we were just talking about your consternation with the DSA, and you had specifically mentioned that though you could agree with much of what the DSA does and their platform, there are only certain parts that you have an issue with. And would that be fundamentally their changing of the edifice of the American government?
Some,
The
not
edifice.
much. You said much. No, I think, and you know this, there was some modulation with regards to the political positions earlier, specifically with regards to getting rid of for-profit prisons as opposed to all prisons. That I agree with. And of course, the socialized healthcare, I think, is something that would help not just the United States, but the world with regards to how we practice and disseminate medicine and medical care.
Yeah, which I figured. And I mean, the edifice, like I had mentioned before, I only use because I do see the DSA's point in the Senate, like not really serving a special purpose or anything in today's day and age. Is that what you're against?
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Well, no, I think we can fix a lot of the problems that we have without doing clear cutting and burning the system down. I mean, I think that a lot of the changes that the DSA want to affect can come from things like, term limits, limiting the amount of dark money that enters into our elections. I think all of that could be done without the radical changes that the DSA is suggesting.
And I think we should have Claire around more often.
I want to know why you think that rape is inherent to Islam and not to patriarchy. I want to know why you think that that is an okay thing to say. I want to know why that is, because I have so many Muslims in my family, and it's just like so absurd to me because I can't understand why you would say something like that. Because Islam, in and of itself, the word means peace. That doesn't mean patriarchy hasn't taken it over like it has Christianity, like it has Hinduism, like it has every other goddamn religion.
Well,
I want
because
to know
Islam
that.
isn't just a religion. Islam is a political and a military ideology. And I have the cipher that I think most people, especially my cousins on the left, tend to forget, is that when Islam is discussing what should and shouldn't be done with regards to their faithful, you have to understand that Islam does not consider apostates or infidels to be people. That's why.
But look at what's happening in this country, Brendan. Who are the people who are trying to take away women's rights, take away women's bodily autonomy? Look at the amount of rape that is conducted every single day in this country, not only by law enforcement, but because there's actually a TikTok page that informs everyone which law enforcement officers have been using their badge to sexually assault women. How many people in the West are constantly fucking doing it? How many people in the West use it as a part of war? It happens in every patriarchal structure, Brendan. It is not a form of Islam. It is not the way that most Muslims practice Islam. It's the same way most Christians don't not let women not sit down on cloth when they're on their periods. Right? There's lots of things in the Bible we don't follow because it's obvious that this isn't the way that we conduct civilization. And yet you continue to pin that on Muslims, making the world a more dangerous place for my little nephew because he's growing up Muslim. And I'm fucking sick of hearing it.
I'm sorry that happened, HR. I had no idea.
Islamophobia is just getting so dangerous. And to constantly say all of them versus the extreme of them is just radically different than the rest of us.
It's a part versus whole fallacy. I don't sit here and say that all white men are terrible men. There are plenty of good white men in the world. Just because some white men are colonizers and some white men are murderers and some white men are mass murderers, I don't call all of them that.
Thank you.
Because I understand that is a part versus whole fallacy. I understand that culture and poverty and socioeconomics play a role in these things. I understand that the colonization and the Western interference in the Middle East has created terrorist after terrorist after terrorist, as people have seen their wives and their kids be bombed by Westerners for fucking ever.
Which conquest are you talking about? You talking about the conquest
All
that
of them.
occurred from 700
Look,
AD?
Brendan, you know what I'm talking about.
Until
Don't try to
today?
play me right now.
Is that what you're
You
talking about?
understand what I am saying.
Oh,
You
okay.
understand. I know you understand
Only
because I know
Islam
you're
is
not
allowed
stupid.
to conquest, right?
I know you're not stupid. I know that you understand that when people have been demoralized to such an extent, right, to where they have nothing left, that it is easy to cling to faith and it's easy to convince young men to do horrible things in the promise of a better world on the outside of it. There's the same thing we do in this country when we promise young men that they will have health care, that they will have access to jobs and this and that if they go to the military and do horrible things and break down their own psyches to do something for this country. We tell them about love of country, love of God, and we convince them to do horrible things. It's the same thing. It's a different structure. Do not blame an entire religion, 1.8 billion people in this world who are trying to practice something that gives alms to the poor, that gives them faith in something like when the children in Gaza are being bombed, something that keeps them holding on to something. Do not blame an entire religion, an entire faith that is first of all, one of the fastest growing ones in the world because it offers more than hate and violence. Just like Christianity offers more than hate and violence, just like Hinduism does, just like Judaism does. It helps some people if they want something like that in their life, if they're seeking out that spirituality. And for you to lump every single one of them together in one thought that they are all rapist, murderer, terrorists is just making the world unsafe for them. And it is going to make them more and more and more afraid. And you are only perpetuating the thing that you are afraid of in the first place.
Yeah, heuristic. You're absolutely right. The West is such a scary place for Islam. That's why we can't get any of them to come over, right, HR?
Yeah, because you're not going to nuke the fucking launch
pad. Because there's so many Christians and Jews falling over themselves to immigrate to the Middle East.
God,
right, HR?
You are being reductive. You know that you are. Like, that doesn't mean they don't still come over here because they believe in the promise of America. I'm not saying all of America is doing this. I'm saying your rhetoric, the things you say, are perpetuating those problems. I'm not saying America as a whole is doing that. There are systems, sure, that are doing that now. This administration has made that easier. But again, you reduce things to one thing, or you make it sound like I'm not giving this nuance, and I am. But seriously, the fucking fear of this is getting out of control. And you live in Virginia, where my brother is, where my family is.
Because I know how Muslim men fight. And so, I'm not afraid of any of that.
Muslim men fight.
Okay.
While you were in a war with them? While we were there for weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist after we drew lines around their ethnostates, around their ethnicity, so that they would fight? So that we took their oil, took their things, killed 1 million Iraqis, and in the darkness? Those people? You want me to tell you that they shouldn't have fought us?
Yeah, because what the West did over there was so bad, wasn't it, heuristic? Oh, it was so terrible. It was so horrible.
Killed 1 million Iraqis,
and it's amazing, isn't it amazing?
By depriving them of food and medicine.
All of that immigration over into the West. Do you suppose that's because they love the West, heuristic, or is it because they want revenge?
It's because you don't bomb the fucking launch pad. That's why.
Well, which is it? Because
no, Brendan, they're over here
simply
because they
let
don't have
HR go.
choice.
Because if you listen closely to her rhetoric, you'll hear what's really happening, right? She wants to paint this picture like, oh, Islamophobia is so bad and horrible, and you're making it so hard for Islamists to come here to the country, when in fact they're not. And so that begs the question, why are they really coming here? If this is such a racist, totalitarian, horrible place to be, why are they coming by?
I didn't say that.
Why are they coming by the millions?
Brendan. I never said that this is a racist, totalitarian country. You are twisting my words. You are twisting my words because you know that you are being a bigot and you don't actually have evidence on your side. You know that my logic is more sound than yours. Whether or not I'm more passionate, whether or not I'm more angry, because I have something to lose. I have something to fear from what you say. I do. And I think about it all the fucking time.
So yeah, the reason why they people, for example, I use a similar example with Latin America. It's safer within the imperial core rather than outside of it. Rather than you're safer inside the imperial core rather than within the country that it is attacking. Right? Like you're safer in the United States rather than Iraq because the United States is attacking Iraq. The United States is not going to attack itself.
Not yet, at least.
Well, actually, if you think about what's happening now with ICE and all that shit, that's fascism is basically colonialism inverted. So now, basically, that's why you have ICE occupying cities.
It's so frustrating because somebody says something about Christianity being violent or instigating, doing something to lose women's bodily autonomy, and Christians think, oh my God, I'm being persecuted. Oh my God, they won't let us speak truth. Like, no, your inability to understand that other faiths exist and to just fucking coexist is the problem. You create an us versus them mentality, Brendan, and we're all here fighting the same fucking fight. It is not you versus the Islamists and the Muslims. It is you versus the fucking corporate takeover that's happening in this country that is slowly taking away all of our autonomy through surveillance. They're taking away our autonomy through price gouging. They're taking away slowly by slowly bits and pieces of our liberal state. And I mean liberal in the broader sense, not in the right versus left sense. Our civil liberties, they're coming for them. Whether or not you're a Christian or a fucking Islamist or a Muslim or a Hindu, they are fucking doing it. The stock market, your pensions, all of that stuff is just another way to control all of us, you included. We are on the same side, dude. You have got to stop fighting people just because you don't understand it all the way, because you're afraid of it, because of what you thought you saw, because of all of the things that you are afraid of, or I don't even know what. But we want the same fucking thing. We want this country to survive. We want this country to explore, to put down the fucking guns and go out into space and find out what's going on in the ocean, to do something great with all of the fucking things we've built. But no, we're sitting here fighting about Islam.
I don't think we want the same country as they want. I just don't.
Yeah. I thank you for all of that, HR. I think it's so important to get it out there. But I agree with B. Earlier we hit a similar point in the conversation where it's like we're the enemy because we dare to criticize and want to build something that, helps everybody in our society, not just them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't want the same things. I guess maybe it's just like what I want, which is like, I mean, the things we could be doing with all of this money and time and energy, we don't even understand our oceans that well. We have the opportunity to like reduce the stress on the planet by like actually talking about some serious spacefaring, to like actually put technology and our brains together, our international power to explore the universe, to understand nature and the nature of reality, to like to extend life, to change the way people suffer in terms of food.
There's no profit in that. There's no profit in that.
All of those things, but they are what has made us this creature on this planet, this thing that understands itself. And we waste time with these stupid fucking arguments when we could be doing so much cool fucking shit, like making cockroaches have little fucking tiny scuba suits. That is
You
the
and
time
the
and money.
cockroaches. Oh my
Dude, come
God.
on, it's so cool.
There's the
We
propaganda.
literally use them for search and rescue because arthropods are basically indestructible. I mean, that is amazing. That is a collaboration with nature that is unbelievable. And you're sitting here arguing about Muslims. Like, god damn, dude.
Because that's what's important to him. Like what is important to you is like surviving. What's important to him is like fairy tale La La Land where there's no Muslims and everybody's white and that's it. Like they will cut off their nose to spite their face. That is this ideology. Like everyone, always asks like, oh, can't we make concessions with capitalists? Can't we just do halfway capitalism? The fuck no, we can't. This is exactly why, because they're fucking greedy. Their brains have a brainworm in it that they can't think of anything other than making a profit. There is no concession with capitalism whatsoever. No concessions can be made with this ideology whatsoever. It is a poison and a stain on society.
Okay.
It is.
That's extremism.
It's not extremism. I've watched capitalism destroys lives, and this is how it does it. There's no profit
That's why
in
communists
saving the
don't have any
planet.
form of power in
There's
the
no
United
profit
States.
in saving the planet, so we're not going to do it.
The thing is though, in the long term there is, because we are actually losing money in.
They don't care about long term. You know that. You're in
right?
you're in economics. You know they only care about short term gains over long term profits. They don't care about long term. They care about short term. They cannot see beyond the next week.
They want you to think that they only do that because behind the scenes they do, right? Because they do things in order to hedge. And all of them are doing the same thing. They're all hedging behind the scenes, right? They want Brendan to continue to think that, They want all of his little minions to continue to think that. But people who are making big money on the side, they are making switches. They are doing those things. They are funding that stuff on the DL. Like, I see this shit all the time. And we talk about this shit at our conferences too. Right? We sit at those tables and we say, okay, do you want to spend $500 billion this year on the fact that half your shit's going to be destructed by hurricanes? Or do you want to put some money behind something else? And they do listen to us, but they make sure that people like Brendan make sure they don't know about that. They keep that shit on the down low because they know that if these guys keep up their fucking nonsense, that they can continue to do things like use their money for stock buybacks, use their money for big giant, like other shit while slowly hedging on the back end. It's not a good thing. I'm not.
Claire would like me to make it clear for the audience that she is not a minion. Please continue.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope she changes your mind about some things.
I don't know. Businesses, that's why they have the quarterly results, right? I feel like businesses and corporations, like you've talked about, who are the drivers of climate change at the end of the day, they focus on gains within like the next 3 months. They don't look beyond that. They're just not. They're not designed that way. They're designed to make immediate profit.
No, it's not true. And almost every single company has a 5 and 10 year plan. Like they do. They're not just looking at those. They will do things in the small term and within like allotted margins of risk, right? But it's not that despicable. It is despicable in the sense that they are planning and the way that they advertise, the way that they want people to think things are going on and what they're doing is different. And I'll give you that. And I'm not advocating for it or like saying that it's a good thing, but like these guys are more calculated than that. They are way more calculated than that. And I mean, for example, right, just this last quarter, oil profits came out, man. They made almost like, Exxon made $10 billion more in this last quarter than they did the quarter before. And they're already fighting about the windfall taxes because they are thinking ahead, right? Like again, I'm not saying that they're not. I'm saying do not underestimate these people. They are
thinking ahead in what though? In all the things you just mentioned, in what were they thinking ahead on?
Dude, oil companies are some of the biggest.
They were thinking ahead about profit.
Hold on. Yeah, oil companies are some of the biggest investors in green technology.
And yet they lobby our government to keep us relying on oil. Yes, of course, because they want to keep making money off the oil, but they are some of the biggest investors in green technology, right? So again, I'm saying they are going to hedge and and exploit until the very last second, and then they're going to switch because they've already made the investments. It's about getting them to switch earlier. It's about having them making the moral choice. That's difficult, but they're not thinking about that because they know. They're the first people who discovered fucking climate change, and then they buried it in the 60s. Yeah. So, I mean, again, the whole ideology behind a profit motive being what drives people to do what they do in this country has rotted their brains from the inside out. It has made it impossible for any real change to happen in this country. We've moved backwards rather than moving forward, and all steps economic. Capitalism should not be allowed to exist. It is nothing but profit seeking. It has no desire to do anything else. It has no desire to help anybody else but itself.
Yeah, we just can't tear it down all at once.
No, I'm sure we couldn't. I'm sure we couldn't.
We have to be smart about it because at the end of the day, the most vulnerable people in the society are the ones who end up the most hurt from dramatic shifts like that.
Well, there's a dramatic shift happening right now, and the dramatic shift is people are getting poorer and poorer, and it's happening quicker and quicker, happening at an exponential rate.
HR, were you raised Hindu or Muslim?
Hindu.
Oh my God.
My brother converted when he married a Bengali girl.
Converted to Islam?
Yes, because they're Orthodox.
Orthodox Hindu or?
Muslim.
Ah, nice.
My brother converted because he married a Bengali girl.
I see. So Shia or Sunni?
Sunni. All the Muslims in Bengal are Sunni.
What is Turkiya?
What is what?
Turkiya.
Turkey?
No, Turkiya. It's a Muslim predisposition or precept.
I don't know.
Normally, Islam forbids one from lying because they're trying to emulate the other Abrahamic religions. But
Getting listed.
the exception to that is when one is engaging in jihad. They can invade other countries by presenting themselves as peaceful. And
Do you know the planets have to be aligned?
That's not
in a certain
true.
way? Hold on. Do you know the planets have to be aligned in a certain way for a jihad to take place? Like, it's not just like the political area. It's not just like the thing. Like, people have claimed jihad just the same way that Christians claimed crusades, right? Even though, like, in terms of scripture, we've never actually had the setting for one because the planets have not aligned in the correct way during that specific kind of time. If you want to be that like locked in.
So what was Mehmet II doing in Constantinople?
So hold on, I wanna clarify. So what are you actually talking about? Because Tukiya or takiya is a short rounded skull cap worn by Muslim men, or it is the practice of concealing one's religious identity because of threat of persecution.
Which one do you
Yeah,
think? Which one do you think I'm talking
strict.
about?
But it is the opposite of what you said, right? You said it's to like, what is it? The
Way
exemption
countries.
from the exemption from lying. Yeah, like this is not what that means. You're twisting it.
Yeah,
Again.
Penny pushes this. She says basically like, because there was I saw a debate. I think it was Laura. She was talking about how like she had friends that were Muslim and all that, but they all kept telling her that like they're all just they're nice to you for now, but they're gonna turn on you because they're all just basically pretending to be your friend and all that shit. It's fucked up because it basically paints all Muslim people as like secret,
Deceptive. Yeah.
deceptive. Yeah, it's like an inverse of anti-Semitism.
Exactly. Yeah, taqiyya is very strict, even within Sunni Islam. It's a very strict mode of which you can deceive only if you're under persecution, like being tortured. It's very strict. Has to be like life-saving.
Like, let's also be completely honest. Like, the largest Muslim population in the world is in Indonesia. The third largest Muslim population is in India. My Bengali sister-in-law, like, she might be Muslim, but culturally she's like basically Indian. Like, we have so many of the same like kind of cultural norms, right? Like, a lot of how Islam is practiced is also shaped by the country that you're in, by the culture that you practice it in. There are so many Indians that are Muslim that are so similarly culturally to me, pretty much, other than the fact that I don't eat meat, and they do. They eat beef, they eat pork, or they eat beef and they eat like turkey and stuff like that. I don't eat any of that, right? Like, that's like the biggest difference, is that like I eat Indian vegetarian food. Like, in terms of like how we interact and like who they are, like in the Middle East, like people have been like oppressed for so long. I know you hate the word oppressed, but like from the wars that have been fought there, from the way that it was like cut up after the Ottoman Empire, like the strife that has happened from us, eliminating different heads of state so that we could put in our own people, that people have turned to religion just to feel safe, to feel belonging. And then the terrible people within those sects have used that as a mode to get people to do horrible things. But it is in a response, it is a reaction to Western imperialism. And that doesn't mean that I think the whole West is evil. It just means that I understand that imperialism has a cost.
Mojo, there should be someone on your side of the queue. They might be private. CJ, do you see that?
Hold on, give me a second.
I'm sorry, HR, please continue.
That was it. I just like, and I think a lot of the Islam and the Islamophobia in the United States is directly linked to the Middle East, even though it affects so many more people than that. It affects Indonesian people who have moved here. It affects Indian people who have moved here, Bengali people. Like, there are so many different types of people that are Muslim that are being lumped in with a small part of Islam that is a genuine response to imperialism. And again, that doesn't mean I think the West is all evil.
Yeah, that was wild that you made that claim about Takia. Like, maybe you should stop like getting talking points from other people's panels.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm reading about it right now, as a matter of fact.
Mhm.
So I couldn't help but notice that my question was ignored. If there needs to
Yeah,
be,
you said, what
if
is
there needs to
Takia?
be,
Takia is
all right,
renouncing your
feminists,
faith in
chill,
Islam.
chill. Listen, you guys can talk for 15 minutes. I ask one fucking question. You can't help yourself. Chill. So if there's,
That's fair. Go for it.
so if there can only be, if there has to be some kind of great conjunction in order for jihad to take place, what was Mehmet II doing in Constantinople? Was there a great conjunction in place?
No, he was probably waging an illegal war.
Oh.
Like most war is.
And the
right?
sacking of
Like
of Vienna?
Most wars are probably illegal wars if they are in the name of God.
CJ says he requested.
And I'm sorry, Brendan, but that's typically my point, especially when we talk about the military. If you're waging a war in the name of God, like there is no book, no religion that indemnifies war. Like it just simply does not. You can't say that Christians do it. You can't say that Muslims do it. You can't say that Hindus do it, Tibetans, like any of them. Confucius even railed against war.
Incorrect. Look at the prophets for the various religions. Jesus was not a warlord. Jesus was not a slaver. He didn't tell his faithful to sally forth and force Islam on other countries
Brendan.
at the point of a sword. Did he?
Mojo,
yeah, he did. He literally.
What the fuck? All right.
He
So
literally.
tell me where Jesus. Tell me where Jesus told the faithful to conquer other nations. Go ahead.
He said that he did not. He said that he didn't come to undo the old law, but to bring down the sword. I think it's in Matthew. He says that.
On the Jewish, on the people in the Jewish religion, the rabbis, the people that were running the religion. Jesus was there to reset that understanding. That's why we have an Old Testament and a New Testament. It has nothing to do with war or being warlike. His message was exactly the opposite.
Whoa.
Brendan, how
You
about
just
tell us
skipped
how
1,000 years. When was the New Testament?
I'm sorry, Brahma, go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine.
It's why, what I'm saying is that's why we have the New Testament. This is why Christians keep the Abrahamic traditions right up until the point where Jesus changed them. This is why Christians don't sacrifice.
Christ was never supposed to change them. He did say he did say in the New Testament that that was not his focus.
1 second.
I don't know why Christians believe that. Sorry, Ella.
The point I'm making, and you're completely dodging it.
Oh my God. I hate to overtalk, but at some point we're going to have to introduce them, Everyone, can you please give us your age state and who you voted for?
Hey, I'm in my 40s. I'm in Wisconsin, and I voted for Harris.
Thank you. And CJ, same question for you, please.
I am in Illinois, in my 60s, voted for Trump.
All right, welcome to the panel. Feel free to jump in whenever. Brendan, please continue.
I don't get to say my tagline.
Thank you.
You want to say your tagline? Please do a thing, Mojo. I thought you were away from your phone or something.
No. I don't get to because it was one liberal, one conservative.
I want to know how modern Christianity hasn't been Christ-like since the Catholic religion took over in the three the 3rd century. Christianity hasn't been Christ-like for a very long time. I want to know how modern day Trump supporters are Christ-like in your opinion, Brendan.
We care about family. We care about children. We care about saving children. We care about the truth. We understand that honesty is important, especially amongst our peers. I mean,
Oh my God. That's not true at all. If you guys cared about
Christ did
Wait,
not
wait,
spread
wait, wait,
any
wait.
of those things.
If you cared about children, why?
Wait. Are you trying to say something, Ella? Did I hear you?
No.
Was everyone. Everyone was trying to respond.
Okay, no, I heard that. I just thought I heard Ella speaking in the background, and there were like 4 people talking. All right,
No,
I
I was just gonna
apologize.
say-
My bad. That's my
I
fault.
was just saying that, like, you care about children, but he has spread anti-vax to the point that there are children who are being hospitalized for it, parents who are refusing vitamin K, and there's 3 infants that have died from bleeds because of it. They care about children, but he's still like covering up for the Epstein files. Care about children, but you're still giving money and bombs to Israel to bomb Gazan children after we have proved that they had specific units designed to kill children. You care about children? You care about family, but you won't support maternity leave. You care about family, but you won't support paternity leave or higher wages so that women and things like WIC and SNAP so that children can be fed, so that women can have access to formula. You care about children? Absolutely, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, good job. So right here, the primary Quranic verse sanctioning deception with respect to non-Muslim states, quote, let believers not take for friends and allies infidels
fucking
instead
coward,
of...
Brendan.
What the fuck? Are you that afraid of the truth, HR? That you don't want to hear it?
Spit the truth,
Right
and what
out
you
of
did,
the
and all you
Quran,
did was say, "Oh,
right
good
out
job."
of
and
Muhammad's mouth,
go to
peace
something
be
else.
upon him. You don't want to hear it? Is that right?
Oh, you didn't want to.
Here it is, right here. Here it is, right here in black and white.
No, Brendan. What did the things I just said? What did you say? Oh, good job. And then you moved on to something that you thought you could win instead of proving to the fact that MAGA gives a fuck
No,
about
I'm trying
children.
to stay on topic, HR, and you want to gish gallop everywhere, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't. Obviously, the audience likes you. I'm not going to interrupt you, but when the time comes for me to bring us back to earth, you would like to object. I don't think that's really very fair.
Do you think that the kids who just died from not having vitamin K and their parents who are mourning them are not fucking here on Earth? Do you think they're not grounded here in reality? You think the kids that are not being fed enough because they got taken off their SNAP don't feel like they're grounded here on Earth, Brendan?
You move around so quickly, HR. It's kind of hard to follow you. I mean, where
Yeah,
are
because
we?
I'm too
Where are we
smart
with
for you.
Where are we with vitamin K now? And how can we turn this into a weapon against Trump? That's
No,
really that's
question.
your style.
Oh my God, Brendan! If you can't follow the fact that you just said
No, I
that
can
MAGA
follow. I'm
Christ
just telling you,
because
you're
it
all
cares
over the
about
place.
children, because it cares about children, and then I point out all of the policy decisions that have hurt children, that is staying pretty on fucking topic.
Well, no,
Yeah,
actually, here's okay.
Brendan, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to point out that HR typically doesn't jump all over the place. It might appear that way, but it's because she takes a zoomed out vision and connects the dots.
Oh, she uses red yarn to connect points on a map, does she?
No, she's actually
Oh,
really
oh.
good at zooming out and seeing the pattern.
Yeah, because
There's
tequila
radar
has so much
involved.
to do with vitamin K.
What was the question, Brendan?
Oh my God, Brendan!
What was the question everyone asked you?
I asked what tequila was, and they said,
No,
no, it's to keep from being persecuted.
Everyone asked you a specific question. What was it?
How is MAGA Christ-like?
And your answer is to go back to, you said children, and then, or your protection of children.
Truth and honesty.
HR gave, oh no, because you wanted to bring Islam. Can we focus on Christianity?
Well,
Please?
well,
You don't need to pivot.
Okay, I'm
Nope,
not
we
pivoting.
weren't. You are pivoting. You were bringing up.
Really?
Yes.
So what was that word I
talk
used
about
earlier?
how MAGA
The one
is
you lived, the one you
Christ-like.
didn't know
Yeah, but
about, but you
we
lived in
moved
Saudi
past
Arabia.
that though. We moved past that because it was already explained to you what it was. And
But
then
turns
another
out that
question
wasn't
was
the
asked,
case.
and then another question was asked, and you answered that question, and HR responded to your answer, and now you refuse to respond to her response.
No,
You get that? You get
objection
how
to
this
vitamin
works?
K is ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? What I'm trying to say, yeah, it is ridiculous. But MAGA and RFK are the ones who have sown doubt into people's minds. And you know what? The number one reason people deny vitamin K is because they heard that God wouldn't
Lack of
make a
education.
child. No, yeah, they said that God doesn't make imperfect children, that there wouldn't be a reason for vitamin K, that God would not produce a living thing that had a deficiency in and of itself. And they're getting that from pastors, and they're getting that from other Christian
Religious
influencers, and that
fundamentalism
is
is a
bad.
terrible idea.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are we pretending that children did not bleed to death prior to the invent of vitamin K?
Because they did all the fucking time.
Oh my God.
That is unbelievable. Don't oh my God me. Tell me
Yeah,
how
no
that
one-
didn't
because
happen.
no one's
tell
saying
me,
that.
Tell me tell me how babies did not benefit from the
Wait,
vitamin K.
No one took that position. What you're doing is straw man.
Conservatives do take that position. RFK does take that position. Donald Trump and this administration does take that position.
Right, and measles, you can't get the vaccine for that until you're 1 year old. So infants who are in daycare can end up being sick. Right? That's a problem. And this is all part of MAGA policy. That's my point. MAGA policy does not protect children. It has made the world more unsafe and more dangerous for children.
You're going to make me say it. You're going to make me say
Say what? Say what? Say it.
Say that I find it adorable that the left manages to somehow hold up all of the children that manage to escape Planned Parenthood.
Okay. You mean the children that don't make it past 10 weeks of embryo?
Yeah, you mean the lump of cells? How come you don't care about the children right now who need food, who need medicine, why don't you care about all of the ones that are actually alive, not the ones that are a lump of cells? No, you didn't. No, you don't.
We do.
cut SNAP
Y'all are
benefits.
just like,
We cut
unless
WIC.
we give every dollar, you don't
stopped-
care because
we cut SNAP, we cut WIC, we stopped child pediatric cancer research. So
WIC
do you
isn't a
see
thing
like
anymore?
why is it
WIC isn't
that
a
we
thing
can't
anymore,
help
HR?
that we cannot help the children that are actually alive here
I'll
instead
go
of
to the
worrying
internet.
about women's bodily autonomy?
I don't know. You've interrupted more than 5 times, Donovan. Should I go ahead and just
let's see. WIC is solvent. What was the other one you said that was gone, HR?
Now
which
you're
isn't
interrupting
true?
me too. You know, I'll just go ahead and mute you until it's your turn to talk. Then, since you decide you want to interrupt everybody, including me. You're obviously getting your ass kicked because the only time you ever interrupt me is when you get your ass kicked.
No, Mojo. You just like when your pet gish gallops everywhere.
No,
I will say that we have absconded from the original question, which I mean, we moved on from the Muslim part there, Brendan. That is a fact. But the original question from everyone was, how are the current Christians actually being Christian-like?
And you know what? I'm going to narrow it down for you, Brendan. Let's go to chapters Matthew and Luke. Let's just focus on those two. You tell me something in either one of those chapters that support the mega belief and the mega policies right now. Go ahead. I'm narrowing it down. Matthew and Luke.
I'm good, thanks. I don't need to view my politics through the lens of religion. That is one of the problems.
You can't, because you know both Matthew and Luke
won't
Jesus
take your
Christ
pick.
supporting
Is Islam a religion? Isn't that how you're viewing your politics?
Yeah, because it should
through the
because
lens of
politics should
religion,
not be viewed
through the lens of religion,
which is
That's how
my
you're-
objection.
Yeah, your objection about religion. Yet
Is
you're
that
not going to view your
politics should not
Yet
be
you're not
viewed
going to view
through
your
the lens
fucking
of religion.
religion. You're not going to view your
So
politics
this
through
person
religion. Yet the only thing you want to
is
fucking
like,
talk
I
about
want-
is goddamn religion and interrupt me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I want you.
God, you are a fucking sociopath.
through religion and do it now. Oh, wait, you can't. No, it's nonsense. She's asking me to do something that I never intended nor would ever do. And then saying that
Because
simply
you
because,
support, I'm
oh, look at that,
narrowing it
Mojo.
down. I'm narrowing the
One of
Bible
your little
down
homunculi
for
is
you.
interrupting. Are
I'm
you
giving
going to
you
admonish her?
two
Are you
books
Of
serious?
that you can
After you
choose
interrupt
from.
me,
Of
are
course
you
not.
fucking serious? You want me to
Oh, of
admonish
course not.
somebody else for interrupting
Of course
you?
not, Mojo.
Yeah, no thanks. I have no interest
Yeah,
in
because you're six
bothering.
leftists interrupting the one MAGA, or I'm sorry now, two MAGA, is totally fine. It's
Yeah,
only when
except here
MAGA,
you
it's
are
only when
interrupting
MAGA
me.
CJ
stands
hasn't
up for
said anything
themselves that
yet.
there's an issue, right, Mojo?
Can
CJ
we do
hasn't
a
said
woo
anything yet.
shall? Yeah, can we do a
Brendan?
woo shall? Maybe do a mod announcement or something. Hi, everybody. There are 72 people in the room. If y'all would please do the thing and tap that screen for Mojo. Let's try and get us up to 25K likes here in a short while. Gifts are always appreciated, but not a must. If you could share and hit the heart me, get Mojo out on the algorithm there so we can get some more political conversation going. Thank you.
Look, Brendan, I gave you a very large, I was talking about how mega Christians are, emulating Christianity. That's a very large, broad spectrum. So I narrowed it down. I gave you 2 books from the Bible to choose from, Matthew and Luke. And if you can give me
So you're going to make me go over this again?
any passages from those, or you know what, even if you
Okay,
want to
so
choose any other books to go from,
here's
just
the
tell
thing.
me any
Except,
passage from the Bible
Okay,
that
okay.
mega
You've already done this. You've already
Christians
done this. You've already
emulate.
done this. You've already done this.
I haven't already done this because you've never
You have.
responded. You
said
have
it,
not given
you
me a
said it 3
response.
times. Well, you seem to be confusing me with a Christian.
You've been spewing Christianity beliefs since I started
Really?
listening to this live
Really?
at noon today.
What Bible verses did I spew?
I don't know what Bible verses you spewed, but you were
Because I
talking about
haven't.
how your
Because I
daughters
don't
are being
use
taught to be
because I don't
submissive
use
to their
Christianity
future husbands,
because I don't
to be the ideal, to be the submissive wife. You've been that's what
wife?
you're talking about.
That wasn't Brendan. So
No,
let's
that was
actually
Brandon.
No,
let's
it wasn't.
clarify some down
It
because
wasn't.
it seems like we're like kind of reaching wildly. Go Army would actually, the one down there in the comments, he was actually the one that was doing the trad wife stuff.
Nah.
Brendan does view Western society or Western culture, as he puts it, as a whole as something that is not religious, but in religious contention with other religions. Because he often pits Western culture against Muslims and Islam as a whole, which, I mean, it's certainly weird. And I tell him all the time that he is literally just speaking from the Vatican, but he's never like quoted scripture up here. He has never
Not the
claimed
Vatican.
Christianity in any way.
Yeah, I find Christianity
stand corrected.
ultimately
My
benign.
apologies. My
Sorry.
sincere
Yeah, that's fine.
apologies towards
It's
you,
fine.
Brendan.
Yeah, Christianity is largely benign, while Islam is not. That was my
That's
position.
not true.
Oh boy.
That's not true, Brendan. It's just not. It's not historically accurate. It's not accurate in terms of current politics. Like, it's not accurate. Like, it's
Yeah,
not
didn't George W.
benign.
Bush say God? Didn't
It's
George W. Bush say God
it's
told him
benign
to
to
invade Iraq?
you, Brendan. It's benign to you because you don't have to fight those problems. You don't have a body that can get pregnant. You are not brown. You are not. You can pass for being Christian even if you're not. And again, thinking that Western culture is somehow against, like, diametrically opposed to Islam doesn't make any sense, because most people don't recognize the difference between an Indian Muslim and a Middle Eastern Muslim. The cultures are just different.
This is where I would read the different passages from the Quran about taqiyya, but you said we've passed on from that, yeah?
See, now you're just trying to change the subject.
Okay.
You did
Okay.
start
Not
talking
trying to
about
change
something
the
else.
subject.
You did respond to that question, and now you want to go back and talk about the thing that you were talking about
No.
a half hour ago.
I'm addressing what
Okay,
is clearly
here,
confusion
Brendan.
on the part of
Here's
the
the simple.
Lutheran.
I'll put it simply. There's probably Christians that don't ascribe to a bunch of things in the Bible because they know that it's not a good thing, right? And it's the same thing for people who are Muslim. It's the same exact thing. There are things written in the Bible and things that have been done in the name of Christianity that lots of Christians are like, that's not what it's about. I want to do the Jesus thing. I want to do the nice thing, right? And and then again, that's the same thing with Islam. Most Muslims are just like, I want to give support and pray 5 times a day, practice Eid and Ramadan. I just want to be the best version of myself. I want to pray and I want to have a relationship with Allah. That is all they are doing. That is it. That's the same thing that's happening in Christianity.
Except there is no comparison between Jesus and Muhammad. There is none.
Holy shit. But do you not understand what I'm saying? By grouping in the small group of people who are violent Islamists with all Muslims, that is a bad thing to do because it makes the world a more dangerous place for those who do not participate or want to invoke any of those things.
I am going to tell the
If
truth
I can
regardless
Brendan speak.
of whether you're afraid of what I have to say.
If I can Brendan speak that for you. What she is saying, lumping in all the Muslims together.
Brendan's here.
No,
You have to
I'm
Brendan
translating heuristic to Brendan. It is literally a different language.
I see what you're
So she is saying that lumping in all the Muslims together is like lumping in Western societies all in together. You're saying that you are British presenting, even though you may not have a trace of British in you. And then you are then blaming the people that do not have any British lineage just because they're Western, just because they're British British presenting, that they are responsible for the Revolutionary War. They are responsible for the Tax Act. They should be admonished because they look British.
We're not that obsessed about our outward appearance. That's you guys.
Isn't Jesus the most quoted prophet in the Quran?
What I care about is the content of your character and not the color of your skin. And if a person identifies as Islam, that informs me a lot about what their values are, what they think, what they believe. And given who the main purveyors of Islam versus Christianity, there is no comparison between the two. There is none. You guys want to delude yourselves. You want to view Islam through a Western lens, like it's just this benign religion like Christianity.
That's what you are doing. You are viewing it. You are viewing it through a Western lens.
Thanks for letting me finish.
Brendan, you are viewing it through a Western lens. That is what you are doing. You are not viewing it through the lens of somebody who practices the religion. My brothers and my values do not differ that much, and he is Muslim. My values and my sister-in-law's values do not differ that much, and she is a Muslim. She still wants her kids to go to good schools. She still wants to live in a good world.
You are using an anecdotal. You are drilling down on one example to inform your geopolitics, HR.
No, but when I lived in Nairobi, I lived in an area.
I am using their own text.
You're using it wrong.
The vast majority of Western Muslims do not adhere to this extremism that you are trying to paint them all as. You have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, HR is right.
Is this where I get to read
You're viewing it through like a propagandist, an American propagandist lens. You basically, all the years of American propaganda is the lens that you're viewing it on.
No, he's reading it and he's interpreting it wrong. That's it.
There's some Dean and Parker shit going on here. I'm sorry. You want to go ahead and talk about Christianity? Then we're going to have to talk about the best way to treat your slave, because that's in the fucking Bible.
Was that
Right,
Old
Donovan?
Testament Old Testament or New Testament?
Does it matter? Does it matter
Yes.
to you? Are you asking
Yes.
about? Are you asking that
Yes.
fucking nuance of Islam?
I've already established why it matters.
Are you asking that nuance of Islam?
Yes.
No, you're not.
I am.
No.
No, you're not
Okay, then.
at all. I've already explained to you what takeiyah is.
Yeah, and you're
I've
wrong.
already explained to you.
You were
No, I'm
either
not wrong.
or you
No,
lied.
I'm not
One of
wrong.
the
How
two.
many verses in the Quran talk about the takeiyah? Multiple verses.
I've
It's
got
not only
6 right here.
Yeah. Then you should know that.
Do you want me to read them,
I
or
just
you just
don't know
want to
how
continue
you're
to
reading
lie?
it to. It's not lying, Brendan. There is concessions made to renounce Allah if you are under extreme distress. That is what takia means. What does the word takia mean, Brendan?
Here we go.
It means to defend. It means to defend. The literal definition of takia means to defend.
Wonderful. The primary Quranic verse sanctioning deception with regards to Muslims or non-Muslims states, quote, let believers take not for friends and allies infidels of believers. Whoever does this shall have no relationship left with Allah, unless but guard yourselves against them, taking precautions. The next, which is 838 to 923.
No,
from
let's
El
focus on that
Tabari.
one. Let's focus on that one. That one is saying
The
exactly what the
Quranic,
Bible says. No, let's focus on that one. That
no,
one is
the
saying
reason-
exactly what the Bible says, which says,
it's
do
hard.
not be
Could
unequally
you not
yoked.
for a moment? Well, no, because there's a more specific passage about when
So why did you
Muslims-
even read that one?
About when, because I want full context. Could you stop crashing out? There's another verse that refers to Muslims that live under the authority of non-believers. I think that is kind of relevant to this discussion, you think?
Wait, I
God
think I need
permitted
to
the
translate
Israelites
the other
to take
way.
slaves from conquered peoples permanently, and the Israelites could
Old
sell
Testament.
themselves into slavery. We can talk. I can go through a whole number of fucking passages from the Bible about slavery.
Old
I can
Testament.
Go into a whole, I can go into a whole number
That's
of
Jewish
passages.
law.
It doesn't. No,
No, it's not.
Fucking no, it's
It
not.
is.
It's Christian. No, it's not. It's Christian law.
Old Testament is Jewish.
Are you Christian?
No, it's not.
Are you Christian?
It is. It comes from the Torah.
No.
Are you Christian?
No,
No.
it's not.
No, stop. Are you Christian, Brendan?
No.
You're not.
Raised Catholic, not a Christian.
As I said, I think I should
Then I don't
translate
give a
the other
fucking
way
shit
now.
what you have to say about religion, period. What the fuck?
Wonderful. Can I finish?
Again,
Christ says in the
you're
Bible that he
using
does not
two
come
different.
to undo the old law. There is no place in the Bible that says that the Old Testament is null and void. There is a verse in Hebrews where he says that he has come to undo the old covenant, but nobody actually knows what that fucking means. But he specifically says he is not here to undo the old law, which is what the Old Testament is.
Again,
Yeah.
I think I
So
should.
Christians made this up in their head to fit what they want to do, and to fit that Christianity is an inherently sadistic religion, because they know that the Old Testament makes them look fucking horrible.
Speaking of sadistic,
he's not a
having B
Christian.
and HR on the same panel is fucking wild work. But please continue, Robot.
As I said, I need to translate the other way because this obviously isn't going well without the translation. So once again, y'all are trying to attack with Christianity to show the similarities between the religions. He's not even Christian. He is talking about Western society. An appropriate question in this instance for you, Brendan, would be: do you believe Muslims can be part of Western culture?
No, I think that Islam is antithetical to Western values.
There you go. Like, y'all need to get on the same page. He's not talking about it from a. He's not talking about it from a theocrat or theocracy kind of lens. He is talking about it from like this group of people cannot integrate or be a part of any other group of people.
He's doing that based on religion. I'm sorry. Nobody should give a shit what he cares or what he thinks about religion, period.
Well, he is basically delineated that Iraq doesn't exist. Iran doesn't exist. Those are not Persians, they are Muslims. That is what he is getting at.
Bro, I appreciate you. I
and
definitely appreciate you.
he's a disgusting excuse for a human being at this point, so I don't care.
He did say, like, verbatim that he doesn't have a problem with Christianity because it's feckless.
Didn't say feckless.
That's what he said.
I said benign.
What was the word used? Benign. There you go.
You understand the difference between benign and feckless, do you?
Brendan,
Yeah, I do.
you are
Interesting that you
you're
heard.
formulating your opinions
Interesting
on
that
most
you heard
on
that you heard
Islam.
feckless, because I would give the exact opposite, given the fact that the Christians are generally the greatest warriors the earth has ever seen.
That's fucking wild.
So, Brendan, you're formulating your opinion on Islam based on just very, like, basic level, like you don't understand what the actual people who practice the religion who are doing it on a day-to-day basis. And
He
so,
doesn't care. He doesn't care about religion, period. The only reason that
okay,
he's doing this right now is to, I don't know, attack everybody from the Middle East with brown skin.
get a rise. Okay.
It's got nothing
No,
to do
I
with brown
can,
skin. The
that
majority of Muslims are in
makes sense.
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, again, you don't care about Islam. You just don't. You care
Yeah,
about fucking
I
brown
don't think
people
it's
from the Middle
compatible.
East.
It's got nothing to do with brown people, Mojo.
Yeah, you only care about brown people from the Middle East. You don't give two shits about religion.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. It's exactly what you stated right
contention-
here, right now.
No, it's not. My contention is
Yes,
with
it
Islam.
is.
Islam is not a race.
You don't
Mojo.
care about fucking Islam. You just don't.
Why do you go to some type of juvenile, you don't care
You
kind of
don't
argument?
care about Islam. If you did, you would ask
Well, I do
Muslims.
care about Islam. That's why I
If you
talk
did,
about
then you would ask
what
Muslims.
a terrible, terrible
If you
ideology
did, then
it
you
is.
would
It is
ask
not a
Muslims.
terrible ideology.
It is, actually. It
Muslims
is.
are a beautiful, peaceful people. My God, you're only basing your opinion on what you've heard in the media on the extremists.
A person can be beautiful, but people
Exactly.
generally
And the
are not.
vast majority of Muslims are beautiful, peaceful people. They are inviting. They are welcoming.
Even if
they
only
are
15%,
not this
Jesus Christ.
this
Even
this
if only
mentality
15,
that you're trying to pass on, that they want to kill everybody who doesn't follow their ideology. That's not who the vast majority of Muslims are. That's not who they are.
Are you going to repeat yourself another 2 times, or
Oh my gosh. Okay,
can I
so
just
you
let
know
you
what?
go?
Maybe I will, because you don't seem to
No,
fucking
please don't.
understand.
Please
Oh,
don't.
no, we don't need to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, quote, if you Muslim are under the infidels' authority, fearing for yourselves, believe loyalty to them with your tongue while harboring inner animosity for them. Allah has forbidden
Oh my
believers.
God, you're just reading
Allah
off
has
some
forbidden
extremism
believers from
shit.
being friendly or
You're
to
not
initiate
taking
terms
into
with the infidels
consideration
in the
how
place of believers,
modern day
except when
Islam
infidels
is
are above
practiced.
them. In such a
One-
scenario, let them act friendly towards them. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing
Yeah.
Takia.
No, yeah. Did you just hear what you said? When you are fearful of your life. Did you hear what you read? Is reading comprehension a thing for you? What the fuck? Can you not comprehend basic words? Because it's not really written that complicated, to be honest. My 11-year-old could understand this.
We have a couple of folks in the queue. I don't know. I can swap out for someone. We have one box. We have 3 people in the queue.
Yeah, we don't want to listen to feminists. We got tennis and go army. We only have.
Doesn't say
conservatives on
fearing
the
for your
panel.
life. It never said that.
Then you added that part in.
No,
It did
I
say
didn't.
that. It said fear for your life.
Once again, you heard only what you wanted to hear. Once again.
No, I heard the rest. If you're living under infidels
You know what?
and you're
That's
fearful,
kind of
you're
feckless,
fearful,
isn't it,
then
Dee?
you can act friendly towards them. That's what I heard. That's what you said.
It's not what I said. I did use the word fear, but all it says here, I'll read it again. If you Muslim are under their infidels' authority, fearing for yourselves,
There you
behave
go.
loyally. Yeah, that could be your interests.
That's silly.
Fear in and of itself is not fear of one's life, because is that how Christians act toward Muslims? No, they're usually quite welcoming to
No,
their
they're not. Look how nasty you are right
ultimate
now.
detriment, given the fact that all of the Middle East used to be Christian. And they conquered all of North Africa, all of the Middle East, the Iberian
Middle East
Peninsula,
was
Anatolia,
never
all of these areas
majority
they
Christian.
conquered.
Never. I just want to correct that.
Yeah, okay. You guys are bereft of anything.
Me. That's history.
hello.
The Middle East was
Resembling
never majority Christian.
historical
I
understanding
voted for
of what has
Trump.
occurred and what is currently occurring.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. Go ahead, but I'm just telling you history.
Everyone, I'm about to get a It's called the Jerusalem cross, which you would probably call a Crusader tattoo. What do you think about that?
I call it a
Okay,
Yahtzee
do
symbol.
whatever the fuck you want on your body. I
God, you
really
are
don't give a
fucking
shit.
useless. You're so useless, Coffee. Oh, fucking hate
I truly don't care. To be honest, I really don't.
You would care when we're the last defense against
No,
you.
I really don't. You are
you're-
never going to be the last defense.
Yeah. Here's the difference.
The conservative megas are so fucking stupid that you guys will, if we ever go to a civil war, you guys will be fucking dominated within 2 fucking weeks because you're so goddamn stupid and you underestimate.
The Second Amendment so much, right?
Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Underestimate us. Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
this is hey.
Hey.
Fucking,
Just saying.
Stop.
Everyone, you're
My bad. I'm
taking,
sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, you're taking over a little bit.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Wow.
But I do find it interesting that the devout Christian on the panel who believes that tattoos are a sin was going to go get a tattoo.
Right.
Tattoos aren't a sin. Why do you say that?
Oh, is it the evangelicals that believe tattoos are a sin?
Isn't it?
No.
Jewish people.
No, that would be the Jewish people believe that you should not mark your body for those who've passed away, and they were doing that, and it was one of the ways God said don't do that. And
It's in the Bible. It says don't defile your temple.
excuse me?
It's in the Bible. It says don't defile your temple.
Yeah, that's not what it says. It says a lot more than that. It's like a whole paragraph.
Yeah,
But you're the Christian, though. You're the hardcore
that's me
Christian.
summing it up.
You're
And
right.
most Christians do interpret that to mean that you should not get, well, not most, actually, I would say it's probably like a small minority now, but when I was growing up, they interpreted that to mean don't get tattoos or piercings or anything permanent on your body. Plastic surgery would also be a sin.
Can I ask a couple
Do the
questions?
10 Commandments say thou shalt not lie except to people who aren't your religion? Does it say
we
that?
live in
Or does it
That's in the Old Testament.
Does it just say
We
thou
live.
shalt not
Yeah,
lie?
is
the Ten
no-
Commandments
there's
are
no
in the Old
commandment.
Testament. Stop it. I'm sorry. We live in a world with a bunch of cafeteria Christians, just like Donovan here, who's not even a fucking Christian, yet wants to use fucking faith to make an argument and go against an argument. It's all fucking stupidity.
My position is that
Wait,
one
wait a
is
second,
benign
Brendan.
and the other is
Before we-
caustic. It's simple. Doesn't require faith.
Sorry, I just
I
want
would
to
say
thank
everything
Ella.
you say is caustic.
Good word. Ella, thanks for jumping down. And I just have a few quick questions for Brendan. Brendan, and if you said this earlier, forgive me, but do you have relationships with Islam people, Muslim people
Yes.
at all? How many?
3 or 4.
And what
Mostly
relationships are those, please?
working relationships. They pay me for services rendered.
Okay. And
They're
what is
clients.
what's the nature of your relationship with them? Besides, I mean,
I
how would you
handle-
describe those? Pick
All
one.
right.
How would you describe
Okay.
the relationship?
No, hold on to your seat. Are you ready? I handle all the physical security for the largest mosque in Hampton Roads.
Great. Congratulations.
welcome.
My question to you is, when you do these transactions, when you actually do work, because I would imagine you do other work for other companies, correct?
I do.
Right. So do you relate specifically to one person? Do you have a certain person you relate to, or several when you do the work for this mosque?
When you say relate, do you mean interact?
Yes.
I mostly communicate by text. I have accounts payable, accounts receivable. So, I mean, I
Have
don't.
you ever, when you
don't-
attained the contract
okay.
to do this, did you sit down and meet with somebody who's Muslim?
No, I did a site survey. That's all it required.
And who did you meet with when you did that?
I'm not going to give you anyone's name.
I don't need anyone's name. Was that a Muslim person?
You on the stand or something?
Yes. No,
effectively-
I think these are
Always
relevant.
do
I think this is relevant.
She's an attorney, Go Army. They were, I mean, the equivalent of a proctor.
A proctor.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that somebody who, whatever, what's the definition of a proctor?
It's an issuing authority for the property.
Okay, so how was when you, and that's the first person you met with when you entered into this contract?
Yeah, this person is also responsible for the security of that particular edifice.
Gotcha. And how big a organization is this?
I mean, there's a few thousand.
Okay, and how many people have you met during this transaction?
Not many.
How many years have you been doing this work for this mosque?
Year and a half.
Okay, and that work continues, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and have you ever discussed their religion with them?
Of course not.
Okay, and in addition to this mosque and the proctor, do you have any other relationships with other Muslim people?
Not really.
Okay, so my question to you then is, how can you sit here on this panel and tell us the character and the intent of people of that religion when you don't know any of them with respect to their religion?
I am speaking specifically to the precepts that are articulated in their holy tomes.
And you think that's evil, don't you?
Do I think some of the things in the Quran are evil? Yes.
Okay, but yet you continue to do business with them, don't you?
I do.
But you have no qualm about doing business with evil people. In fact, you're happy to take their money, aren't you?
Well, no, similar to what Mojo was saying, I understand
All right,
that some
no more
people-
questions.
Okay. Can I answer?
Do you want to answer?
Is it my turn to take the stand now, or do we get the vote on
I'm in the
this,
process of answering. Similar to what Mojo was saying, I do recognize.
I think I've made my point, but go ahead.
What did you call them? The buffet type theists? The people who, and largely, I really appreciate this, how often people come over here and experience Western culture and abandon the culture that they left because they realize what a backwards way of thinking it is. So I am not going to present myself as someone.
Why are you doing business with them?
As someone who judges for superficial reasons. Generally, in order for me to have a relationship with an individual, I'm going to need to ask them questions and get to know them before I make a judgment about a person personally.
So
but
you'll
if
take
the
their
only
money.
information, if the
Got
only
it.
information I have, what in the fiery blue fuck? Look, I understand that you guys have a narrative that you're trying to fucking create.
No,
but
it's just
understand
fucking
that it's
hypocritical, isn't it?
It's about as effective as any of your other narratives.
Well, no, you've already said it, Brendan. You said that they've already abandoned their culture. That means they are joining Western culture. So your entire premise that Muslims could not be part of Western
except I'm not
culture is
speaking in
defeated.
absolutes, Robot, and this is one of the things you guys often try and do.
Well, then
It either has to be
You're
it either
already
has to
defeated
be
in
none,
the very beginning.
or it has
you
to
don't
be
speak
all.
in absolutes.
Can I ask
No,
another
I don't.
question?
Just said you don't speak in absolutes. So
Yeah, you're correct. I don't.
Your particular notion that Muslims could not be part of Western civilization is moot from the very beginning because you don't.
How
speak
did
in
you
absolutes.
miss the fact that in order for one to assimilate into this culture, you have to abandon the culture that you left behind?
So what, they
You said
switch
do
shawarma
that,
for
though.
grilled cheese?
You already said they do that, and again,
I have
as
seen that
Robot
many times.
Again, as Robot stated, you don't deal in absolutes, so you could never possibly say that all Muslims are anything.
Yeah, I don't know if, again, this is something you guys seem to be missing. What I'm speaking to
Not missing a
directly
thing.
is
What
the
did I just
modus
say?
operandi of Islam.
Yeah, but
Right?
that's a
You
that's a
guys,
universal-
whenever I
that's
bring
a
up
universal,
Islam,
wait, that's a universal
want to
statement.
drill
I'm
down
sorry,
on individuals.
you're saying that's an absolute. You're applying that to all Muslims, and you have to understand that you don't believe that. If you don't believe that, you don't get to use that as an argument.
And just can we establish you don't have any other personal relationships with people who practice Islam besides this proctor, or right? That's it. That's the extent of your relationships on a personal level with people who practice an Islam religion. Yes or no? I'll take that as a yes.
Talking to you.
The absolutes thing was a perfect point. You don't deal in absolutes, then you don't get to say anything about Muslims in general.
You
He
are
doesn't
welcome.
know
That's why I
anybody
called it
who
a
practices
concession.
an Islamic religion.
Is
He
my
doesn't know
fucking
them.
mic working?
I guess it's not. What you want to do is if I have criticism for Islam in general, you do one of two things. You'll either drill down to specific Muslims in order to dodge the issue and run from the issue, or you will pivot to Christianity in order to say, well, wait, no, this is fine.
I
because
don't have
they're
to do
doing
anything
this.
for you to be a hypocrite.
Well, no, I'm just telling you that's what you
making
do.
the argument. You're a hypocrite making the argument in the first place. So I don't give a
Hello.
shit what you think about any of it.
Can I
Are
explain,
you
Brendan?
ready to go? Wonderful.
I,
I'll see you in about 5 minutes. You were saying?
So when I pivot to Christianity, it's not so much so to be like, no, what about this? Look at what this does. It's to say that in your culture, you allow for this quote unquote extremist language and you think nothing of it because it is your culture. And so it feels weird and foreign for you to hear a Muslim say these things in their culture. But in reality, it's very similar to our culture in which each different sect of Islam interprets things differently, just like each different sect of Christianity interprets things differently. People think that when Christ talks about the sword, that he's talking about the Bible. Other people think he's talking about the law. So when you have a verse like that says who fears for himself, the Sunnis have come out as a whole and said, this means if there's life-threatening fear. The Shias may feel different. And there's different sects within Sunni and Shia Islam. So
yeah, part of
that's why they fight each other
used,
so much.
is used from one to lie about another. For example, if you're a Shia living in a majority Sunni country, then it's acceptable, even expected, to lie to your hosts about your intentions while in their country.
So maybe you shouldn't trust them since you're doing business with them.
Issue.
Have they ever not paid under the contract, Brendan?
I think it's funny that they do try to argue like dicker often, and I don't do that.
Oh, okay. So did they ever cheat you in your contracts with them?
Well, I would feel sorry for them if they tried. You really don't want to fuck with your box now.
They haven't tried to cheat you, is what I'm getting at, right?
No, they've been pretty good customers, yeah.
Okay. So you haven't found in your practices with them and in your daily interactions with them for the year and a half that you've worked with them that they have done something insidious, evil, or untoward, correct?
Not yet.
Okay.
And it's important to point out, too, that the responsibility that I have to my family outweighs my own personal political positions. Y'all should try that.
Some people, some people are for them. Some people are for them going and doing what they did to the Pentagon. Some people are okay with that up here.
I never said that.
We love the FBI. Like
Nobody
Lauren
is
said
okay
earlier.
with people executing terrorist attacks. Please don't go that direction. Come on.
Salam.
Want to continue? Alaikum assalam. Go Army.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't know. I'm good.
So what I'm wondering, Go Army, is do you believe that the vast majority of Muslims, let's focus on Muslims in America, support what was done on 9/11?
100%.
Okay. See, that is where we can start. We can start with your misconception.
If they don't, well, then that's crazy that the Christian fee up here does.
So,
I did not say that. That's disgusting.
Even they don't.
What? Go Army.
So following the 9/11 attacks, one of, if not the most vocal groups of people who came out against those attacks were American Muslims. How are you going to deny that fact?
Yeah, I'll deny that fact like this. What do Muslim women get when they go to paradise?
No, don't
Okay,
change the
that's
subject.
not
That
even a
wasn't the
thing. I
question.
asked you a
72
question,
man
answer my
virgins
question.
like
I
men
asked you a
do.
question, answer my direct
What if you
question,
what
please.
if you read the hadith and it said that you become one of the 72 for the
No,
man?
you know what? That's whatever. If
That'd
you
be
want to go
crazy.
off on all sorts of directions,
That's not
that's
what she
fine. But I'm
asked.
going to ask you
Nothing
directly.
beneficial
How
for
are you
women
going to
in
deny
Islam.
the
Go
fact
ahead.
that one of the most vocal groups of people in America who spoke out against the 9/11 attacks were the Muslim Americans? How are you going to deny that fact?
Sure, I am because I'm American. Are you American?
I'm absolutely American, and I knew exactly what was
I thought you
happening.
were from
How are you
Canada.
going to ignore that? How are you going to ignore?
I don't know.
Ignore that.
I guess in my world they weren't. Nobody saw. I didn't see that at all. Brandon,
Okay, that's
did you
not
see them
surprising
to
to
be in
me
the
because
largest vocal out group
I
against it?
understand probably what
I
you
didn't
were
see that.
surrounded by and what you were,
Well, I didn't see the
the
Muslims down
media
at
that
like
you were looking
9/11
at.
ground
In
zero.
my world,
All
in
right.
my world,
All
Wow.
right. You
the
guys,
Muslim
Calm down.
Americans
guys,
were the
stop.
most vocal
Stop.
group of people
Stop.
that were speaking
Stop.
out against these
Stop.
attacks. They were
Stop.
ones that
Stop.
were.
Everyone, the host is trying to
Everyone.
speak.
She's
Holy
reading something or something.
fuck. I need you to like be a human being and have a conversation and go back and forth. No diatribes, no speeches. Don't yell over the top of people, please. Thank you. I do
Just
find
for
it
the
interesting.
record, I just wanted to, somebody in the chat that was wondering if what my religion was, and I chose not to answer, but then somebody said I was Jewish, and then they said I was Zionist. I just want to point out that I'm not Zionist.
But you are Jewish.
She's a New Yorker, though.
Yeah, proudly.
Am I?
Yes, I am Jewish, and I'm from New York. Thank you.
Can I become Jewish? Can I become Jewish? If
You
I'm
can
like
convert.
not
It's a
born-
free country.
No, hold on. I know I can convert. Will I ever be truly
Freedom of
You can
Jewish?
call
religion,
yourself. You can call yourself whatever you want, man.
So is
Or
Ivanka
woman,
Trump? Is Ivanka
or whatever
Jewish?
you want. Doesn't matter.
Don't care if she's Jewish.
In the Jewish faith, you don't care. People convert; they're still considered the same. Like if you become a Christian, convert to Muslim, becomes a Christian, they're just a Christian like everybody else. Same with Muslims, right? But in Judaism, and you guys, that's not true. You have to be born into it.
They call
No,
her.
people
not
can
true.
wait. People convert to Judaism. What are you talking about?
They're never like fully accepted, though.
It's called a
They
shiksa.
are.
I mean, this is super fun. Hey, Go Army, if you walk into a Catholic church, are you converted?
We're not. You have to go through a bunch of stuff, like a process. But then you are become
Okay.
a Catholic. But you could do
You
that.
would- you would have to
the same
convert,
with
right?
Jewish, and you're not. You
You would have
become
to
fully
convert,
Jewish.
right? Could you just answer
The
that
point
part?
is, you have to be born into it. Is what we're
That's
getting at.
not
No matter
true.
what you guys
I'm
try to
asking
find
you.
and compare.
Is that what you're saying about Catholicism? You have to be born into it?
We're talking about Catholicism. We're talking about
Then could you answer my question?
No, we're all talking about Judaism right now, Brobot. Okay,
People
I'm saying you
convert.
have to be born
No,
into it.
you're the only one
No.
trying to.
You're just trying to throw out something to stick. Like, excuse me. What about Catholicism? Like, bro.
No, I asked if you walk into
you're-
a Catholic church, would you be a convert?
No, man, we're talking about tennis is Jewish, and we're saying right now, if you got to be, and in the Jewish faith, Judaism, you can convert, sure, but you're never fully accepted in that faith.
That's
Okay, if
not
you convert to
true.
Catholicism, you walk into the church,
What
are
about
you
Catholicism?
treated like a Catholic, like a
Yes,
born
you are.
Catholic?
You could go do mass right now for sure.
I just want to know what your
That's
basis.
fucking ridiculous.
What is your basis for?
You have to do First
100%.
Communion. What are you talking about? No, you can't go Army.
I go
No.
over the Catholic Church. The one thing I do like about the Catholic Church I can just go in and they do leave it open. You can go in there and you can.
Yeah,
go
you
to the
could go
altar and so
in,
forth.
but you cannot
A lot of
take
churches
communion.
in my world don't do that. They're closed.
Yeah, you can walk into a mosque or a temple right now just the same as a Catholic church. Yeah, I just said you can walk into a mosque or a temple the same as a Catholic church. You said it's based upon how they treat you. And I guarantee you're not going to be able to take communion. You may be able to attend mass just like any other religion
You can
that's
take
going
communion
on.
too. You can.
You can't.
There's
You're not
churches that
supposed
accept
to.
the Eucharist.
You're not
You can accept
supposed
the
to, but they
Eucharist,
won't
yes.
stop you.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like, oh my gosh, you
No,
can't
they
come up
will
here.
stop you. They will stop you if you tell
No,
them that you've never done
won't.
communion. They will stop you. Yes, they
There's
will.
no
They will have you
time
do a
within
first
a
communion.
mass they do that. Gee, there's no time within a mass that they do that.
What
No,
if
I
you
said
just
if they
want some
know that you've
wine and
never
some
done
One
it.
like?
times I've done it. To
What
be
if you
fair,
want
one
some
times
wine
I've
and some
gone to
bread?
it, and I'm non-Catholic. You still walk up with everybody and accept the
They're not going to
communion.
question you
Do you
as to
also go
whether
to
or not.
confession?
They're not going to question you and
No,
say,
see, like to
"Have
be a
you
full
been
Catholic
convert?"
though. Oh, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
but I'm just saying, like, they're not. If you go up in line to take communion, they're not going to question you as to whether or not you are, what do you call it, confirmed.
Catholic, that you've received communion.
Yeah, they're not going to. They're not going to like. They're not going to call the communion police on you.
But that's not my point. It's the simple fact that they're also not going to question him if he just sits there and does not go take up communion. They're also not going to question him or treat him the same as the other
But
confirmed, like they would in a Jewish temple or in a mosque.
But
You can
but
go
if they,
in there just the same.
but if they don't know the rituals, they can't do things like give confession. There's a ritual prior to going into
yeah,
the
there's a
confession.
process for
Well,
sure, and
nobody,
that's
people don't just,
yeah,
confession is aside from the congregation. That's something
yes,
you
it is. Yeah,
do
it's a
aside
process.
from
Yeah.
that.
And what I'm saying is, even you can go through that whole process, and you just don't immediately become a Catholic. Yeah, it's like you got to go do all these things, but you become a Catholic. In Judaism, you can convert and do what they require, but you are still separated, and you are never fully, truly, just because you weren't born that way.
What's your
You've
basis
just
for
gone
saying
through it
that?
through converting. When you look at Ivanka Trump and her whole dealings, that's what that's why I started learning about it. I started going down a rabbit
Well,
hole and saying,
okay, we don't care
he's
about
never.
Ivanka Trump. We don't care,
Well,
but
she's a perfect example of someone who converted,
I haven't heard her
So, as
complain.
Brendan would say, that is purely anecdotal, Go Army. You're trying to issue your anecdotal experience of watching Ivanka Trump as to your whole political basis. And that
I
He's
think you
is
also
missed it. I know you're
wrong.
angry.
fashion, not a
Go
fact.
Army.
Okay, I
Can
know
I
you're angry
explain this
about
to
earlier,
him?
Brobot,
Hold on.
but that's not correct. Hold on. I know
Oh, no,
you're
I'm
just
not
Can I
angry. I was
explain
just
this?
mimicking Brendan.
I don't.
Go
Sorry.
Army. Can I explain this?
I don't.
No, let me just respond to him real quick. He's completely wrong. All
No.
right, then go ahead, Fee. Go ahead. You
Here's
explain it to us.
Wait,
Now
I
you're
don't understand why we sit here and argue about religion.
I don't either, but I do want to get.
I'm pretty sure.
With you, Mojo.
I'm pretty sure that the only person on the panel that's fucking religious at this particular point in time is Go Army.
know all more than about the religion than me, right?
Her children would not be considered Jewish if
If
she
none
was
of
not
you are
considered
religious,
Jewish.
why do you care?
Because some of us have studied it, Mojo.
Who
You don't have to
cares?
be religious to know about a religion.
Who fucking cares if you're not
He
religious? Who
does, and I
cares?
don't want misinformation spewed. And I'm not even Jewish. The mother has to be Jewish for the children to be considered Jewish. So if she was not accepted, then her kids would not be considered Jewish. It's that simple.
I'm going to drop the hand grenade for you then, Mojo. I view all of these religions as fucking identical. I really don't see any difference between Christianity, Judaism, and Muslims. You are all
Ella's
fucking
going to come back
identical.
up.
Because
I'll
you're
get
not
into
religious. Your heart's hard. You don't see things like that.
Yeah, you're all equally disgusting wastes of space on a fucking political panel.
Do you guys want to talk about how capitalism in the modern age is ruining society? No?
Good grief.
Yeah.
I would.
That was the
I'd like
reason I was requesting up as
CJ,
There you go.
you're
There you go.
here. Awesome.
Hey,
yeah,
CJ.
I'm awake. I didn't jump in on
Okay.
the topic
Never
of
mind.
religion mainly because I've heard so many discussions on religion, and nobody changes each other's minds. Everybody has their own idea of what they believe their idea of religion is, and they all interpret the holy books the way they want to interpret them, and everybody interprets it their own way, and it ends up never getting anywhere other than, I didn't want to be a wet blanket on the discussion because obviously Um, we're here to debate, but I didn't want to didn't want to put a wet blanket over the discussion. That's why I didn't jump in. But my original reason for requesting up was because I heard someone say that we need to eliminate capitalism, and my question was, okay, what do we put in its place?
Okay,
Let everyone
requested
respond.
up to make a specific point, but now we've pivoted to a different topic, so I'm going to drop down. Thanks for having me.
Well, go ahead, Ella. Make your point. Make your point.
Yeah, let's hear it, Ella.
You're on mute.
Oh. So
Well, I was hoping Ella would actually elaborate on that, because B's the one that actually said that we need to get rid of capitalism, and she's a little busy at the moment. So,
yeah, I heard B say that. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was doing something. You can replace it with anything, honestly, but I would replace it with communism.
You would replace with what?
Communism.
Communism. Okay. And that doesn't have a very good history. In fact, it doesn't have a history at all.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have a good history because the strongest country in the world with the biggest military has squashed it at every turn.
Well, not really. You had Russia under communism or socialism, the USSR, and had to build a wall to keep the people in because they all wanted to get out of there. You got North Korea with communism, and they don't seem to be doing very well compared to their southern neighbor, South Korea, which turned basically capitalist at the same time North Korea turned communist, and you can see the difference.
What happened with the Koreas? What happened with the Koreas?
What happened with the Koreas?
Why did they balkanize? Why did they separate into North and South?
Why don't you tell me?
Oh,
the U.S. backed South Korea.
Cuba too.
Go ahead, Robot. Go ahead, Robot.
So the southern part of Korea, or Indochina at the moment, it was all a French colony. But South Korea in 1917 formulated their governance in Philadelphia. And then the Northern Koreans, I forget, was there like a central figure, much like Ho Chi Minh? I can't remember that part. But they essentially followed the Bolshevik Revolution. So that's why essentially you had two separate governments on the same peninsula.
Okay, and they lasted that way up until, what, the 50s when there was the Korean War? Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm. After World War II, America had an they had it during World War II, but they realized that they needed the Soviets in order to make it through the war, which all of the West realized. But America had this very strong anti-communist stance. And that kind of shapes the foreign policy, especially of the 60s and 70s. We're very anti-communist, and as well as the 50s, I would say as well.
Right,
and so they
right.
get split up, and America essentially levels almost about 90% of North Korea and installs a brutal dictator in South Korea who ends up killing a whole bunch of socialists and communists. This balkanization was never meant to be permanent. It was always supposed to be temporary, and families were broken up and split up because of it, and it was horrific.
And that's a rewriting of history.
Okay.
Because actually we came to the aid of another fledgling democracy that came out of colonialism, which is, number one of the things that we kind of recognize throughout history since our founding. It's something that we've always done.
No, that's not a rewriting of history. Not at all. That's exactly how it happened.
And no, we weren't against communism in
We
the
were.
1917 and 18s. The Bolsheviks were literally starting their
No, this is after
revolution.
World War II. When we officially decide to balkanize Korea is after World War II, when we decide that we see Russia starting to have influence in the north and we get afraid of that. And we don't like
You
that.
you do realize that Korea had been fighting each other since the founding of their governments in the early
Yeah, that's why I said
1900s.
official. That's why I said officially.
All we did was come to the aid of another democracy that was literally founded in Philadelphia.
I used to kill communists and socialists on a regular basis like it was fucking Christmas Day in Vietnam or in Cambodia and Laos.
I mean,
Holy crap.
if I
Wait, isn't that
That's
quite
actually
a
what
think
happened.
distance?
That's not
Isn't that quite a
rewriting history.
distance
That's
away
exactly what
from?
happened.
Isn't that quite a distance away from Korea, Cambodia, and
I
Vietnam?
was using I was in metaphor. It was similar.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I kind of feel like here is making excellent points, and everyone is really making really good, historically accurate comments. But our problem is that it's only been a relatively short amount of time in human history where we've separated economy, like our economic model, from our political model. And so it's really only been around 150 years where we've started differentiating those, where like things like communism, socialism, capitalism have come into play. So I think that's really sort of where we are right now in human like development, where we're trying to figure out where to best kind of balance economic model with, our government model. And that's why it's such a huge, point of contention, point of debate amongst us at this point. So I don't know. I don't know if that adds anything, but that's
Well,
kind of what I feel.
I think we need a little bit of both. I think one thing can be made certain: socialism cannot exist without capitalism, but capitalism
How
can
could that be
exist
made
without
certain?
socialism.
Why
How
not?
could you make certain of that?
Wait, I want to know
Because
why
if you
not? Why can't
socialism without
why
capitalism,
why can't
I'm
I
sorry.
finish my goddamn question?
Oh, I thought you were finished.
Why can't social? I don't care about the other side of the issue. I just want to know why socialism can't exist without capitalism.
Because you need an economic engine to feed the socialism. Socialism's all about spending.
What is an economic engine? And then socialism is not about spending; it's about the means of production.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you mean by economic engine?
The economic engine is the motivation to produce. And in
We
socialism, you don't have a
always
motivation to produce.
being alive is the motivation to produce.
Well, yeah, that's survival, being alive, but survival means inherently greed.
I
Everybody
disagree.
wants to survive. Well, you
I
may
disagree.
disagree. That's your opinion, and this is my opinion.
Okay,
Everybody
I could argue
wants to
that
survive.
greed doesn't exist in human
If you want to
beings.
survive, you have greed.
I
Yeah.
don't think
But we
that's
also
true.
need, sorry, Mojo. We also need a governmenting body to regulate the greed. We can't, greed is, maybe it's a human nature. That's true. But we have to be able to not allow, the
Human
one
nature doesn't
person.
exist.
Human
What's
There's no
that?
nature
such
doesn't
thing as
exist.
human nature.
Oh, really? Okay,
No. Explain.
that's
There's
interesting.
no such thing as human nature.
Okay.
There's nothing that
Okay,
all human beings share in common.
Okay.
okay. You don't have
Psychologically.
you don't. Human nature is you are inherently a person that likes to work all day. You don't want to relax. It's human
What
nature
is
to want to relax and take it easy. You
that's
The
never
not
want to
ability,
relax and take it easy.
wait, that's not necessarily true either, but
Oh,
the
take it
really?
easy.
ability to
Take
shed
it easy.
tears at
Take it easy is a
distress.
take it easy is a relative term as well.
I mean,
So
honestly,
I,
it's
I'm giving Mojo his one thing
That's a
that all humans
that's a
share,
biology. That's physiological. That's like shitting and
then why can
peeing.
only humans do it?
Again, that's biological. It's like shitting and pissing.
The thing
But
is, it's
animals
human
have
nature
emotions,
to
they
try
know.
to survive. And
Animals
we
have
use our.
Exactly. Human nature is trying to is the need to survive, the want to survive.
If that's true,
all
nobody would
animals have
commit
the want to
suicide. If
survive.
that's
It's human
true,
nature. It's
if
human
that's
nature to
true,
protect
if
your
that's
family.
fucking true,
It's human nature
no,
to protect your
hello,
family.
hello,
Hello?
hello.
Quit talking
If
over me.
that's true, fuck off. If
No, you
that's
fuck
true,
off.
if
No,
that's
CJ,
true,
chill.
if that's true, then nobody would commit suicide.
Well, I mean, there are
There,
exceptions.
there are
We
exceptions,
have to
Mojo. Come
acknowledge.
on. You're
Yeah.
not that stupid.
We don't all have a need to survive.
You're
We don't
right.
all
Not
have the same
everyone.
drive to
You're right.
survive.
You're
The
right.
vast
Then it's not
majority
part of our
does, though.
nature. Then
It's
it's not
human
part
nature
of.
to eat.
Then it's not.
There are
Then it's.
there are
What the fuck is wrong
variations.
with you people?
Nothing is wrong with something's wrong with you.
I just
No,
want
you
to
guys keep
finish a goddamn
interrupting.
statement.
We're having a discussion.
No,
not the
you're
only one
not. You're
talking.
just talking over the
You're
top
not
of
the
me.
only one talking.
It's my fucking panel, you
I don't
asshat.
give a fuck.
Well, go suck a bag of dick somewhere else then.
Okay. Kick me, asshole.
It's really.
Tell
You
me
guys
to
just don't
suck a
have to
bag of dicks.
interrupt. You guys just don't have to interrupt. That's all.
Tell me to suck a
He's
bag of dicks. He's an
Mojo
asshole.
has been
Yo,
trying to
Lily,
speak the whole
just
entire
let the host
time, and
speak,
you
man.
guys both,
I've been very
you and everyone,
congenial.
you've
I've
been,
been very
yeah, you've been calm. I
congenial.
give you that.
I've been very congenial.
Just let the host speak, man. Just let the
I
host speak.
match energy.
I don't think he meant like all at
Well,
once. I think he meant more like wear it like a saddlebag and work your way through it at your leisure. Just
Okay,
well,
want
I
to
got you.
point that out.
I'm
All
sorry, CJ, but if Mojo is an asshole, that would make you a hemorrhoid because you're irritating the asshole.
right. I got you. So, well, Mojo, go ahead and speak. It's your floor.
I just said there's no such thing as human nature. And socialism is simply the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole. Capitalism is simply the mixture of one person's capital and the theft of somebody else's labor to create a profit. That's it. That's all these things are.
Okay. And when the people own the means of production, that means there's no motivation to innovate. There's no motivation to improve. There's no motivation to create new ideas. No motivation to create new inventions. There's no motivation to become rich because we all are equal. Nobody has the opportunity to be better than anybody else.
Well, that's the thing. We shouldn't have to.
That destroys all motivation and innovation.
Fuck, I disagree.
Okay.
But CJ, the whole
So you
idea
wanna
of like,
talk
oh, we
over
have to
me?
be, no, CJ, the whole thing of we have to be better than everybody else. That's a manufactured idea. It's some idea that's put onto us to basically support consumerism. So that way, if we're always trying to outdo each other, trying to keep up with the Joneses, it's all this bullshit that's artificial. It's not something that we need to do. We don't have to be better than anybody else. We just have to work with each other and make sure that everybody has a good quality of life. It's not this. What you're describing is shit that was propagandized towards us.
No,
If
it's not shit. It's not shit. How did we come up with personal computers? There were people who
I
were
think
working in
if
the garage to come up with a possibility of making something that nobody else was thinking of, and they put something together. The guy's name was Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs. And what would be their motivation if they were working in a factory
This
somewhere?
is wrong.
Evolution.
Evolution. Am I destroying your communist narrative?
Stop. That's wrong.
No,
What you just said was wrong.
Am I destroying your communist
What
narrative?
you just said was
it's
wrong.
not a
What's wrong?
communist narrative.
Explain what's wrong with it.
The computer was actually created by by the Homebrew Computer Club, not by Wozniak.
Yeah.
Okay, and who's the one who brought it
actually
into
much.
everybody's home?
It's actually much further back. Most of the first prototypes
you're
of
probably
computers as we know them today were by IBM and other military contractors and government contractors of the time.
Then
They
how
were
did
studied in universities long before they ever decided, hey, people could use these.
How did Steve Jobs get rich?
Hello?
Ella, please. I want to hear you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if this was working because I'm using different headphones. My bad. I was just gonna chime in and say that I think evolution shows that. What's the English word y'all were using again? For like inventing new things. Evolution shows that it
Innovation.
doesn't take capitalism to do that. Yeah, innovation. That's what you. So, you know, things were invented based on need, not based on capitalism.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of
Agreed.
invention. And also, like, it still happens now. Like, if you look at like the modding community, you know that, or like when it comes to gaming or whatever, people create mods or plugins. People go on GitHub to create like their own.
Have you seen the cars that Russia produces?
Like AI, right? People create like alternative versions to AI that are not for profit. You can actually build your own AI system to like create like your own images based on what you build, but all that stuff is available for free. The only thing is that you gotta put more work into it. But people would love creating things for the sake of creating things because they want to contribute to the improvement of something.
And
Have you
Evans,
have you seen the cars that Russia produces, or North Korea produces?
I kind of want to like jump in off of Ella and Eben's like and build off what they said. I fully agree with you guys. It's kind of like capitalism to an extent is an okay thing. But when you're talking about innovation, when you have a person or an organization that has a lot more money than everybody else who can buy up everybody else's ideas and innovation and then just put them in the basement because these new ideas don't, they might compete with what this organization has already been putting out. That really kind of like capitalism unfettered squelches the ability to develop new products and ideas because, those who are he who is the most rich is the one that controls anything that comes to market. And that's what capitalism is in my mind.
Not true at all. How many car choices do you think we have in the United States? If you're going to go look for a car, how many different car makers do you think there are? Would you guess?
17, 18.
Probably, maybe even 20 or 25.
Most of them come from all other countries. Most of them come from all other countries.
Sure.
The vast majority of them. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if we still have a single car that is entirely made in the United States of America anymore.
Mojo's right. And you know what? We all have friends. I think we all have friends.
That's a sad commentary on our industrial USA.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to jump
abundance
in
is not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think that we all have friends at this point in time who have developed cars in their garage who are running off of vegetable oil. And you know what? Like I'm not even joking. I think we know somebody who has done that, but that technology won't be brought to market because it's not it's not financially beneficial for our current 17 car makers who are out on the market.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Sorry.
You bring up a good point. You bring up a good point. For example, we're talking, a lot of people like to talk about climate change and being more fuel efficient and bringing up new types of ways to save on burning fossil fuels. And if there was one company run by the state who was developing the different new innovation, there would be only one track of ideas being pursued. If you have 5 or 6 different companies who are building cars in competition with each other, which is capitalism, you have 5 or 6 different tracks who are trying to come up with the best idea that will come to market and be the best seller in that market and be the best.
I have.
And
Hold on.
therefore you have motivation to
All right,
outdo
you gotta
the other
you gotta
guy.
make your statements a little shorter, man.
Well,
Ella,
my point, it takes a while to make my point, and if you don't want to hear my point, just say so.
there
I
was
can
a lot
leave.
of extraneous shit in there that didn't need to be in there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ella.
No,
CJ. Oh,
No, just go, Ella.
Uh, I have two points. At first, I only had one. My original point was going to be that abundance is not the same as innovation. So, like this idea of how many different car manufacturers do we have is not indicative of innovation. It's just indicative of luxury and abundance. With that said, the point that you just made. It's the people that work for these companies that bring the innovation, not the companies themselves. And if you take the companies out of the equation, I would bet you that those people would still have the same interests and probably would come up with the same ideas.
It's the companies that provide them the ability to be able to
No, because they
manifest
already
those
had the
ideas.
brains with the
It provides
ideas.
them the offices, it provides them the computers, provides them the engineering and the teamwork of many other people around them. They create a team. It doesn't take one person. One person cannot come up with the idea. In most
Can you do
cases,
that?
it's a
Can you do
team
that?
of people.
Can you do that without a corporate entity?
Yeah. And
Can
I'm
you
gonna,
do that without a corporate entity? It's very rare.
Can you?
you can, and I'm gonna use civics as example here of what is it, OpenAI, and how there are like many forums where people get together to build AI without any companies involved.
Yeah,
I would.
it
I
is.
was just going to make a statement. It's not a question or anything. Basically, you are just conflating what would be capitalism as an economic system with communist governments, because you're not actually talking about the economy of like North Korea or Soviet Union or Vietnam or any of that stuff. You're just likening to that totalitarian government controlling all means of production.
My concern is
I don't
that
know. I don't understand what you mean by conflating. I don't get the conflation
As
there.
socialism, if you were to establish socialism in the United States, it would not be the government controlling the means of production. Socialism is inherently the worker controlling the means of their own labor.
Yes, and we can see how well that works in the auto industry. The fact that Mojo said we have very few cars that are made here in the U.S.
Hey, CJ, I've got an example for you from the auto industry. I just went through the
Crosstabs.
car. Hello, everybody. I just went through the car buying process. I had two requirements. Number one, it had to be a full EV. Number two, it could not be a Tesla. And guess what I bought? I bought a Polestar, which is shipped in from a Chinese company. And despite the 100% tariff, they were still able to offer me the best value for the dollar. Funded, by the way, subsidized by the CCP.
That is fantastic. And it's a shame that we cannot create a car that can compete with the Chinese. I believe.
Do you know why?
I know
I'm sorry,
why.
go ahead. I'm sorry,
I know
go ahead.
exactly why. Because the salaries that we pay our United Auto Workers will not allow us to be able to compete and build a car that can compete with the same the wages that they pay the Chinese.
Because GM and Ford have been cutting corners for 30 years, trying to bring costs down at the never-ending goal of hitting continuous profit expansion because of capitalism. You cannot be a company that large and operate on a steady profit. You have to always grow. You have to always increase your profit, or you are nothing to investors. And that's why they're going to cut corners time and time and time again.
Yes, because they have to constantly renegotiate with the United Auto Workers, and they have to constantly pay their auto workers $70, $80 an hour to work on the assembly line. And when Chinese employees are getting who knows what, $5 an hour, if that, $5-10 an hour, and their engineering and their education system is they put a premium on that, so they have great engineers. that can
And
come up with these great ideas and be able to produce things at a low cost.
So it sounds like your solution is do not pay workers enough to live, and then we'll have better products.
I say we shouldn't allow socialism as in our capitalist system, which corrupts our capitalism and destroys our ability to compete.
Are you familiar with the company Publix, the grocery store chain?
Yes.
Okay, I'm lifting this example from ETR, everyone, just so that's clear. This is not my point. ETR used to work for Publix. Publix is a publicly owned company who doesn't have security guards. Do you know why they don't need security guards?
No, I don't.
Because the employees own the company too. They're invested. They understand that when someone steals something, they're stealing it from them. They are motivated. They are incentivized to look out for the bottom line of the company because they're sharing in it. That's where your motivation for innovation is going to come from, by sharing with the entirety of the organization to make sure that, hey, if we innovate, if we create something new, we all do better.
That's great. I know of a lot of companies that don't have security guards. And they realize that the cost of security and the liability of trying to stop someone from stealing is not worth the expense of the loss that they have. If they end up losing too much in theft, they end up closing the store because it's not profitable for them. If they don't work at a profit, there's no point in having a store.
You're smart enough to know that wasn't my point. Come on. You're smart enough.
I'm smart enough to know that Publix cannot move over to China and sell their goods to the people here in whatever city they want to sell them in. So they're inherently going to survive here as long as they're price competitive with other stores in the same market. So they still have to keep their prices down.
Okay, fine. I'll make this last point. I'll let it back to the panel. I feel like I'm over talking everyone else. I'm sorry. The last point here is when you include employees as part of that profit-making entity, they are incentivized and motivated to contribute more than your average clock puncher who's just punching in and punching out and going home and not thinking about it. They have more of an incentive, not less.
I agree completely. I worked for a company where I was shared in the profits, profit sharing. And certainly you want to do well, not just for your own self-gratification that you want to do a good job, but obviously you want to see the company do well. And I think that's great to see. Unfortunately, when you have unions, you have an adversarial relationship. You have the auto workers union, which is having a contentious relationship with the car manufacturers. So it's not the same thing as the employees working for Publix.
I understand. Yeah. Where's civics when we need them, by the way? Because we're talking about co-ops here, not unions. A co-op incentivizes. We need civics. Someone go find civics.
You brought up the cars from China, and I brought up the fact that we're paying our union the factory workers who are United Auto Workers, so much money we cannot compete. And for that matter, we've had to bail out our auto workers, our auto companies, on more than one occasion.
Well, I hope civics is having a lovely Saturday, not like us nerds on this panel. That's exactly why I brought up his name earlier when it comes to the examples of like innovation happening without corporations, you know?
Yeah, there's another thing I wanted to bring up too about when you mentioned like innovation. The only thing that I've seen, and I'll use like two things: the gaming industry, and also the auto industry. A lot of times they innovate more on how to squeeze money out of people. So when it comes to gaming, rather than actually innovating in like people in new ideas and new innovations in terms of like gameplay or whatever, they'll innovate in how to do microtransactions. They'll innovate in how to squeeze more money, milk their customers for everything they've got. They put everything behind a paywall. They put everything behind these coins that you gotta buy to get in order to unlock something or whatever. So they basically innovate only in squeezing more money out of you. When it comes to the auto industry, when you look at why do you think every single truck is big now? Do you think it's because people want big trucks? It's mainly because auto manufacturers lobbied the government to basically uh, ban other trucks from that like basically not allow smaller trucks to be built because they want to sell bigger trucks, right? They want to they want to like basically control who gets to, what gets to be sold. Like, why do you think BYDs are banned? It's not there's not a whole lot of innovation. More it's more about milking your customers.
It's always about milking your customers. It's always about making a profit. That's a given. I mean, this is reality. I mean, companies can't exist without a profit. Now, you can argue that their profits are huge and they're too big. Okay, there's an argument to be made there. But on the other side of the coin, are those companies public companies? If they are, invest in their stock and take advantage, benefit from the fact that they're making profits. That's the beauty of America. You can invest, you can own those companies. You can own a part of those companies by buying their stock. That's the beauty of America. You can benefit from these big corporations. Just buy their stock and you can do very well.
So that corporation can go under and you lose those stocks. Like, it's basically this whole thing where it's like they want you to basically bet on the economy and not actually have anything that's tangible, like having a pension or something like that, right? It's it's basically. Well, go ahead. I kind of lost my train of thought right there.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like you want to wave a magic wand and like, oh yeah, panacea here. Invest in the stock market. That's the beauty of America. But if you're a single parent and you're a teacher and you're struggling to pay your health insurance and you're putting food on the table for kids, right? You're not going to be having a lot of savings to invest in the stock market.
I understand that. And unfortunately, the inflation eats away at our ability, the value of our dollar, which means we have less buying power with that dollar. So our biggest enemy in this country is inflation. So we need to do everything we can to keep inflation down. If we're going to increase the minimum wage, that does nothing to keep the inflation down. If you're going to any of these fast food places nowadays, you're noticing there's less staff behind the counter. McDonald's, at least where I live, you can't find somebody to take your money when you walk in the door. You got to order from the kiosk. Why do you think that is? Because they want to work with less people. Why is there less people? Less people means less jobs. Less jobs means there's somebody staying at home unemployed.
Correct, because a machine costs less than a person.
Exactly.
But like
Why is that machine?
What Ibanez was saying about the stock market is you have it incorrect on how it works. You're putting money into a company. If they do well, you may get some kind of return, but it's usually not great or really worth your time as an individual unless you're getting like large sums of money. What they're actually doing is socializing losses. So they have no risk. It's only the investors that have risk, and you would be one of those investors.
Well, that's the same with a corporation. They're taking a risk too. There's no guarantee that they're going to make a profit. There's companies
there's no risk on the corporation. It's only the investors. That's the socialized loss.
Well, exactly. They're the risk to the investor, and if those companies do not make a profit, which most socialists believe is their enemy, the corporations making a profit. If those corporations don't make a profit, yes, the investors lose their money and the employees lose their jobs.
How do you define profit?
Profit means you're covering your costs and you have something to get a return on your investment, some sort of a percentage above and beyond what your overall costs are after you pay for all your expenses.
What is your largest cost?
It's payroll, usually.
Labor. Labor is always going to be your largest cost, and labor is not labor. It's people.
Yep.
The difference between you and I is I want those people to get the profits from their labor, and you want somebody else to get the profits from their labor. That's the difference between you and I.
That's not necessarily true. I want those people to benefit from their labor also.
No, you
Now,
benefit. I want them to get all of the profits from their labor. You want somebody else to take profits from their labor.
Well,
you guys bring up everyone? She's in the request.
If you want them to get all of the profits from their labor, then you have nobody with capital. In other words,
the labor, the people with the
capital.
labor can have the capital as well.
Say that again?
The people with the labor have capital as well. The largest capital cost is going to be the labor itself. But if you're talking about a building or computers, yeah, people can buy those things too.
But who's going to be starting up a company? Who's going to pull the money together to start up a company and invest?
Co-ops. Me and 4 or 5 of my friends can get together and start a company.
Okay, that's where I think you fall down flat on your face.
I don't know how that is, but nice try.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
you don't know how that is
that's a good
because
question.
it doesn't work.
Why would that be?
Why would that be? Because you don't have enough people with enough money. If you're all sharing in the wealth,
How do you know? How do you know what kind of rich people I know? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, no, under socialism, you wouldn't know any rich people.
Really?
You have some historical questions in this.
You don't have any rich people in socialism. You hate rich people. You don't want billionaires. You don't want millionaires. You
Yeah, I
want
don't
people
want
to
the-
all share equally.
Yeah, I don't
Nobody
want the
needs to
wealth-
be a billionaire.
Yeah, but God damn it. Yeah, I don't want the wealth gap to be as big as it is. That's for sure. But some people can make more than others.
How about if we like bail out teachers and like cab drivers instead of corporations? How about if we just like look at as a policy, if we have control of Congress.
We're talking about socialism and capitalism.
I know we are, but I'm just saying like we bail out corporations, right? And we
But
bail out banks.
Before we pivot down that line, can we actually ask the historical questions here? Because CJ posited that without, the stock market and capitalism and stuff, we wouldn't be able to start a business. I was just going to ask CJ, when was the stock market created? When was the central bank created?
Stock market, I believe, was created around the 1890s, roughly. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. I'm not sure the exact date. Do you have the exact date?
No, you're fine. I mean, where the question is going, because the central bank is even later than that. So how did people for over 100 years, since 1776, create businesses in America?
They had to go to their savings and loan and take out a loan.
As I said, the central banks didn't exist.
The central banks didn't exist, but the community banks did. The banks in the town did.
Who was able to start the banks before people could go get loans and stuff?
Who was able to start the banks before? That's a good question.
Because a bank is a business, right?
Sure, yeah.
So most of those established banks didn't come in towards like Civil War kind of era, especially around the railroad times. So you still had 100 years.
Well,
pretty
depends
much,
on what part
without
of the
any
country.
banks.
Depends on what part of the country we're talking about. But yeah, okay, educate me.
They did the same thing that Mojo's talking about. People would get together, pull their money, start building the business, essentially just out of a co-op.
Okay.
Tell them about the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Templar.
And did they build General Motors back in the 1850s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they build DuPont? Did they build Procter and Gamble? Did they build Apple Computers? Did they build?
If you want to go by motors, because the very first invention would be the trains, the steam locomotives.
Okay.
And yes, they did start those businesses. Did you not hear the railroad barons? This was in a time that they didn't have banks. This was even before the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah,
That's
that
why
was
they were
before
building the
laws.
railroad.
That was before the laws against monopolies, yeah.
But again, the way that those barons were able to make and start building the railroads and stuff, they were pulling money together.
Sure.
They started the company basically as a co-op.
Sure. Right. And they did very well.
There you go. That's all Mojo's saying. It obviously works. No, that's all Mojo's saying is it works.
It worked back then, yes.
It can still work today.
The barons didn't share with the
today is 150
built
years
the engines.
Almost 200 years
Robot?
later.
Yeah, but why can't it work today?
You can look at Russia to see how well it would work.
Okay,
you can look at North Korea.
Why can't it work today?
Why can't it work today? Because it can, in theory.
Okay.
Sure, a lot of things can be done in theory.
That answers my question.
A lot of things can be done in theory, yes. Will it happen? Will it happen? That's the question.
CJ, what happens every time it looks to be working elsewhere? What do we do?
What happens every time it looks to be working elsewhere?
Start a war.
That's not a joke.
I don't know if that's your answer, but
then
start a war.
I don't know what you're
threatened by
I don't know
that.
what you're looking for.
You look at Vietnam, look at Vietnam, look at Ecuador, look at Guatemala. We either start a war or we send in the CIA to overthrow, because God forbid we let the world know that it could work. So we introduce sanctions. We engage our dark underbelly, or we go to war. To make sure that they can't succeed in an actual open environment without intervention.
We didn't intervene in Russia.
We
didn't intervene. We didn't intervene.
What is the Cold War? What is the Cold War? What was the Cold War?
The Cold War was just that. We had no fighting going on.
That was tantamount to a war. It was a Cold War.
Economic sanctions.
And we built our nuclear, arsenals.
Our underbelly is lily white. Thank you very much.
Oh yes, it's pristine, Brendan. It's pristine. We've never intervened anywhere.
CJ, do you consider economic sanctions, sanctions, economic warfare? Are you not trying to destabilize? Are you not trying to destabilize an economy?
You could, depending how you look at things, you could look at it as a tool or a weapon. Yes.
It's a weapon.
It's a tool also.
It's a weapon. What do you do with that tool?
You have leverage.
Exercise power.
You weaponize it against a country. Exercise power. Same thing.
Right.
Again, it's economic warfare without firing a missile.
It's leverage. It's market leverage.
It's keeping the system down.
Operation Northwood.
Operation Northwood. I can't say I have.
Oh, you should look into that.
Okay.
It's very revealing about our government and how it feels about about capitalism being threatened around the time that all the shit started with Cuba. Take a look at it. I'm not going to go into the history lesson, but if Robot wants to be concise about it, go ahead.
What period of time was that happening?
That was
early 60s.
Yeah.
Okay, so right around the Cuban Missile Crisis, or?
Yeah, basically Americans were, they were kind of, somebody else articulate this. I'm like one sip in too many right now.
Sure, just real quick. We concocted a plan. Same debacle. We concocted plans to literally pretend there were fake attacks on us so that we could justify a war with Cuba.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Basically, false flag attacks.
I see. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm not saying we have clean hands in every situation. Do I think our country does more good than harm? Definitely, by a long shot.
Presently?
Presently? Yes.
Presently.
Yes.
You would say that unequivocally.
I
That
would
we
say
do
that
more.
unequivocally.
What was your statement?
Does more good than harm by a long shot.
Okay, so go ahead. Somebody else wants to say something.
Can you explain that? Can you expand on that more? That we do more harm than good by a long shot?
No, I said more good than harm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Didn't I just say that? Okay, whatever. The United States does more good than harm by a long shot. Can you explain that to me? I'm just stupid. Please.
Well, you need to be able to be a healthy country to help other countries. Presently, Trump, I don't agree with everything he does. There are many things I don't agree with. Some of the things he says, some of the actions he takes. But I do believe he's, for the big picture, heading in the right direction.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
just being extremely vague.
Being what? Extremely vague?
You're being extremely vague by your categorization of
Well,
how
that's
we're
to keep things concise, so that Mojo doesn't say I'm running on.
Just cite some examples, real examples, not just feelings.
Some examples of what? Which?
Bullet points on what you think he's doing.
Are you asking for good things he's doing, or the bad things he's doing?
Before you go on to Trump, I have a question. Do you think you said more good than harm? Do you think Sweden does more good than harm, or more good than we do, and less harm than we do?
Sweden?
Yeah.
Well, that's a strange comparison.
Norway, Finland. Zimbabwe.
I don't think they do much harm because they really don't have much of an impact on other countries around the world. So I would guess that they do more good.
So could we maybe change our model and do better?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, just checking.
We certainly could.
I think
we
they
could.
just want to know what you think good Donald Trump is doing. I think that's all they were asking.
What good I think he's doing? I think he's this is not going to go over well with this group. I know this audience. He's establishing us as the unequivocal world superpower. Prior to him coming into office, during Biden, and I don't want to be blaming Biden for things, but there were things going on that I think were working against the USA for our long-term best interest. He saw that happening, and he took action to stop it. So I think that was a smart move and a good move for our country and for the world.
Does that include the world hating us?
I think in the short term, you may think they hate us, but I think in the long term, that is yet to be determined. And I think depending on how we respond after things have been settled and after Trump is out of office, and even during Trump's last 2 years in office, depending on how he handles things, I think the world could grow to honor Trump.
What if I told you we already have polling internationally about this?
I don't doubt it. And I would imagine it's probably negative. And that's what happens when you've got leaders that take bold moves that are unpopular. I don't second guess people. I've been a leader myself. I've had to make decisions that were unpopular, and I don't appreciate it when people second guess me, because there's information that you have to make those decisions, and there's information you don't have that you'd like to have, but you still have to make the decision without that information. And sometimes that lack of information comes back to bite you in the ass. But you can't be a Monday morning quarterback, although a lot of people like to be a Monday morning quarterback.
Well,
And
that's fair. That's fair. But we've got 10 years of Trump now. I mean, this is not a new phenomenon, right? Like the world has had time to recognize what he's done.
We've had 5.5 years of Trump. We've had 4 years, and now a year and a half going on.
I understand. I understand, but you can't just pretend that just because Biden got in office that the world did not have ramifications from Trump term 1, right? Like we've had 10 years for the world to react to Trump's policies, his behavior on the world stage, and how he treats our allies and what he does internationally.
But we did not know, and the world did not know, that Trump was going to be in office for a second term. So I don't see how that he had much of an impact while Biden was in office. I mean, unless everybody could see into the future and say, oh boy, we better do some things differently, because when Trump gets back into office, he's not going to be happy and he's going to come after us. So I don't see anybody being able to have a crystal ball like that.
Can I ask a question, Crosstabs, just real quick?
Go ahead, yeah.
So,
please.
CJ, if you're saying that since Trump left office in 2021, are you saying that then, like, the economy and everything in 2017 when he first took office was actually from Barack Obama?
Say that again. I missed your point.
Well, you're saying that the policies end when they leave office.
Right.
Is that correct? So,
well, depending on whether the incoming president wants to end those policies, Trump ended a lot of Obama's policies. Biden ended a lot of Trump policies. Then Trump came in office and Trump reversed a lot of Biden's policies. So, but then there are residual effects from those policies of the previous president, sure.
Okay, so that's what Crosstabs was getting at. We've had 10 years, because the residual effects during the Biden term would certainly count.
Well, when Biden got in office on day one, he reversed almost all of Trump's policies. So he changed the sanctions on Iran. He changed the sanctions on Russia. He reversed all of the border policies that were keeping our border secure. That's
untrue.
Okay, you can believe that if you want.
Well, we have Google as our source. We can show you.
Show me what?
That would particularly be the point. How did he change the sanctions on Iran when it was Trump that tore up the JCPOA?
The sanctions on Iran, as far as trade sanctions, Iran was not, was basically dying on the vine as far as their economy was concerned. And Biden relieved those sanctions, allowed them to sell much more oil, which basically fueled their economy and fueled their proxies, which allowed those proxies to go and start a war with Israel.
But that doesn't make any sense. The JCPOA had those sanctions.
But Trump had those sanctions also. He had the sanctions.
The JCPOA would be a body of law that was agreed upon.
Regardless of the JCPOA, he still had the sanctions that were in place. The sanctions that were prohibiting Iran to sell oil unless it was on the black market.
Again, I'm getting to the point of this under Trump's term, the JCPOA is what Trump rescinded, and that was a body of sanctions against Iran. So if you're saying that now Biden is responsible for that, I am struggling to find that this happened under Trump's term, and you said what happens in their presidency is solely on them.
Well, the JCPOA was torn up by Trump, but the sanctions were not lifted. The sanctions were still being put put on Iran to keep them from gaining revenue from their oil sales.
Enforced
So
is the word you're looking for.
that was keeping that was giving us leverage to get them to give up their uranium, and the same thing with Russia as far as the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We had cut off construction of the Nord Stream 2, which kept the revenues from going into Russia, and Biden came in and he reversed that, and he allowed the sanctions to be lifted on Russia. And then what happened? Russia invaded Ukraine, and
Okay, let's stop there. I think Crosstab's hand is going to fall off if we leave him up
Exactly.
there.
Okay. Thank you. Listen. The JICPOA and Iran is a very important topic. I did want to make this point before we move on too deeply into this. This is the Pew Research polling for confidence in Trump as a world leader. We've got 24 of the largest countries here. Anything to the left is bad for him. Anything to the right is good for him. Hungary, UK, Greece, Poland, Italy, Netherlands, France, Spain, etc. It goes on and on and on. The people of those countries are not confident in him as a world leader. The question is, percentage of people who have confidence in US President Donald Trump to do the right thing regarding world affairs. We already have this polling data. We already see that the world does not respect him and does not trust him.
Does not respect or trust him. Well, that's debatable. And as far as popularity with the polls change, and a lot of the European countries are not happy with Trump because he forced NATO to make sure that these companies anteed up the money that they were supposed to be contributing to NATO. They were not happy about that. The only person that was happy about it was the head of NATO. He was kissing Trump's ass, thanking him for finally getting these countries to start contributing. In fact, they weren't contributing their 2% of GDP when Trump started complaining, and now they're contributing 5% of GDP because they realize that what Trump was saying about Russia was true after Russia invaded Ukraine. And then these European countries in NATO realized that Trump was right. We cannot trust Russia. So then they realized, you know what, maybe 2% isn't enough. We got to increase it to 5%.
CJ, what do you think NATO funding is? Do you think we're cutting checks to NATO?
Do I think we're cutting NATO? We are, yeah, we're giving them money to be able to be prepared in case of an invasion.
Well,
that was crazy response. That's categorically false.
Okay, then correct me.
NATO's operating budget is something like $2 billion a year. What the talking point on NATO funding is about how much we spend on our own defense budget in comparison to our GDP. So when Trump says that people aren't contributing enough to NATO, what he's talking about is France and Belgium, sorry, Ella, and other countries not contributing enough of their GDP to their own defense budget, not to some NATO slush fund that the president gets to fucking buy Corvettes from and shit. Like, they're talking about their own military defense budgets. And what the point that Trump is mad about is that those countries don't provide enough of their own defense, so we have to go around the world swinging our big D around and be the world police.
Well, that's
and
true.
By the way,
because
that has
NATO
changed.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, 10 seconds. I'll land it. I promise. I want you to contribute. That has changed. Many countries have upped their military defense budget to 5% of GDP. That has happened.
Right. And I think we can all agree that's a good thing.
Well,
First strike Russia.
I think I asked a question maybe 15, 20 minutes ago at least. It has not been responded to, which was, you made the comment that America has done much more good than bad, or it would not, though that's not verbatim, but you failed to explain this concept, and we've been going off on these random tangents on what's been going on, right? Yet you failed to explain to me how America, especially under Trump, has been doing much more good than bad or harm, right? By a
Yeah.
long shot. By a long shot. If
Yep.
you can say this with such vigor, by a long shot, you should easily be able to demonstrate it, but you haven't.
Well, I think the countries around the world love the United States because, in many cases, we are their best customer. Number one.
I think Crosstab just showed you a Pew Research study, right?
Yep.
That's how these countries are viewing us.
That's how they're viewing Trump.
I'm sorry. Yes, he is the leader.
That's how they're viewing Trump. I'm talking about our country.
America.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but page 1 of that survey, the first question is, what is your opinion of the United States, regardless of who the leader is right now?
Okay. What was that poll about?
Just that percentage of people who have a positive or negative, or sorry, unfavorable or favorable opinion of the United States. That includes everything. That includes our economy. That includes how we behave on the world stage. That includes our leader. Everything. It is by far to the left. In fact, there's again 24 countries involved here.
Well, and that's fine. I wonder how many of you heard. You probably have all heard this saying: "Tough leaders bring good times. Good times bring soft leaders. Soft leaders."
That's a fascist meme, right?
What?
You're
soft
quoting a
leaders
fascist
bring
meme.
hard times. Hard times bring tough leaders. That's a
you're
cycle.
quoting a
That's-
fascist
cycle.
meme.
Is it?
That is
Well,
fucking
that's what you like to
folly
believe.
and fecklessness.
That's what you like to believe, but it ends up being very, very fascist.
It is literally coined by fascists.
Is it? Okay. I don't know how that would be a fascist meme.
What you've cited for evidence of how well we're doing on the world stage, I mean, you have cited nothing except your feelings. We'll see what happens in the future. It's yet to be determined. Give me some concrete evidence today how America is, what do you call it, doing much more good than harm.
The biggest?
Again, especially under Trump.
What country is
Right?
the biggest innovator of pharmaceuticals?
Again,
I mean, many
you're not-
countries. Many countries.
Which one is the biggest?
Sweden.
Sweden? I don't. I don't believe so.
Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk.
Maybe that
Yeah.
company is, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about pharmaceutical companies. I would venture to say it would be the United States coming up with the most various innovations in pharmaceuticals.
Well, hold on. Wait.
You
Is there a
can go ahead
difference?
and- You can go look it up. I don't care.
Is there a difference between most pharmaceuticals and best pharmaceuticals? Because when we're talking about pharmaceuticals, what we care about is how much suffering they alleviate, right? What we care about is what cures they bring to market.
Well, you were talking about the biggest pharmaceutical company. I'm talking about the one that what country brings the most pharmaceuticals to
No,
market?
the
which
question
helps
should
people.
be exactly.
Exactly. How do you measure? How do you measure how much it helps people? It varies by the individual.
Oh, that's easy.
How about number of lives saved as opposed to number of colds cured?
That's one way.
That's easily measurable.
That's one
I had
way.
a pill.
That's
I had
easy.
I had a pill that would cure the cold in 7 days.
Doesn't
Cutting
the
funding,
cold go away in 7 days?
cutting funding to
What do you call it?
USAID.
You call it aspirin?
Yeah. I thought at least one person laughed. Oh well. I tried.
You got
It's
two. You got
just
two
weird
laughs.
that you're
It
talking
worked.
about pharmaceutical companies. I mean, that's one industry, right?
Yep.
How do we get to
It
this?
takes- It takes innovation and research and the ability for companies to make a profit to be able to spend the money on that research and development. So,
But
you
how
know.
much are they charging people for their for these drugs? I mean, that would be an indicator, wouldn't you say, about the best pharmaceutical companies is how much they're able to
That's
to distribute these drugs to the people who need them.
That's a very
And
good
quite
point.
frankly, we, under this administration, we're not batting a really good record on that. A
Oh,
lot of people are paying a lot of money.
I thought we've been hearing good things about prices coming down on pharmaceuticals, not only under this administration, but also under Biden. So I think both.
Well, under Biden, it was
both
a
parties have
diabetes medication that came down.
I think both parties have been bringing the pharmaceutical companies to the table and forcing them. My understanding is with Trump, he forced the pharmaceutical companies to say they will not charge any more than the cheapest price in other countries. That was my understanding. Now, whether that's happening, I don't know.
That is correct. So do
He
you
said
agree that
he said that? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Shannon,
I have no way of
No, you're
proving
fine.
it myself, but
CJ, do you agree in his methodology for making that happen? Because that those are price controls.
those are price controls.
Yes, that is the government telling a private company, multiple private companies, what rate they have to sell their product for. Are you good with that?
I am good with that in this situation because they've been gouging us, and they are selling their products globally. So
Creeping to the left, my friend. Welcome to the left.
Yeah,
We're
well-
glad to have you. We're glad to have you.
I'm not saying that there isn't room for socialism in many areas. We can't have capitalism in our healthcare system. It just doesn't work.
Excellent.
I mean, healthcare cannot be a market commodity.
Man, don't
Period.
make me like you.
Going back to your concept of America or United States does more good than harm.
Oh, you want to hate me, don't you?
I'm
You want
still
to
there.
find a way to hate me.
Yes, I want to hate you.
You want to find a way to hate me. I know.
It's not that I hate you. These are your words.
Well,
I just want to understand you. You
I
claim
think-
that the United States does more good than harm by a long shot. And you bring up pharmaceuticals. Can you explain how $2.1 billion cut in the USAID's HIV funding, how that does good to the world?
Well,
all these third world countries relied upon the HIV medications. Guess what? They got cut by $2.1 billion from Trump. What happened to those people? No, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
All right. I thought you were asking me a question.
You don't have to tell a whole story. You can ask the question.
Could you please explain to me how a cut in $2.1 billion in HIV funding will help the global south?
Well, the funding that was cut was actually transferred to various other departments. Some went to the State Department and other areas. And the reason USAID was cut was because it basically was a money laundering machine for the Democrat Party. That money coming out of USAID was going through.
Hey!
Could I finish my? Could I answer the question, please?
Haven't answered yet.
The money going into USAID was being funneled into various NGOs, which was being funneled, yes, to some very good causes, but it was also part of that money was being funneled back to the Democrat Party. As if you'll notice, the Democrat Party right now is in the red. They don't have any money. They're going broke. In
That's
fact,
a separate point. That's
well, it is, but it's also an indicator that why did their money dry up? Where was their money coming from? It was coming from the fact that they were funneling this money through the money laundering machine, which was USAID.
Do you have proof of that?
Yes, it was. I don't have it where I can show you on this device, but you have to do your own research, and I'm sure you won't find it in the mainstream media.
Just cite a source.
I don't have it off the top of my head, and I don't have a second device to tell you. So you have to do your own research.
Unfortunately, that would just
you don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me if you don't want.
Unfortunately, that would just be hearsay because you don't have a source other than a third party.
And you can choose not to believe it. Go right ahead.
So would you answer me this? Would you agree or disagree that in terms of cutting USAID to countries in Africa, the incidence of disease has proliferated, like Ebola.
Well, I don't know that the cutting of aid through USAID is the cause for Ebola proliferating. I think Ebola is a very highly contagious disease, and I don't know what can be done to tackle
We
that
were
issue.
able to contain, with our doctors and our presence and our Red Cross, these deadly diseases from outbreaks prior to now.
Well, we
We
had
were.
COVID.
Right, which originated really principally China and then got over to Europe, right?
Right. Yeah, it came around the world, both sides.
Right. So that's not really a good example because, like, with respect to HIV and Ebola and we had a handle on that, and that's why we had presence over there, so that we could educate and we could provide treatment and curing and doctors and infrastructure
Well, I'm
to those
curious to
countries.
know. I'm curious to know, and I admit my ignorance on this issue. I'm curious to know how much we have cut from that particular program as far as giving money towards Ebola, because I'm curious to know whether or not that program had been cut, or if we are still funding it to the level that needs to be funded. Because, like I said, there's still funding that's going through other departments. It just that the USAID was disbanded because
But
of
it's
the
interesting.
shenanigans that were going on.
It's interesting that you say that going to different departments because I wonder about the transparency. You say that going to different departments because I wonder about. Echo.
I got it.
Weird.
Are we good? Okay, so this is being shifted to the State Department and that, but where's the transparency? Like we invaded Venezuela, we violated international law. I know I'm kind of pivoting a little bit here, but it's along the same point of transparency. We took out we went in and we nabbed a world leader, right? And
Yep.
we're prosecuting that. That's something that's against the Geneva Convention, which I don't know if you agree with the Geneva Convention or not, but I do. And now we're, controlling the company, and we haven't seen what the oil situation is, and we have no transparency of that. So I'm just, it's in this department. We've shifted around USAID. I'm concerned about the transparency to the American people. Any
I'm
thoughts
always
about
concerned.
that?
I'm always concerned about the transparency. There's never enough transparency, in my opinion, regardless of who's in the White House. And I understand there may be valid reasons for that in many cases, but transparency, in my opinion, is in many cases situations which cannot be divulged because of national security reasons. For example,
CJ, but outside of the Epstein files, correct? I mean, we'll just move on. I don't want to bring that up.
Why can't you let him finish his statement?
I'm sorry. No,
yeah.
it's just the hypocrisy is
hypocrisy. I don't get the hypocrisy you're referring to.
Okay.
I'm agreeing that there's not enough transparency. So
that comes under the heading of when you say doing more good than harm, right?
Yeah.
We're down a notch in transparency. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
Well, what do you know about Venezuela, right? And what do you know about USAID? You don't. You've just stated that.
I just explained to you what I know about USAID, which apparently you don't agree with, but apparently you didn't know about it either.
No, I knew about it. I know that they're saying that they're transferring it to other departments, but I don't know which departments.
Okay,
I don't know
then
what.
Why did you tell me it was being cut if it was being transferred?
Well, I do know.
I said it.
Well,
Okay.
I do know it was cut because Doge cut it, right?
Okay.
And then they said that it was certain things were being transferred to other departments, but we don't know what, how much, or to which departments. And I know you can't tell me that.
I agree, and I think we need more transparency in that area.
Excellent. Okay.
I agree with you.
Well, these cuts I claimed earlier have led to over 1,700 treatment sites closing. HIV, that is, I'm speaking of. In some African countries, it's been reported up to 50% increase in HIV in mothers. So wait a second, we're doing more harm than good. I don't think the global South agrees with us. I don't think Africa agrees with us. I'm sorry, not us, with you. Because I don't agree with you.
And I would also say...
One last thing, please. One last thing.
I'm sorry.
You keep on playing this little game. We'll see. Well, we don't have accurate reporting. So how do you come to the conclusion? So we do so much more good than harm by a long shot when you can't cite anything credible, hard evidence, not your feelings again.
Exactly. And I would topple that with the fact that you say the funds have been transferred from USAID to other places, but yet you can't confirm or quote where those funds are going, meaning you don't even know. What are you talking about? So what? I mean, bottom line, my guy, bottom line, you're saying, oh, yes, there's these cuts in USAID. And yes, it's caused harm, but those cuts have been redirected to what? But you can't say what, and you don't know what. But you're still towing the line, bro.
None of us know. And even if they told us, you wouldn't believe us, what they said, because you don't believe anything they tell us anyway. So, I mean, I don't see your point, because, everything this administration says is a lie.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I have to ask him.
Before we go,
all your bases.
Wow.
Bro, you covered all your bases.
Before we go further, I because I hate bad arguments, I'm going to fill in CJ's argument here, because he either doesn't want to make it or he just doesn't know to make it. But the argument is that the argument is that not giving other countries money is not doing harm. If we choose to give nobody else on the face of the planet anything, we're not harming them. It's not an act of harm.
Exactly.
I disagree.
I don't believe that.
I
disagree.
We're simply choosing not to help. Okay, you can't disagree.
No, you were saving lives before.
Yeah, I can't.
It's an absence of doing good.
Harvard has an article out on this.
But it's not harm. We're not doing harm by not doing good.
Sure. That is factually true. However, hundreds of thousands of people have unalived because of the funding that we no longer put out there in the world. So,
they would have been unalived a long time ago if we weren't helping them in the first place.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So what's your argument is natural selection? I mean, is that your argument?
My argument
is
we
that
have the
some
ability.
People that
We're
drink
the
richest
probably drink more.
Country in the planet history.
Mojo, I just wanted to ask you about this because I think this is. I just think I'd like to get his perspective, if you will, on this one. What do you think about this president suing the IRS with his own attorney, and he's suing the IRS, which he controls, right? And his person who used to be his personal attorney, the acting attorney general, defending, quote unquote, defending the lawsuit, and then the judge kind of looking cross-eyed at the documents and saying, "Hey, this is like not a controversy. This is Trump. You're suing yourself. You're suing yourself. So please submit to me by a certain date where this is a controversy and explain it to me and what happened." They settled the case for upwards of $2 billion. that the American taxpayer would pay, which was commonly known as the slush fund.
Didn't they throw that out?
What is your perception of that?
I think it stinks.
And tennis up. Can I expound on that? And also, that's the hang up. That's the hang up. His SAVE Act, which is garbage to begin with, but the SAVE Act is being hung up because they want to include an exemption on IRS audits for his family. That they're
Thank you. It's so triggering for me.
So what's your perception of that, CJ?
I think it stinks. It stinks.
And so do you think that's harmful to our country that we as taxpayers, if people didn't push back on that, i.e. the Senate and the American people didn't send this country into a somewhat of a tailspin after it happened, do you think that's doing more good than harm?
I do not think it's a smart move. It doesn't do anything for his PR. It doesn't do anything for the office of the presidency, and it doesn't do anything for his polls. Doesn't do anything for his midterms. It's a stupid move on his part. So,
what do you think? What was the basis of him doing that? What do you think he was trying to do?
what do I think he was trying to do? I think he was trying to get back at the system that screwed him over in several different ways. The system that was so targeting him so much over the past 5 years, actually past 8 years. The deep state going after him and the different courts going after him, and they finally got him on a couple of different court cases. And I think he's trying to protect himself from future court cases.
Is it
and
corrupt?
The legal fees.
In your opinion,
fees,
is it corrupt what he did?
Is it corrupt? No, he didn't get away with it, did he? I don't think. Didn't they throw that out? Didn't
Is
they
that
throw
your
that out?
definition of corruption? Is that they have to get away with it?
No. Corruption to me is doing something that nobody knows about. Everybody knew about it. Everybody
You can
knew
look
about
up the
this.
word. Go ahead, Cross.
If I try to rob a bank and I don't get away with it, I still tried to rob the bank. Bro, like what he tried to do was he tried to get his family completely out of any future IRS audits from anything in the past. That's what he tried to do. He tried to make sure that his businesses were fully shielded from IRS audits.
Liability.
That should raise
Tax
red
li-
flags.
$100 million.
It raised red flags just like it did when Biden pre-pardoned his whole family.
No. Don't.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
we're not talking about Biden.
I
We're
am.
talking about your statement that you said that he's doing more good than harm. Okay, so you're not allowed to pivot to Biden because I can criticize Biden too. But what you're saying somehow is that what he did was not nefarious, corrupt, or at the very least nefarious.
Well, based on past history and the fact that various prosecutors and attorney generals around the country were going after him for political vendettas and to keep him.
How about that he broke the law?
How about people campaigning on the fact that they were going to get him one way or another?
I don't care who campaigned on it. If you're a
that's
prosecutor,
against the law. If you're a prosecutor, you're not supposed to be targeting citizens of the country. That's supposed to be illegal.
You think, I'm an attorney.
It's not illegal. It's
sorry.
unethical.
I'm sorry. If I think that I have a case, I can speak out against it.
She didn't have a case.
No. The point is that the case.
She said she was going to find a case.
No, she didn't say that.
Yes, she did. She didn't have one.
She did. But nevertheless, we could argue that. And I'm sure
Neither did Alvin Bragg. Neither did Alvin Bragg, and that was proven in court.
Okay, quick PSA for Mojo. I'm sorry, quick PSA for Mojo, because I'm going to drop and I'm going to make room for an op. But we haven't heard a PSA in a long ass time. There are 71 people in here right now, and Mojo is only at under 20,000 likes. We need to change that. Fucking tap the screen with all 3 fingers, as Messi says, because that's most efficient, right? Share the live, repost it, get your ass up here. If you're a conservative in the chat, please put a red heart down there so we know to bring you up. Lastly, running on jailing opponents, I'm going to remind you that lock her up was repeated many, many, many times in Trump's campaign. So
yes, and he chose not to do it.
All right.
It doesn't matter. He ran on it. Okay, good.
No, he chose not to do it. He
didn't
very
have a
well
case
could have.
either.
And
He very well could have.
And gift the panel and help me
Bye,
with my gift
Crosstab.
goals. I'll set a new one up right now. I'll set a new one up right now since I forgot to do that a little bit ago.
Yes,
but I have
please
been
do.
live. But I have been live for 7. But I have been live for 7 hours. So less than 20K likes is pretty brutal.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, come on, everybody. Tap, 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 and gift our host. He's awesome. CJ.
Yes, tennis.
I know you're a big proponent of the term lawfare, but if you're a prosecutor, if you don't have indicia of proof, if you don't have facts to bring an indictment, okay, and to question a grand jury, you can't bring a case, okay?
Is it typical for a prosecutor to announce they're going to have a case before they have a case?
Oh, yeah.
It
Been
is.
done. Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys made a whole hullabaloo out of that, but I was like, so what? That's just freedom of speech, dude. I mean, you can if you think that you have a case and
I thought prosecutors had to have a case before they could bring the announcement.
Look, if she didn't have a case, then it would have failed. She wouldn't have had a.
She didn't announce what case she had.
She doesn't have to.
She just said she was going to get him.
And
one way or
she
another.
did.
Exactly, and she didn't. She didn't
You
have
didn't
a case.
like that. You didn't like that, but
No,
there's nothing against the law for her to say that.
I don't like when elected officials go after citizens, and you know what they said in Stalin's Russia, don't you? His prosecutor said, "You find me the citizen, and I'll find you the crime."
Yeah.
In other words, any citizen you go after, you can find something they did wrong.
Okay, so if
even if they have to make it up.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
Pretty sure
Go
that
ahead,
was
Jay.
McCarthy.
That's not true.
Yeah, pretty sure that was McCarthy that said, "Show me the man, I'll show you the crime."
Okay, thank you for correcting me.
Right. So you don't like the fact that there was sufficient evidence to bring cases against him. You don't like that.
I don't like the
of
fact that a citizen of our United States was targeted.
Did he commit a crime or not? Did he commit a crime or not? What does this matter? Did he commit a crime or not?
If you're going to create a crime to
No, that's not what I asked.
with.
Did he commit a crime?
What was his crime?
Doesn't he have like 38 felonies right now for like fraud and embezzlement and all that stuff?
What was his crime?
He is convicted of 34 felonies.
He's a convicted felon.
What were the 34 felonies?
They were falsifying business. They were falsifying business records.
Right. And what were the 34 felony? What did he do 34 times?
Falsifying business records. Actually, it was three different.
Exactly. What was it?
Hold on. There were actually 3 different charges involved in there because he falsified records and then he misstated the reason or something. I don't know. There were 3 different charges within that 34 counts, and he was found guilty of those. The precursor crime was the fact that he was trying to influence an election.
And so under the New York Code, okay, that's a felony, right? And he appealed that because that case, before it was tried, he tried to dismiss that case on summary judgment. And and the judge said, no, this is the law and it can go to trial. And he appealed that to the appellate division. And they said, no, this is cogent. This is a crime. You can go to trial on this. And he appealed that to the Court of Appeals of the state of New York. And he was denied on the issue of the law. Okay.
Yes.
And
John
so
Edwards
then the
did
case,
exact same thing.
case was tried before a jury of 12 jurors.
In the state of New York, which hates Donald Trump.
Okay, so you can say that as long as you want, but they listened to the case. There were, I think, Trump supporters on that jury. And they listened to the evidence. They listened to the, what was her? Hope Hicks was a pretty pivotal witness. You know, they have to determine the credibility of the witnesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to determine. That's what the jury's duty is. And they did, and they sat there for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they decided this case. So you can deny it all you want, but he was convicted.
And John Edwards did the exact same thing, and he was not. There was no case brought against him.
Did John Edwards do it 34 times worth?
It doesn't matter how many times he did it.
It does. It does matter.
No, he
And
could have done it once.
if they don't
Could have
think
done
that
it
they have
once.
a case, then they don't have a
Could have
case.
done it
If
once.
they don't
They
think,
had a case.
if they don't think they have a
How do you
case,
know they had a
case.
case?
It was proven. It was proven. He
How
was
was it
hiding.
proven?
He was
When was
hiding,
it proven?
He was hiding payments to his girlfriend who was pregnant, and he was hiding it for campaign reasons, and that was to influence an election.
Okay, so
they
if
didn't
that's
bring
the
any
case
against
and
them.
they didn't bring it, they didn't bring it. I don't know
Yes.
why they did.
Yes.
CJ, I don't know why they didn't bring
because
it.
they were more judicious in they were not targeting that
You
individual.
don't have to
like
be
they
judicious.
targeted
If you're a
Trump. They targeted
prosecutor,
Trump. They targeted Trump, and I cannot
you're
stand when our
don't
government is
panic.
used against us. I
Look
cannot
it,
stand it
look
when our
it.
government is
Listen,
used
if
against
your
us,
house
and
is
this is why I
CJ,
voted against
All right, you
Democrats.
guys, can you
CJ, if your house was burglarized, okay, and the police prosecuted a suspect, right? Now you rely on the law and you would want that suspect prosecuted and a case proven against him, her, or they, correct?
Sure.
Right. And if you went to trial and you had to testify as the homeowner, right?
Yes.
And the
That's
jury is sitting and listening to the evidence of that case,
No
right?
comparison.
You
No
would
comparison.
expect look, you either believe in the rule of law or you don't.
I do.
Okay, and not that I'm saying that sometimes
believe in
the
political
law doesn't get it
prosecutions.
right, that the law doesn't get it right.
I
But
don't
for
believe in
whatever
political
reason,
prosecutions or weaponizing our government against us.
okay,
So how do you feel
so
about the case against Comey?
How do I feel about a case against Comey? I think he should have been prosecuted and thrown in jail.
That political prosecution? Is that what you're talking
No, it was
about?
not a political prosecution.
That's wild.
He tried to subvert
How do
democracy.
you feel about
subvert
the
democracy.
case against Fauci
Subvert
right now?
democracy. He
How
tried.
do
He
you feel?
subverted
How do you
democracy.
feel? How do you feel?
He was
about the
in.
case?
He was in.
Oh,
Go
stop
ahead.
it!
Go ahead.
Jesus fucking Christ, you were freaking the fuck out. I'm sorry, but they're investigating Fauci too after he's been pardoned as well. Now, you say that he was trying to subvert democracy. That's what Donald Trump was doing with those 34 felonies that he was convicted of, by the way. Trying to subvert democracy.
He was subverting democracy. Okay.
He was.
Not
Keeping
when. Not
information
the same.
by-
Not at
by
the same.
keeping- by
If I.
keeping yes, he was subverting democracy by keeping information from the voting populace before they got
The
a
same
chance
way
to vote.
John Edwards was.
okay, fair
John
enough.
Edwards didn't run
Who
for
was not
president.
prosecuted.
John Edwards dropped out of the race. Stop the nonsense.
Doesn't matter. He wasn't
Oh,
prosecuted.
The nonsense is this. He's trying to say, hey, it's okay for two wrongs to be right as long as it only goes one way. This is bullshit. Okay, I don't care about John Edwards. He should be fried too if he did it. Trump got fried. And you're
matter
trying to
what-
say, no, you're trying to say...
You like
the-
political prosecutions as long as they're against Democrats.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I dislike our
God.
government being weaponized against the citizens. of our
Unless
country.
they're against Democrats, then you're all for
No,
it.
when people
Yes,
do something
that's, exactly
that's
what you
illegal,
just said.
when
That is
people do
exactly what
something
you
that's
just said.
illegal, that's not what I
Yeah,
said.
like 34 felonies. The guy got
That's not what
convicted
I
of
said.
them.
That's not what I. That was a political prosecution.
No, it was not.
Your
He was
logic-
convicted of those crimes.
Letitia James campaigned on
This had
getting
nothing to
Trump
do
one
with
way or
Letitia
another.
James. This had nothing to do with Letitia James.
Yes, it did.
The question is, if I may, was there indicia, regardless of Letitia James, was there indicia of a crime? Did a prosecutor think that he could bring a grand jury and get an indictment? And if so, did he or she? And did that indictment, was that upheld by the court? And it was. So all this, crying you want to do about political prosecution, the question isn't who is being accused of the crime. The question is whether or not they committed the crime. That's the question.
Dennis, can I ask you a question? Being a non-lawyer,
All right,
what is
before we go
indicia? What is the standard?
Before before we go further, Alvin
Indicia
Bragg.
basically means evidence.
Wow. Alvin Bragg was the district attorney at the time. Joshua Steinglass and Matthew Coneglio were the two prosecutors that actually prosecuted Donald Trump for the 34 felonies.
Okay.
Correct. I think
Again,
Letitia
not-
was on the
not
fraud
Letitia
claim, right?
James.
Oh,
Yeah.
she was on a fraud plan. Okay.
He was on the civil fraud claim, actually.
Okay. And
But-
Alvin Bragg basically ran the same way Letitia did.
No, Alvin Bragg is a respected prosecutor, and Judge Mershon is a respected judge. I've been before him myself, and it's so preposterous that after all the appeals that he went through, even before the trial, that somehow you could say that this was not a fair trial. And he did what he did. He did what he did when he did it. Okay. And that was proven in court. So it's not who's being accused of the crime. It's whether there was a crime.
Tennis, I want to make sure you heard this. Earlier he claimed that since this was tried by the 12 juries of his peer in New York, it was somehow unfair because they all hate Trump.
Then don't
Right.
commit a crime. Then don't commit a crime in the state of New York. That's all I got to say about that.
Unless you're a Democrat.
Didn't Trump's attorneys approve of those 12 jurors?
They helped pick them. And they, look at, if you're gonna be a criminal and you go to Arkansas and you commit a crime in Arkansas, generally you're going to be tried there. Okay. And you can't get out of that. So Donald Trump, don't go committing crimes in New York if you don't want a pool of jurors that is mostly Democrat. But even still, you have to prove your case, and jurors take their oaths very seriously. They have to swear to uphold the law, and they have to listen to the facts, and they have to listen to the law as the judge gives it to them. And they did that. And they came back and they asked questions about it too.
Let me ask you something, Tennis. What do you think of James Comey letting Hillary Clinton off the hook for deleting her 33,000 emails, saying that no reasonable prosecutor would have brought the case to court?
Well, I don't know the evidence, but as a prosecutor, if he did
fact
not
that she-
feel, may I answer your question? I'll be brief.
Okay.
If he did not think as a prosecutor that he had enough facts to go forward and bring a case against her, then you don't do it.
So you didn't look into it. You didn't look
Well,
into the details
I have to
of the
say,
case.
at the time,
It was,
I mean,
it was not of
I
interest to you. 33,000 emails that she was accused of obstructing justice. That was not of concern to you.
I watched some of the hearings. This is a long time ago, but I did watch some of the Congress questioning her, and I honestly, I thought it was ridiculous.
And the fact that she had a private server, which was illegal. She was Secretary of State. She's not supposed to have a private server and not supposed to have government documents on a private server.
Go ahead, Star.
I came up. I wanted to address the he's doing more good than bad, and the United States and Trump has enabled Israel to cause a Holocaust in Palestine. So, fuck your opinion, CJ.
Wow.
Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion.
That's wild.
Yeah, we could fund
Isn't that something like classified documents in the toilet or something?
I don't know how Trump is aiding Israel in bombing Gaza. In fact, I think Trump has told Bibi to stop it on several occasions, and he has not listened.
You're so naive.
Oh, I am, aren't I? I'm just so naive. I don't know why you're talking to me.
I don't think it's naive. I just think he will do anything to twist himself into a pretzel to defend this abhorrent and despicable president.
They no matter how low he goes, they double down until death. I swear.
Oh yes, I'm twisting myself all the
You're
time.
not naive because you're pretty you're articulate. You seem pretty smart to me, but for some reason you're just lying
I'm lying about what?
a lot.
So did Trump?
There's things you don't agree with.
So did Trump on the campaign trail?
Doesn't mean I'm lying.
Want to turn Gaza into a parking lot? Is that the good that he was trying to promote in Gaza?
Could you restate that again? I missed the first part. Sounds like somebody's at the ocean.
I've been
Sounds like somebody's at the ocean.
That's great. I've been on the same topic for the last fucking hour that you somehow cannot answer. How the United States, especially under Trump, doing more harm than good by a long shot. Trump on the campaign trail claimed that he will turn Gaza into a parking lot. How is that doing good?
Did we turn Gaza into a parking lot?
Yep.
Yes.
80% of Gaza
pictures?
is leveled. Yeah, 80% is
Have you
leveled,
s-
CJ.
Have you
United
seen
States
pictures?
did that? United States did that?
Funded it.
My understanding was Israel.
We provided the means to do it.
Yes.
How much did it cost us?
You're asking me, or?
No, I'm asking them, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Billions.
It cost us billions.
What
If
is
the Israelis
billions?
I don't know exactly.
You have to equate all the state funds as well as the federal funds. But the federal funds were approximately $4 billion. No, 4.5, I think, with the supplemental funding.
Yeah, there's also emergency packages that we sent to them as well.
Yeah, that too.
That were,
As well as
I think
state
18 is the biggest. Yeah, 18 billion.
And he bragged that he was going to put like a resort on there. And apparently, I forgot about this, but I thought this was particularly despicable when he was interviewed about it during the campaign, and he said he didn't think Bibi was doing enough. Does anybody remember that?
Oh God, no, I don't.
Said it. He said it.
That could be very easily taken out of context. Is enough what?
See, when I say that you're lying, it's when you spin like that. That can be taken out
I'm
of
just
context.
asking what the context was.
It was about
I don't
this
see how that's a lie.
conflict. It was about the Palestine-Israel conflict.
Quit calling me a liar, then.
You know what? It is a little strong to say that. I shouldn't say that. So I apologize. But I
Maybe
just find
disingenuous, bad face.
Wait, stop.
That's
She
a bad
just
one.
apologized and you fucking doubled down. Just don't do that.
that is really strong, and I shouldn't say it like that. But I mean, I don't think that you can take that out of context when he's being interviewed about his perspective of Israel and Palestine in this war, and he's saying he doesn't think Bibi's doing enough.
Well, it depends when he said that. At what point he said that? I mean, was it at the beginning of this conflict or war, or was it last week? I don't think it was last week. Was it last year?
I said it was during the campaign. So that would have
been going on for a year and a half.
That would have been full tilt boogie in this war. Okay, post October 7th, before the election in November. That's when he said it. Is that narrowed down enough for you?
It narrows it down, but it still remains context being an issue. So,
Do you support Israel?
Do I support Israel? I do not support Israel. I do not support either side. I don't think we can get valid information and accurate information to be able to say what's going on over there. I don't think Israel should be doing any more bombing. I think they've proven their point. What they have to prove now is ridiculous. I don't think that there's any resistance. But then again, I don't know. I don't know what they know.
Do you know how many people have been unalived?
I don't, and I don't think anybody knows for certain.
So I'm doing the legwork here on this fact check. Approximately 33 billion has been given to Israel across the United States. This includes both states and federal aid into Gaza's into Israel's military since the October event in 2023. At the same time, Israel's expenditures in the military have equated to about 100 million USD per day. They are currently over 205 billion spent on that particular conflict. So we're not even funding 20%.
I don't care. Irrelevant to
I know
me.
you don't care, but you made the claim.
I didn't make the claim. I said that we've given them emergency packages. We fund them. I
Do
don't
you
know why we're
believe?
giving money for no reason to a foreign country that can withstand its own. Like, I understand the USAID. I understand when we give to countries that can't sustain themselves or have, like, you know, these emergency things that are out of their control. I do not understand why we continually give money to Israel. I don't get it. And by the way, this is all the money we know about, because 60% of the Pentagon's budget, they cannot audit. So I don't think that that's, you know, the Pentagon spending it on like crazy stuff. I'm sure they do, like that, you know, may enrich themselves. I think it's because, you know, there are things that we are not privy to in the government. We're not allowed to have eyes on. So we can, you know, guess that maybe some money is unaccounted for that we give to them.
I
Are
think
you
there's a
saying
lot of.
that the government, especially the military, has a profit motive?
No, I'm saying that the Pentagon, given that 60% of their transactions could not be audited, probably due to its like security level, right? Which I'll give it that. That's understandable. Um, some of that could have gone to Israel. I don't think that there's a profit motive behind that. I don't necessarily think that.
I think there's a profit
Well,
motive.
but you and CJ at this time have now said that the Pentagon is using it to enrich themselves.
No, I
That would
think that they're
indicate a
giving a lot
profit
of it to
motive.
Israel. I think they're giving a lot of it to Israel, probably a lot of it. They could even be giving it to fucking Russia. They could be giving it to Ukraine. I think that there's top secret things that we are not privy to. So I think that that's probably most likely, like, if we're playing Occam's razors, that's most likely where the funds are going. But I mean, we did an audit on Pete Hegseth, right? And he was like buying grand pianos. So do I think that's possible in the Pentagon? Sure. But I think the majority of that
What do you have against
percent that we
music?
can't audit. Huh?
What do you have against music?
Well, with my tax dollars, go buy your own grand piano.
It was grand pianos in the military. I don't know what you think
That's
that
still
Pete
bullshit. That's so
Hegseth owns
ridiculous.
them.
That's
They
so
do
fucking
have
ridiculous. I
they
don't give
do
a
have
shit about that.
military.
So
They
soldiers are not allowed the arts, not allowed to have music.
Not at my
That's just
expense.
mean.
the
Does it have
Oh,
to be
well.
a,
military has
a grand
musicians. They
piano
have
though?
bands.
Why a
They don't
grand
need a grand
piano?
piano.
What,
No.
do you
He
need
was
a
buying
baby
steaks and
grand?
lobster.
Couldn't it just be a
Yeah,
Casio?
that was serving meals to the troops. The troops were eating steak and lobster.
You
The
don't
fuck is
No,
need
that
wrong
a
was
with
grand
you?
him. That
piano.
was him.
He had to spend the
He
That was
was
money
him
eating
for a
$3
specifically.
certain
million
date.
worth of steak and lobster. Are
I
you
think so,
high?
man. I think
He
so.
would be
That's what the
bigger than
report
Val
said.
Kilmer.
Christ.
Like, what the
He
fuck?
could be buying it for his friends, dude. He was buying hella steaks and he was being decadent.
Uh,
He had
uh,
money.
Sticks.
There was money that he had to spend before a certain date.
I got news for you. These cabinet officials, all of them eat pretty well,
Oh
Yeah, that's
yeah.
disgusting.
regardless of
There.
the administration.
God, I hate it when people
That's
eat. What the
I
hell
do
are you
too.
Listen.
doing?
Wait a minute.
that's
Especially
literally
a good
like
meal.
100
Send.
times his body weight. Like, what the fuck?
Listen.
He gave it to
Send.
his friends and everything. This is documented.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
Congress and senators are allowed $75 a day for food. The American people on food stamps, they're allowed $6 a day for food.
Well, so run for office.
There you go.
Yes, I do
That's a
agree
solution.
that most politicians are DEI hires
I mean, that's besides the point,
and
though.
welfare
I
queens.
don't even remember what the point was at this point,
The
honestly.
point
Yeah,
was
we
you
kind
just
of
want to
went on.
complain about something. That's the point.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, I do like to
millennials.
complain. I love complaining, but I also do shit. I'm active in my community.
Everybody shits.
I do
Anyway,
more than shit.
on
This all goes back to.
on that note, I think I'm going to get running because it's time for my dinner. So
Thanks for being here.
I've
Don't
enjoyed our
don't
conversation.
don't choke on anything.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
I'll leave him
I,
alone. I just want
I,
to apologize. I was a dick in the beginning. I was just getting pissed off because I was getting interrupted a lot, but that's it. I had no reason to yell at you. I apologize.
that's all right. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
You're welcome back anytime, TJ.
Thank you for
thank
your
you very much.
civility
Thank you for the civil conversation.
and
All
your
right.
candor. And I apologize again for name calling because I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bye.
So for the past hour, we have not heard anything about how the United States does more harm or more good than harm by a long shot. And enjoy your dinner. That's all I asked for over an hour ago for you to answer.
Okay,
you
well,
could
let him
not
go
do
eat. Let him go eat.
Yeah, what the hell? This is just a
He's just
TikTok
trying to
room, man.
leave.
It's just a TikTok room. Don't worry about it.
He'll probably
Are you?
come back. He's probably got to be dropped himself.
Oh, yeah, probably. I'll just do it. You guys are so mean.
This hate you have for
Well,
millennials is just insane.
Yeah, whatever.
And
Go
Gen
complain some
X,
more to somebody else.
Gen Zers.
I wanted to discuss something. Messi had a post up earlier telling it was saying something about everybody in the Middle East in those, what are they called? The places where we have places there to go to in other countries, embassies.
Places where we have places.
I'm
to
sorry,
go to.
I remembered it. Shut up. Embassies. All the embassies in the Middle East are supposed to go home to the United States.
Yup.
That's what her thing said. That's concerning.
Yeah. I found something about it on the Israeli Times, Jerusalem Times.
Are you talking about a travel warning or a travel ban?
No, leave. Leave the Middle East. Go home.
I mean, that happens
Including
all
Israel.
the time.
Including
Benghazi.
Israel.
Yeah. But like when
Why was it
Benghazi was kicking
why
off,
was it
we
headline
had the
news?
same travel ban.
Why was it
It's not a
headline
travel
news?
ban.
Where was
It
the
is
headline
from the
news?
State Department.
Messi
It's the same
posted
thing.
it.
Do you remember what source was?
No.
Okay.
Jerusalem Times.
Do you trust the Jerusalem Times?
Gross. Chrome.
Yeah, I was gonna
Chrome
say.
music. Disgusting. What the hell? Don't spit on it.
Wow. I don't want to know what happened.
Dude, my bad. I didn't even know how the hell did I even get up here.
You don't
I
want
brought
to
you
be
up.
here?
I accepted you.
He did the hot
My bad.
joke.
I'm out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
damn.
bye. Have a good night. Yeah, I
Bye.
mean, you were in the requests. I just accepted your request. Mojo, real quick, I gotta leave to get my dinner, but I came back up for one specific reason. I have to revoke my agreement with you earlier. I was thinking about it as I was walking in 114-degree oppressive heat, and I know Phoenix is awful. It's August. Here's what I disagree with Mojo. We were talking about USAID and whether or not it's doing harm to defund it. Here's what I thought about. If a ship is already headed in a specific direction, budgets are set, right? Money is being sent to certain causes. If a certain person comes into that ship and turns the wheel hardcore to the left right into an iceberg, you can't just say that, like, well, if that ship was already pointed at the iceberg, it would have crashed anyway. They turned the wheel.
What if they turned it around to actually help people in a different country that were closer?
They had food on
Sure,
docks rotting.
but that's
was
not what
supposed to
happened, though.
go.
But
That
it
was
is
supposed to
because
go.
the money just came back to the U.S., right?
To fund what? The $1.5 trillion defense budget?
Yeah, we got to help ourselves, right? I mean, I don't know, whatever it is, but it just stayed in the U.S. instead of going somewhere else. So it's not like it ran into an iceberg or a fucking.
It was helping people. It was helping to keep things in order.
I was just bored. I was playing devil's advocate. Leave me alone.
I know, you're fine. I'm just saying that budgets are already in place, so someone has to make a positive action to change that.
Look at the larger scheme of things, though. How did the United States acquire the resources? Because of our colonization policy. We've been pillaging the world. That's
we
how
wouldn't be the richest nation on the face of the planet if we didn't do that.
That's right. And that's what goes back to my argument earlier.
Then we couldn't be helping any of these people anyway, so why does it matter?
So basically, we pillage in order to help people.
Sure, why not?
That's one fucked up policy.
Yeah.
This is Mojo.
Oh,
That's a mega
some-
Mojo background.
Somebody in the gulag, Europe too. Everyone pulling citizens home from Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, etc.
What the fuck kind of picture is that? Holy shit! That's
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Uh,
they're all doing it because of escalating tensions.
Yeah.
Like Iran
Let's say
just
sure.
hit
Oh,
Oman
we left.
and
What picture are you
guys.
talking about?
He
Hi,
left.
hi, Z.
Hi. I heard somebody saying something
You heard
about
somebody
why
saying
are
something on a TikTok panel? No way.
okay, I was waking up from my nap and I heard it. Somebody was saying something about why isn't it in the news that the embassies are being,
Yeah.
well, okay, so whoever said it happens all the time, it does happen all the time. These alerts happen. And with what's going on, what's going to happen is they're not closing the embassies. The people will go on what's called ordered departure standby, which is basically evacuation standby. Then they'll evacuate in stages of, non-essential leaving first, and then gradually through the tiers. Usually it's 4 tiers of people that will be removed. However, they won't be. They won't be. I was stuck there. And we were supposed to be evacuated. They reversed the evacuation order and started bringing people back. And then they just refused to evacuate us. So that was at my location in Baghdad. They were finally evacuated using a C-130 to
Oh, wow.
evacuate after it got so bad. But this is just, right now, it's just par for the course. If airspace closes in these other regions, in these other countries, then they're going to want their personnel out, but they're not just going to say, okay, everybody home now. That's just not how it works. I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
you are correct.
Well, thank you. I do have some experience with it.
We have any
Just
op
so-
up here? No op.
No, you guys are
Co-op.
trolling to him all the time.
Listen, I told people, please put a red heart in the chat. I didn't see any red hearts. I would have brought them up.
There was a guy down there, Snow
I'll argue
something
with
or
you about
other.
anything now.
Oh, I was arguing with him for.
You want to talk about housing?
No,
Just kidding, Mojo. Just kidding.
Yeah, stop.
Sorry, Stargazer. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I wanted to bring a guy up, but I don't think he's here anymore. It was Snow something or other.
81 people, the gulag. 58. Sorry.
58.
I can't see.
Are you transposing numbers or what? Oh, we're up to 21,000 likes. We should get it to 25. That would be nice.
Keep tapping, everybody.
After 7 hours, sure. 7.5
Yeah.
hours now.
You don't do commercials.
I know, I'm bad. I need
You're
CS,
just-
right?
You need
I
to
don't-
know.
Where is CS? Because I'm going to, I'm going up her way on Monday. You guys are going to miss me because I am going to be unplugged.
She was in VC the other night. She has a stuffy nose and stuff.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
She's in the current state of hating everybody and hating the world, and so she stepped away from TikTok for a while.
I don't blame her.
Yeah.
Right.
I blame both.
Everyone needs
But
some
I talk to
personal
her.
time.
I talk to her on a regular basis, so she plans on coming back. She's just trying to touch grass for a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to go up
By
and
the
touch
way,
sand on Monday.
for the panel and for the chat, I have confirmed that algorithmic raccoon is not heuristic raccoon. So whoever's doing that down there is kind of trolling a little bit. Especially, I didn't think that was a troll until they started talking about human nature.
Right.
And now I
I
know it's
saw
someone.
that.
It's someone we know. It's someone who's been in here a while.
Oh,
Yeah, I noticed the
interesting.
comments were like antithetical to this live, so I knew it wasn't raccoon, our raccoon.
Yeah.
hmm
Maybe
She's
it's
at dinner right now. She's not on
yeah.
live. She's at dinner.
Who's that kid we don't like that you banned him? Derek.
Derek. Derek.
I think it's Derek.
No.
There's another kid
That
that
would
was
be
coming up for a while.
algorithmic would be like too intelligent for him to type.
That's true.
Funny.
Derek's Beepa. Whoever is Derek's Beepa, I've confirmed that's not Merli, who Merli was Derek's cell phone. Someone made the account Derek's Beepa, and that was the funniest fucking thing that's happened on this app.
That was pretty
So,
wild.
yeah, props to, if you're in the chat and you were Derek's Beepa with an AH, props to you.
Is Game Genie still in here?
Oh,
I haven't seen her in a bit.
I had CNN on waiting for the Guardians baseball game to start, and Exxon and Chevron have had wonderful profits compared to this time last year. They made a ton of money recently.
Oh,
Of course.
good for them.
Yeah. Sickening.
How do they justify it, Stargazer? How does CNN try to justify it?
It was on the ticker at the bottom. They weren't discussing it.
On the Chiron?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and then poor that lady that was kidnapped. They released the ransom notes, and the second one was an apology. We didn't realize how sick she was, and she died pretty quickly. I'm like, what? It was crazy.
Wait, who was kidnapped?
That lady that's on TV, her mom.
Oh, did she die?
They don't know. They just they released the ransom notes. And that, the first one said, they wanted money and this and that. And then the second one was an apology.
Was that recent? Because just last week, I heard that the ransom notes were found to be fake. Are these new or different ransom notes?
They were released, I think, yesterday. They did.
Wow.
Yeah, Nancy Guthrie. Thank you, Evelyn, and Rocket Surgeon.
Okay, guys, if we can get an op up here, then Mojo's going to just shut down the live. I can feel it coming. So if you're in the chat,
he's just playing the game.
I know, but he gets bored. If there's 56 people down there, if there's any conservative, just come up. We'll be friendly with you.
We'll be
We'll
nice.
have a respectable conversation.
Initially,
Everybody
we'll be
but
nice.
Stargazer. Stargazer's gonna fucking kick you.
Yeah, Stargazer has come into her own, and she's gonna fucking unleash on you. I'll try to keep her in check. I'll try.
Yeah. That was awesome.
That's funny.
DJ stayed up for a good long time.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He got so close to getting kicked. I just wanted to fucking boot him. He's pissing me off.
Oh, he's so much better than dealing with
was the one.
Brendan. I mean,
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You guys got really mad at each other, and he didn't drop. He stayed, and then everything was quiet for a little bit, and then somebody else started talking, so it just kept going. But I thought for sure it was going to end right there.
Well, it's just kind of funny how he,
I put my finger on the disconnect button, and I thought, no, I'm just going to leave it. I'll calm down. It'll be okay. There's no other ops up here besides Donovan, and he's not even fucking talking anymore. So
yeah.
Whatever.
He starts off, when you talk about issues of the economy, which is where we started with him, those are policies that are less charged, I think. And then we were talking about socialism versus capitalism, and we can have intelligent conversations about that, and it doesn't get heated. But once you start onto this you know, his statement about he's doing more good than harm. It just, he's stayed in for a long time, but it just, no, just he disingenuous is being nice. I mean,
Wait,
this whole
actually,
John
Tennis,
Edwards thing. I mean, call the police.
I think that actually the disingenuous comment. I think that he was being good faith for what he actually believed. Like his beliefs were way wrong, but like
Yeah.
I got this. I mean, correct me if you disagree, but I felt like he was like arguing what he actually believed.
Well, yeah, okay. The question is, why do you believe it? I mean,
Right.
it's the kind of thing like I'm in a cult because a lot of this time, I mean, you know, and first of all, the legal things, like those things were a little crazy that he was saying. And that's just cultish. He can't get a fair jury. You know, it's lawfare. A prosecutor that exercises her First Amendment rights and says that she has enough evidence to bring a case against Trump. Somehow that's wrong. That's wrong. But yeah, no, I mean, what are the motives? I mean, it's what are the motives?
And I hate when you say, 34 felonies, and they're like, what are they?
Oh, they
You know,
always do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Because they know it's complicated and they
Right.
know that legally, I mean, I'm not a criminal lawyer and I can explain it, but it is rather convoluted. But it is absolutely legal, and those are it's in the criminal code of the state of New York. I mean, but they love to do that. They do that with that's one of their things. They want to complicate things. That's one of their ways of arguing.
I've had a joke around that I really wanted to try out and see how it goes, but I have never ever done it. So whenever somebody asks what were the charges, I want to say false information to a pawnbroker and see what they say.
Tennis. So he brought up, I can't remember the guy's name, something Edwards is doing the same or
John
something
Edwards.
similar, right? So why doesn't the Trump administration prosecute the bitch?
Well, it would be
Right?
it would
I
be
mean, if he's
beyond the
doing it-
statute of limitations at this point, but
Yeah, John Edwards is in 2004, and he didn't do anything illegal. He just happened to cheat on his fucking wife, who had cancer.
yeah, I remember that. It was pretty ugly, and he lost. I mean, I remember thinking, oh wow, he's a good candidate. I was around. That's how old I am. But you know, that just totally. That was like the what was that candidate Hart that had the affair? Gary Hart. He had an affair with, those
Yeah, the
things
guy
just.
with the beautiful hair. Wait, hold on. John Edwards had beautiful hair too.
He did.
Yeah.
These guys.
Yeah, they're good-looking politicians, but yeah, that stuff tends to really just cook you during a
remember the
campaign.
Hart guy. I remember John Edwards though.
Yeah, Gary Hart had an affair with Donna Rice, and that was, it's the same old thing, same old
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, but John Edwards dropped out. He
Yeah.
did the respectable thing. He was like, okay, this is too much for me to handle, and he bowed out.
Right.
Because he knew he was going to get eaten alive. It was like he wasn't going to win.
the argument,
I'm
that he
sure
was
felt
making.
this. I'm sure he felt a little bit of guilt over what he had done too.
Oh, I'm sure.
His wife did have cancer, and he
Right.
was cheating on her with a housekeeper or like a nanny or something like that.
Yeah.
And then she was
Wasn't
pregnant.
Robert F. Kennedy doing that too, by the way? Robert F. Kennedy.
They
He
all
did
do
that.
it.
I mean, he's
He
a
did that.
Kennedy.
He did so many bad things, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Wait, Kennedy, the one
Yep.
that's in office right now.
I
Yes.
haven't heard that.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
no,
he
he
was.
did. He did.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he was with a journalist while he was still married.
And he also turned his young cousins onto various illicit substances.
He also cut the head off a whale and stuck it to the top of his fucking van.
He also brought a dead bear into Central Park. I can't make this shit up. It was so weird.
And then
Wait, one of those
placed a
two is
bike-
not true.
What?
No, they're both true. I think.
No, one
the
of them
bear.
is
The
fake.
bear is true. No, the bear is
Shut
true.
up. They're
I'm
both
no, I'm
true.
serious. I looked this up before the election, and one was fake.
Not the
I
bear.
think he told. I think he told Rosie.
Rosie O'Donnell.
No, the other
No.
Rosie. Rosie.
Oh, Rosie.
Rosie the Connors. The what the hell's her
Not
name?
Rosie
Roseanne.
O'Donnell.
Roseanne
Roseanne
Barr.
Barr.
Roseanne.
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne.
Jan
Thank you.
Barr.
He told Roseanne Barr has like a podcast, and he told her on her podcast both of those stories. That's where
Hmm.
the stories came from.
It's just weird.
Yeah. But Republicans are weird. And they really can't defend the majority of the things that they believe. I think that rather than jumping around topics, I think we do much better off if we just stay on one topic. So if I think I could have just like eaten CJ alive on the whole socialism versus capitalism thing. But nobody else wanted to talk about that, so I let it go.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry,
thought
that's not
I
true,
thought it was
Mojo. I was pressing him in co-ops.
You
Oh
did.
yeah,
You
you
did a
were,
good
I
job.
guess.
when
Well,
he
Thank you.
said that you can't have socialism without capitalism. That's not true, is it?
Well, it depends
No.
on how you define capitalism. If you define capitalism as markets, then no. But
Okay.
but if you define capitalism the way I do, then you absolutely have to have socialism without socialism. Then yes, you can. I'll just put it that way.
So
Well,
it's like a
aren't
mixed
the
economy.
Nordic countries free markets with socialist? I mean, social democracy.
Yes, yes, but okay. So the argument is that's not socialism, though. Those are just social programs in a capitalist system, funded by capitalists.
Yeah, but
Huh.
Mojo, then you say, let's do that. And they say, no, that's socialism.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, markets predate capitalism by a long shot,
There you
right?
go. Markets have been around forever. Capitalists don't own
Yep.
markets.
This is what I went to go argue on Dilligat's panel this morning. God, I hate that fucker Dilligat. I
Oh
hate
yeah.
Australians getting involved in our fucking politics, and then he
Mm-hmm.
speaks up like he knows what he's talking about, and starts like he says we voted for we. I'm like, what do you mean we? You don't fucking live here. What's wrong with you? And he got pissed off
Annoying.
at me.
Isn't that weird how the Australians get like really like they get knee deep in our politics?
It is very
Mhm.
strange.
You know what I want to do lately? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
You know what I want to do lately is after listening to Galt this morning,
Ugh.
I haven't been on a I know I haven't been on a libertarian panel in a couple of weeks, but lately the thing I've been thinking about is if you're purely a free market absolutist, then you have to be okay with dynamic pricing, which means you and I can walk into the same grocery store and pay different prices for a loaf of bread because the seller knows different things about us and they know what they can charge us and what our own individual price sensitivities are. So you have to be okay with that. And then that conversation leads to, are we going to have a fucking negotiation with the checkout person for every item we're trying to buy at a grocery store?
There's going to be negotiation.
They're already doing that kind of. I heard.
No,
Right.
they are. That's exactly
They
right.
are.
So like,
Yeah.
let's let them defend that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what the
I
insurance?
would I'd rather stick needles in my eyes than go on libertarian panels. I cannot handle
Oh yeah.
their. I
Oh
would
my
rather
God.
I'd
It's
rather
my favorite
argue
thing,
with
Tennis.
MAGA all day than argue with
It,
libertarians because that
it's
all
my,
they get down to is it's both sides. And what's your solution? Oh, we go down back to the gold standard. Yeah,
Tennis. I swear to God, Tennis, it's my favorite thing.
really?
Because
Oh,
because
yeah.
guess what? Because guess what? They are all pissed off at the fact that they voted for Trump in 24 and they are like feeling the effects of what they did. And someone like Tumblr, for example, hadn't voted for 12 years and he came out of the woodwork to vote for Trump thinking there was going to be no new wars and he was going to enact free market policies and all the things that were promised. And now Tumblr is on auto repeat every single day on this app for hours at a time, yelling at MAGA. Like, how do you get a better result than that? Like,
Yeah,
he's literally on
Tumblr.
repeat.
Yeah, he's regretting, but you get people like Macro and there's one. Oh my God! And he tries to come off like he's Mr. Diplomat too. Like he'll talk to you about anything. But B, no B. Oh darn it! It starts with a B. She's really aggressive. She's on that Goose panel a lot.
Oh no, you're talking about B crashed out. She's very aggressive. She's
No.
wild. She's wild.
No, not no.
I was about to say, careful, Dennis. I'm on the panel.
No, I know
Speaking
it's
of
not
that-
B crashed.
All right. Think for a sec. But speaking of that, I love that Jonathan said it is so not fair that you have B and fucking HR on the same panel at the same time.
Oh.
That was fucking. I just like chuckled out loud.
I love that.
Like,
cool.
That was awesome.
God forbid smart women be allowed to have a space.
And two smart women.
Yeah.
Do you see what everyone's dad wrote in the gulag? Talking with libertarians is about as much use as a steak in Mojo's fridge.
Okay, Dad, come on. There's utility in that. All right. Like I said, the libertarians are now convincing MAGA to stay home. They're not going to be successful in most cases, but they're gonna move the needle a little tiny bit, and that's a good thing.
okay, two things. First of all, Natalie, did you know Natalie? Do you know who Natalie is? Preston?
No.
No.
Natalie, she's been around longer than I have. So when I first started on the app, she was one of the bigger creators. She usually had 200 or 300 people in her room when I first started. And she was a hardcore conservative, hardcore MAGA, arguing against Biden and shit like that. So I didn't talk to her a whole lot, but she used to have MJ and Scar is his name now, whatever his name was then. She would have them up on the panel all the time and stuff. But she has now turned full liberal, and everybody that follows her, or the majority of them, the people that are up on her panel, are all full liberal now too. They were all voted for Trump, and they're all full liberal now, and they're running full liberal panels.
No way.
I'm not even kidding. I went on her
That's
panel
crazy.
the other night. I went on her panel the other night to ask her. I said, "Are you guys like all Democrats now? Like you're gonna vote for Dems in the midterms?" And they're like, "Hell yeah, Donald Trump has fucked everything up." And I'm like, "Wow, this is super cool."
Love it.
Ooh, that reminds me, Mojo. Can you find it? I know you're tired. Can you find it in yourself to go on the Most Positive Live tonight?
You want me to go? Is he gonna go live? Fuck, I hate
Yeah,
waiting up. I hate waiting until
I know.
midnight. He's not live. 1 o'clock in the morning, he's not
know.
live. 1:30, he's not live. I'm like, fuck, I'm going to bed.
I know, but he didn't go live last night. He announced on Penny's Live in front of 400 people that he is doing it tonight. And we need you there. We need a fucking very strong leftist voice to pull him fucking back.
Okay. Yeah,
Awesome.
I can step.
Thank you.
I can step late.
Awesome.
But I was also thinking that we should like raid John Galtz if he goes out live tomorrow morning. Maybe we should bring a
I
bunch of
agree.
people over there and just like attack him.
Well, he's doing
you want us to
one-on-ones
go?
now.
What times he go on?
He doesn't. I don't know. Like
He's usually on. So he's East Coast time. He's usually when I wake up at like 7 a.m. He's already on. So I don't know what time he starts, but he usually just does mornings, and then by noon he's done.
Right. I've been on his panel a couple times and talked to him. We had some interesting conversations. Like there was no, like maybe only one other people on the panel, and he was respectful. We had a good back and forth.
he can get very angry though, and I think it's so funny when he gets all pissed off.
He kicked me off the last time I was on his live. I think it was last
He
weekend.
kicks everybody off except for me, I think.
He does. Well, me too. But also, like his latest thing is he wants to debate capitalism specifically, and he's looking for Marxists. So, I mean, he's had his fill with you, Mojo. But like this morning, he had a really smart woman up there. I forget her name. I think it was
yeah, but she faltered
Blackjack or something.
She
did
on feminism so bad.
Yeah, I was in the requests. I was trying to come up, and then I realized, oh shit, he's only doing one-on-ones. He's not going to bring me up. So I backed out.
Yeah, she was doing pretty good, and she is pretty smart. But as soon as he started questioning her on feminism and started trying to go deeper into it, and she fell apart. I swear. That was sad.
Well, it's hard though because Galt is really good at diverting the conversation and maybe moving the goalposts isn't like the exact phrase, but he's very good at like changing your line of thinking and trying to get you into a different topic.
And twisting the narrative.
He likes to go into historical analysis of isms.
That's okay. That's why I requested up, because he was talking about how things evolve and whatnot. And then he goes back to saying that like, you're only a Marxist if you believe in every single line of text that Marx wrote. And I was going to go up there and talk about how like, okay, well, like, have material conditions changed? Would Marx maybe write differently today? Have people expanded on like what he wrote? So therefore, why are you so mad at Mojo for like evolving his view?
Well, that would mean that he is only a libertarian if he believes in every line that Ayn Rand wrote. Like,
Oh no,
it obviously
he
doesn't
takes
pan out for him.
He takes his stuff from all kinds of different sources, and he's not a libertarian. He's a minarchist, and you don't understand any of this stuff, and you can't find his philosophy in any given book. It's in a spread of a number of like 10 or 15 books.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. He came in this chat, by the way, a few minutes ago. I saw him pop up down there. I don't know if he's still here.
I wonder if he heard us talking about him.
Maybe. I mean, I like the guy. Like, I have like some of my favorite conversations are with libertarians.
Yeah, I don't think we said anything bad about him either way. So.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta go run and grab a pita. I'll be back later.
Yeah, whatever.
See you guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta eat. All right, I'm a human. It's got meat in it, Mojo. I'm sorry. It's chicken. See you later.
No, it's better than lamb. It's better than eating little Bambi and lamb and shit like
True. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
Where'd B go?
She done left. I guess maybe I should quit for a little while.
If you're going to go on that live,
She went to go do communist things.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's like capitalism things. What are you talking about later? Going somewhere on doing something?
Oh, the most positive live on Dinos.
Oh.
Okay, that's Dino's live?
Yeah, so Dino is kind of getting roped into Nick Fuentes recently, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been watching a lot of Nick Fuentes and using some.
That's weird.
I think that's why Crosstabs wants me to go over there as a strong leftist to try and convince him that he's wrong.
My
God. Why don't you go take a nap?
Mojo, I didn't know he was conservative.
He's not. I mean, he's
not.
I would say
I
he's
didn't
kind
think
of a
he
moderate,
was.
but yeah. I would consider him kind of a moderate. But.
Bren said Tapley is kicking the shit out of everyone on Amen's live. That would be interesting.
Tapley and I aren't getting along.
Aren't you?
No. He told me that I was kind of an asshole.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. Well, this is over the whole Danielle thing. When I went in to talk to Danielle on ETR's live, and then Tapley jumped up and told me that he said he tells me he's got a notebook of everything that's wrong with me if he wants me to go through it. If he wants,
wow.
If he wants me to have him go through it, he's got a whole notebook.
Wow, you spent a lot of time in his
a lot of time. I was going to say, he has a lot of time on his hands.
It was a pretty wild thing to say, and I thought, sure, let's do it.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
Bring it on. I don't know.
Mojo, one of the first times, like I wasn't on TikTok as long as you guys, but when you were doing a live, and you were at Union Station in Washington, D.C. Do you remember that?
Me?
Oh, maybe it's not you.
Yeah, it was not me. I have never been.
That would be Crustable.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Crustable was probably on my panel at Union Station.
Oh, maybe that was it. I tried to come up, but yeah.
Yeah, I used to have, Crustable used to be one of the regulars on my panel because he was friends with Pick. Not because I liked him at all, because dude was always drunk and he drove me crazy. But Pick liked him and he liked Pick, so he would always come around.
Okay, so he was live there, I think, when Trump was just implementing National Guard in Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
he was also there when the plane went down in the Potomac. Do you remember that?
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was on my live that night. He actually walked up to the scene and showed us
Oof.
on a live.
Wow.
Showed
That's
us the plane and the
brutal.
river and everything, and all the cop cars and everything.
It's such a dangerous airport and Air Force base there, and all these. I read this article about the people in the White House, how they take helicopters like Ubers there. Like they requisition helicopters. They're very prima donnish, and the airspace there is very tricky, very tricky.
Yeah, I think everyone's dad said something about that the other night. Like his daughter or something, I think, knows some really rich people, and he got to fly in a helicopter
Oh, I was
to go
on
to
that
dinner or
live.
something.
Yeah, to Manhattan, I think. And they were like super, like they were mega billionaires. They take their Learjet from Virginia to LaGuardia or wherever they land, and then they take a helicopter to Madison Square Garden to see a concert or wherever.
It seems so wrong. Fuck, I hate
Yeah.
that shit.
I have to tell you something. When I heard that Taylor Swift was having her wedding at Madison Square Garden on 4th of July, I was just like, why? I mean, do you have to do that? I mean, I look, I think she's a great artist and everything, but really, do you need to do that? It's like so, like,
I think probably because it was the only place that she could absolutely control and keep, photographers away. Because if she was like at a church or whatever state she was in, there would be millions of people there trying to get pictures. Paparazzi would be horrible. This way, she had to deal no paparazzi at all. And it was funny because people that lived nearby or were standing around, they were showing lives, and there was nothing to see. A few people walking in, but that was about it. There's nothing to see. And she hasn't released the pictures from the wedding yet. I was curious. My thing is, I love Tom Holland and Zendaya. They're so cute. They're married.
They got married clandestinely, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So sweet.
They're a very attractive couple, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of going to see that movie, The Odyssey, this weekend.
My nephew said it was fantastic.
Yeah.
And they also saw the new Spider-Man and said that was really good too. But Mojo, do you have Netflix?
I do.
I watched an interesting mini-series about Pan Am Flight 103.
Is that the Olympics?
No. It's the one that went down in
the 80s. Went down in the 80s, yeah.
88, 89.
Yeah, Lockerbie, Scotland.
Lockerbie, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it was flying like there were a lot of broad student exchange students on there, and I remember that. That was just horrific. Wasn't Libya the culprit?
They got into it, and wait a minute. I have 1.5 episodes left to watch.
Oh, okay.
I forgot. Yeah. No, so it's getting to the point where they think they have found a guy. So I'll have to finish watching and let you know. I forgot about it.
I hate hearing about that air crashes. It freaks me out.
Yeah, planes, I used to fly no problem, but anymore, I'm just like, I don't know. It's still safest way to travel.
Yeah, true.
Not even close. The complete safest way to travel.
What do you mean?
Well, by a lot. I mean, it's the safest way to travel by a lot.
Oh, right.
Shit, you
are
more
really
likely to
don't
get
hear
killed
about
on a bicycle than you are in a friggin' plane.
Well, that's because there are more people on bicycles than in planes. But I just particularly don't remember people walking away from a plane crash. It's just me.
That's the thing. So if plane goes down, the fatalities are pretty.
Yeah. Hey, does anybody here like Little Debbie with Swiss rolls? They're like ho-hos.
Yeah, I like.
They came out
She's
with
not little no more.
hold on. They came out with mocha flavor. I got them last night, Giant Eagle. They are so good.
Really?
I like
Yes.
coffee mocha. It's like
Yeah.
She changed her name to Type 2 Debbie.
Type 2 diabetic Debbie.
I had chocolate mint ice cream last night in a little ramekin. So good. My favorite.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Was it white or green?
Green. Only green. It's got to be green.
Oh,
That's food coloring.
yes.
It's just a thing. And we also, I like to be flush with ice cream in my house. It just makes me feel good to know that there's ice cream. Even I don't eat it every night, but it's like, it just makes me happy. So we have and we get Turkey Hill, which is pretty good ice cream.
Oh yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. And I got Neapolitan. I love Neapolitan.
Just remember,
Really?
Mojo, it takes a truckload of that food dye to kill somebody.
It does.
Unless
but-
you're drinking red
but
Powerade.
there's no need to have green mint ice cream. There's just no need.
And not red M&Ms.
I don't care about red.
No,
Oh,
no.
you know what's really
Red
bad?
M&Ms are fine. It's the red Powerade.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Doritos. Doritos have so much bad stuff in them.
Yeah, I don't
No,
like
the
that.
red Powerade almost got Mojo unalive.
Really?
Oh,
You guys
no.
know this. You guys know this story.
Nope.
No.
I was there for it. So we were literally talking about RFK because he had just gone on and talked about the red dye 40. And Mojo's exact remark was, you do realize it would take a truckload of that shit to kill somebody. And I think you were even talking like Patriot or Crucible at that given moment. He goes on mute and one of his little immigrants runs by his feet and he chokes on his red Powerade. So he had spent like 30 minutes on mute, like literally drowning.
Wow.
Yeah, he comes back and is like,
I didn't know that I was on mute, and I had like it had gone down the wrong pipe, and I just like spit it up all over the place, and I couldn't breathe for a sec. And I've got like, so I've got it's Gatorade actually, but I've got Gatorade like all over my kitchen, and I had accidentally run over the dog's foot or something like that with my chair.
Oh, no.
Bumped it. They freaked out anyway when I backed up my chair, and that's what happened. And it made me swallow or like inhale a bunch of it.
Yikes.
Oh,
And
my
so I'm
God.
sitting there choking. I'm like, while everybody else is talking. Damn, just doing that made me choke. So while everybody else they're just chatting away and shit, and I'm like choking them on my shit. And I'm like, they can't hear me. Oh my God, what the fuck's going on? And then I finally was able to breathe. And I'm like, you fuckers, I almost just died. What the hell's going on? You guys didn't hear me.
That's so freaky.
Yeah, so it turned into a story after that. I mean, obviously everybody laughed. They thought it was funny because it was red Gatorade and we were talking about red dye. And Pick says, well, I'm going to make sure I get a hold of RFK if that ever happens to get a foundation started in your name to get everybody off of red dye and all this other shit. It like turned into a whole thing for a little while.
You know, I used to drink Gatorade, and they have some good like flavors that are, you know, like almost clear, hardly any artificial stuff in them, and they had some good flavors. You still drink Gatorade, Mojo?
I haven't had Gatorade in a little while. I've been drinking like Mio recently. But
Oh
just
yeah,
the
yeah,
Mio that you spray in your water.
right.
I'm
I should hope he hasn't had Gatorade in a while. He almost died from it.
Right?
No, it's still got a lot of calories. And the 0-calorie stuff I hate. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'm addicted to Fresca sparkling water. Not the Fresca soda per se, but they have a sparkling water. It tastes so good.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's really yummy.
My mom used to drink Fresca all the time.
It's an old,
Makes me sad.
God,
an
it's
old
so
one.
weird. It's so weird having been on TikTok for almost 2 years now.
Are you
Wow.
coming up to your 2-year anniversary, Mojo?
Uh, November, well, it would be the day before the election,
I'm
November.
trying to think when I started going on TikTok. I've never done lives, but when did I start? I'm going to say like definitely a lot during the campaign, but even before that, I just kind of happened into it, realizing that there were these lives that I could actually talk to people. And I thought that was so cool.
That's what happened to
Um,
me. So I was used to yelling at my AM radio in my car at all the talk shows and shit like that. And I wanted to argue with somebody, and I decided to go to TikTok to check out some of the videos. I had no idea that they had lives and shit on TikTok. So I download TikTok, I log in, and I'm like, what the hell is this? The first thing that pops up is like this 8-person panel. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I start scrolling. I'm like, oh my God, they have fucking 8-person panels. This is cool as shit.
and to think it's international, right?
Yeah.
Like the idea that you're talking to people not only from all over the country, but Canada and like, Australia and Britain. And I think it's so cool.
Well,
Oh
that
no
was
no no!
cool at
Mojo
first.
says
Yeah,
Mojo
that was
says fuck them foreigners.
that was
Well,
No,
cool
but
at
I just
first.
we're
mean
talking
like
That
about
the
was
politics.
idea that you
that
can.
was cool at
Right.
first until those foreigners start coming in and saying, "Fucking United States sucks. You guys suck. I feel sorry for you." Blah blah blah. Fuck
Yeah.
you. Don't talk to me. You don't get to have a say in my politics.
Yeah, you know what? I noticed you can tell the ones that, like, I call them aren't true sympathizers. Like you talk to some and they're really like on the same page and because I have friends who live in France and they watch the news of what's going on here and they're just aghast and they're supportive but the ones that like, you'll hear the Canadians that are, America's getting what she deserves,
Yeah,
and all this stuff, right? Or they'll pretend that they're sympathizers.
yeah.
And then you hear it. You hear the stuff like, well, Denmark's got, free college for everyone, and we have this, and you guys suck. And I'm going, well, go to a different panel.
Hey,
That's what I'm like
speaking of
too
that,
nowadays.
Carnegie Mellon is offering free college online,
Oh, yeah?
and that's a pretty prestigious college.
Yeah, I heard that you can get free classes from Harvard online. I mean, I don't have time
Can
for it
you
because
get
I'm
a
on
degree
TikTok.
though?
I doubt it.
That I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well,
It's kind of cool to be able to take a class, or to audit a class from a prestigious university like that, if you can do it.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
I've been doing, my daughter's entering law school on August 17th. And I've been, they offered these pre-courses to get them kind of, ready for what's in store for them. And so she started to do that. And, they gave her this like case to summarize and they kind of gave her some instruction on how to do that. And so she sent me the summary and then we went through it. And I was like, oh my God,
Did you
this
really
is,
run up, Bobby? You don't ever talk. You're never up here.
anyway, it's just looking back on that and just remembering how complicated it was when I first started and just going, oh boy, here we go.
There's a good show on Netflix called The Lincoln Lawyer.
Oh yeah, that's a good show. That's a good
Yes.
show.
I thought that
I
was a
like
good
him.
show.
I like
That's
him.
over. That's over now, right?
It's over now, right? Yeah.
I think they're gonna have another episode or season, one more
Another
season.
season? Oh,
Yep.
wow. I was talking
Yeah,
about
one more.
series this morning on Mr. Wednesday's Live. I was saying, like, we used to, some of these are procedural, like the legal ones that I just like Law and Order. It's so procedural. And it's like so predictable in a way. But I like the medical shows. Those are like The Pit.
Oh yes, I love The Pit.
It's such a good show.
Yeah. I'm really wondering what he's gonna do. At the end of the last season,
I can't even remember now.
He's going on vacation and didn't want to
Oh
leave. It was
yeah,
like
he's going on.
Fourth
He doesn't wear a helmet when he's on a
Right.
motorcycle. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So who's Bobby? Is Bobby opposition?
Bobby, do you know you're on the panel?
Yeah, I didn't mean to request up Mojo. Sorry.
I didn't think so. Like you never
No.
come. So, but I
No,
thought I'd give you a chance.
I have a hard time talking. I have a paralyzed vocal cord, so that's why I don't usually.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't usually talk.
Hope you feel better.
Yeah, thank you so much. There's some medical
you.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I love your.
Good
I love
night.
your. I love your show, Mojo.
Aw.
Thank you very much.
Love having you around in the comments all the time.
Thank you. Thank you very
For all the
much.
gifts.
Thank you, sir.
Mojo does a good show. I'm going to say it. I mean, I go on a few of these lives, and you have try to keep a balanced panel. You're good at keeping people in check and keeping people. I mean, people crash, and they do, and it's hard to. But you rein it back in. I mean, and it's funny. Like you do some funny stuff. It's good.
And the quality of people that come up here, the intelligence, and I have learned so much just listening every day. And I
It's not
was
my
the same.
fault. I don't mean for anybody to learn anything. Don't blame me.
You've got respectable people, and I, discovered you when I discovered lives in the TikTok because I was just scrolling, and then I seen lives, and I was looking around, and I found you, and I'm like, wow, this is it. This was really interesting, so I just started coming every day.
Yeah.
Listening every day. It was.
This is my favorite live, definitely.
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
I like.
You say that to all the creators.
Yeah.
No way. No
Well,
way.
I mean, I do go like after my husband leaves for work, I'll go on to Paula's live because I like the people on her live, and we
Yes.
chat.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
more of a
In the
chatting
mor-
live. It's more
Right,
of
in
a
the
chatting.
morning.
But this is really the only other live. And when I feel kind of feisty, I'll go on to some of the opposition lives. Like I did, I went on to the only one I went on to for any long period of time was that one. Is his name Falk?
Yeah.
Guy
Oh,
Fawkes.
yeah.
What?
Guy
I-
Fawkes.
Yeah, I went onto his live for like 2 hours one day, and I was just giving it to him. They were trying to like paint me into a corner, and I was like, no, no, you're wrong, no, and I just kept countering them. And then they finally kicked me off.
Yeah, I would
But
say
I don't.
he's like a semi-smart guy. I think he's not. I mean, he's not a stupid guy, but I think he's.
No, he's got a political science degree, so he's educated, but he's in his pro-Israel world. Like he's dug deep in that, and he's and then who else was on that? I'm trying to think of who else goes on that. Anyway, no, I don't. Otherwise, I just come on here because I do like to debate and argue about politics, but I like where it's fun too. Like,
yeah.
And I like
never
the people.
planned on doing this. This was not something I ever even wanted to do. Somebody convinced me to start a live, and so I started a live, and then the rest is kind of history after that.
You're good at it, Mojo.
I don't know why anybody likes me at all.
Mojo,
nobody's
I'm just
ever
going to
liked me
say
in my
it.
entire life.
You're very charismatic. It's that simple. You are charismatic in your delivery.
Okay, whatever. I don't care.
I know he doesn't like compliments, but it's true.
Do not glaze Mojo. He does not.
All right.
I got two new taglines. Mojo Marks. Something around like you'll come every day or start coming every day. That should be your go-to tagline, Mojo, from now on.
No, I don't want people to come in the morning.
Do it.
Wild. That's wild.
Yeah, Mojo in the mornings. Come every morning.
When my sisters
You're
call
silly,
me,
Dad. You're silly.
Very. But when my sisters call me, they say, "You're not on with Mojo, are you?" I'm like, "No."
Messy's daughter got to know me too, and she started talking to me through Messy's phone. It was just
she's such a pip. Oh my God, I love her.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Look it up. Just means she's crazy funny. She's a card. She's a card. Let's put you that way.
Fucking New York accent bullshit.
Tough.
Pit
Wait,
card,
wait
whatever.
a second. Wait, I don't have a New York accent. Tell
Yeah,
me I
but the
don't.
words you choose to
Yes, you
use are
do.
part of your accent.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, yeah.
You have a Virginia accent, Dad, so
So there.
It's
there.
actually
Thank you.
Charleston, South Carolina. Thank you.
It's very charming.
Everyone in Virginia thinks I'm not from here.
Really?
Well, thank you.
Okay.
It's also funny because usually like it's better be underestimated than overestimated in business, especially. But generally, Southern accent has like carries undertones of ignorance or dumbassery or however you want to put it.
Dumbassery.
So like throughout my career, yeah, dumbassery. So throughout my career, like especially when I'm like doing business with people from the north, I can like feel the judginess. It's
Oh,
funny. It's led to some pretty unique situations where I thought I was a dumbass and ended up coming out on top because of it. So
cool.
I play into it a little bit.
I love
Dad,
it.
Dad, you're the one.
He's
You're
really
the one.
correct because I'm telling you, them Northeasterners, they'll absolutely start making bets with you if they think you're just some Southern hick.
That's right.
I think Dad is like the level setter. He gets up and it's like
Yes.
the James Earl Jones arrived, with the voice and the sort of like the gravity. It's the gravity that he delivers with. And I love it.
You guys, thank you. You guys are talking about how you like introduced to TikTok, and I was like, I'm never gonna get on this. I'm done with Facebook. And then my wife kept sending me the videos, and I was like, fine, I'll download it. And then I found the lives, and I set up. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna cruise through lives and drop dad jokes and record it and clip them together for a bunch of like dad joke videos or whatever. So that's why that's where he came up with Drive By Dad Joke as my username. And then like I kept going back to same lives and people were like, look everyone, it's Dad. So I was like, oh shit. Say hi everyone, it's Dad. So I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna be everyone's dad.
That's awesome.
Okay, and you know that I didn't like you at first, right?
Oh, I know that. Why?
You
Because
still
of the
don't like him
nipplers?
sometime.
Was it the nipple statistics that drove you over the edge?
Actually, no, it's because you're just like not serious at all. And
Well, I
I
am
try and run
serious about
serious panels,
taxes.
and we have serious conversations going on, and you get on the panel and just say some random bullshit, and I'm like, fucking asshole.
Well, I can get
No.
serious, but most people I don't engage with that much. Like that guy CJ you had up here.
Yeah.
It's just like, what's the point? So it's fun just to
Dad
mess with
likes to
people like
he
that.
likes to give me questions to ask to people. I love that. It's like, oh yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good question. Or he'll say,
Mojo hates
let me up,
compliments.
get me up on the panel.
Mojo hates compliments. Just make sure you tell him he's an asshole, but he's a charismatic asshole. He's a very
Okay.
attractive asshole.
Yeah, I don't mind
Charismatic
being an
asshole.
asshole. As a matter of fact, I'm a pretty fucking good asshole.
I told you the funniest thing is when you say call people dipshits.
Yeah, that's funny.
I like it when you tell them to
classic
suck a bag.
Mojo.
Yeah.
My favorite part.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the
Tell him
fuck
to
is
eat
wrong
a
with you?
satchel of Richards. Let's be prompt with our language here.
Class it up a little bit.
I got a little lecture from Mojo one time about how I debate, and I wasn't really aware of it, but I tend to do cross examinations of people. And he's like, "That's not a good way to debate because you're just a little." I'm like, "All right." So I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you noticed. I curbed it.
Good for you. I mean,
But Mojo, have you noticed?
Constructive criticism is
What?
good.
I'm sorry.
Tennis took your feedback and doesn't cross-examine people up here anymore.
Oh, by the
Or-
way, yeah, well, she did say. I do have to say that you could have used like half of what you used, but I was pretty impressed. Your
What, today?
cross-examination of Donovan. Yeah, it was good.
Thank you. But I was listening for a long time. I was in the gulag, and people were talking about there's all this religious stuff, and I hate talking about religion, but I noticed that nobody was really asking him about what experience he had had with Islamic people. And I thought, let me ask him a few questions about that. And he really didn't have any experience with them.
Of course
and
not,
Yeah, well,
because
it was so fast. The questions were fast and furious, and
Yep.
he could only answer yes or no because you were right on top of him with the next question right away. So he didn't get to
Thank
explain
you.
anything, which I thought was cool, and it did lead you right to the direction that you wanted it to go, and it's good. It's a good line of
Thank you
a
so
good way
much.
to interrogate.
Yeah.
Unlike you, I
well,
do appreciate the compliment.
well, right up front, I did notice you curbed your enthusiasm. But besides that, you don't really get towards much of a conversation in a cross examination. And on top of that, I don't think you really got towards like the root, which is what I see that Donovan, and I'm sure he's down there now.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he's
is.
there. He does not view through a religious lens. He is talking specifically about Western culture. And when you hammer down on that, it is like fundamentally religious, even though he's not religious. So it's really weird. And I've noticed that he doesn't really answer questions when it comes to like delineating people from their culture. He thinks that all Muslims are the same, no matter where they're at, no matter what ethnicity they are, no matter what ideology they have. It is simply their culture.
That's so
Right. And
close.
but I got him to admit that he thought that they were insidiously evil and that he was working with them and that he derives business from them and that he hasn't had a bad experience with them, but yet he thinks they're bad people and yet he's profiting off of them. So I thought that was kind of his hypocrisy.
I enjoy Donovan. I honestly, there's a big part of me that thinks that he doesn't believe like 25% of the shit he says. It's like he wants to hit you with this verbosity, and it's like a verbal battle for him because he is quick with putting together a sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Donovan, why don't you come up, debate? He's down there.
He's probably busy.
He was Brendan before, right? That's the same person, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's either
No,
that
no,
or
it's not the same person. They're twins.
And Brobot, you sound very Texas. In fact, I'm listening to this, and you guys, I'm telling you, I'm reading this book that is so freaking good right now, and it's taking me out of all this politics. I mean, it's a Western, and it's called Lonesome Dove.
Oh my God. Great
It
movie.
is, you guys, it is so good. And I'm listening to it on audio, and somebody sounds like Robot. And it starts in Texas, like way down in Texas. It's about these rangers in Texas, post Civil War, blah, blah, blah. It's a very good book if you read. Pick it up.
They made it into a miniseries with Robert Duvall, and
I'm going to watch that next because I don't want this book to end. I don't want this book to end, so I'm going to have to watch the series.
Yeah.
They've never made a movie after this man, but there's this great book. It was the autobiography of Marshall H. Twitchell, and it's
Twitchell.
fascinating. He was a green, Twitchell.
Is that the name of the book?
Have you heard of him?
No. No,
Yeah,
a
it's an
wild name.
autobiography of Marshall H. Twitchell,
And what was he?
and he was a Green Mountain Boy in the Union Army, and he rose through the ranks, and then post Civil War during Reconstruction moved down to a parish in Louisiana to be part of the restructurement government from the Union, imposed on the South. And I mean, it's just a fascinating book. It's like a rags to semi-riches story. But he's also a hated carpetbagger in the South, and like throughout his life, there's like 3 or 4 unalignment attempts, and like at the end of his life, he has like one arm, one leg, half of the other leg. He's like been pew-pewed like at least a dozen times, and somehow
His
the man
name was
just
Lucky,
cannot
right?
unalive. Yeah, it should have been. But it was a fascinating like foray into Reconstruction America and like the politics and the corruption and stuff that came with it.
Cool. I also read pretty recently, I read East of Eden by John Steinbeck. Oh my God. That book was very digestible for a classic canon type of book. If you haven't read that book, read it. So good.
I have not. I'll have to read it, put it on my list.
Dad, you've got to read that book. It's like I would have said if you asked me what my favorite novel was, book, I would have said To Kill a Mockingbird. I love that book. But then I read East of Eden and I was like, wow, that rivals it.
Okay,
That good.
I'm quitting for a while. Sorry.
See you
guys
later.
Find you crotchety old man. Get off my
Well, there's
lawn.
only 37 people in here. I'm supposed to stay up late. So
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time.
All right.
Thanks, Mojo.
You've done
Bye,
a
guys.
wonderful job today, Mojo. Thank you for your tenacity.
The broke man can't date you.
So anyway,
Do we
I'm
got
just
okay? You got the
saying.
map. Make sure. You Jamal, you still didn't do your daily heart me.
I did send it. I sent it.
No, you didn't, because I don't see that it didn't go through because your heart would be orange. There we go.
Just
That's
say,
it right there. Thank you so much. Appreciate
oh,
you.
so I had to send it. So I paid. All right,
You
bet.
had to pay Denson. Yeah. If you didn't have 1 penny in your damn account. You mean to tell me you be on panels and you don't even have 1 penny?
I don't think I have anything on my. Let me look.
I just created this TikTok. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Nice to
I'm
meet
new to
you.
this. Yeah, I
Okay, well,
appreciate that. I'm
welcome.
new to this.
Welcome.
Appreciate
All right,
you.
you're welcome. Where is, 3D is on here. Okay, 3D. Make sure everybody do their daily heart me. I'm
Y'all better
copying off
tap
of
the
Culture.
screen.
I got an idea from Culture, so I'm copying off of him. Copy.
When you
Tap
done
the
had it
screen.
all,
Anyways,
lost